Chapter 97. The female Gu Master's body was like a doll, broken at the waist. Her upper body was on the ground, and her lower body was bent at an angle. Her buttocks were on the ground, and her feet were pointing towards the sky. Far away, Fang Yuan also landed from the sky. He first smashed into the tree crown, breaking many branches and leaves before falling onto the snow. He nimbly flipped his body and stood up from the snow. Because he had activated the jade skin Gu, other than the slight pain on his back, he was unharmed. On the battlefield, there was a moment of silence before Jiao San's angry roar could be heard. "Fang Yuan, didn't you say you could still hold on?" Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart, but his body suddenly slanted and he almost fell. He used his hands to hold on to the tree trunk to maintain his balance. He pretended to have sprained his ankle and could not walk, but his gaze swept the surroundings to see if there were any other Gu Masters. Facing the beast tide, the Gu Masters were all doing their best to fight. They simply could not focus on their own matters, and did not have the leisure to observe Fang Yuan. Although he had been observing in the dark and did not find any other Gu Masters, even so, Fang Yuan still chose to disguise himself. From there, sounds of intense battle could be heard. Evidently, King Boar had escaped, and was fighting with the Red Rock Python again. Fang Yuan moved over step by step, his face anxious. He fell on the ground a few times, the mud, grass and snow stuck to his body, looking extremely pathetic. Finally, he returned to the edge of the battlefield. On the battlefield, 3 humans and a pig were entangled. The Red Rock Python's body was tightly wrapped around King Boar's body, as well as the latter's 2 hind legs. King Boar's 2 hind legs could only move around randomly, causing it to roll on the ground and struggle at times. With its 2 front legs, it charged around randomly. There were more wounds on its body, and the boiling pig blood had already dyed the ground red. Seeing that Fang Yuan had arrived, Guyue Kong Jing, who was the furthest away, shouted, "Fang Yuan, you bastard, you caused Hua Xian's death." I didn't mean to. But I can't hold on anymore." Fang Yuan shouted. "Fuck, if you can't hold on, then why were you so confident just now? If you can't, then you can't. You'll kill someone by talking nonsense like that." Guyu Kongjing opened his mouth and stared furiously. If not for the fact that he was fighting, he really wanted to go up and give Fang Yuan 2 slaps. "So, sorry. I won't do it again," Fang Yuan quickly said. "Fang Yuan, I will settle the score with you later." The sickly snake Jiao San roared, feeling immense pressure. The dying boar had gone mad, and the Red Rock Python's body was full of cracks. "Kong Jing, don't bother with Fang Yuan. Quickly take out the blade scale net." Jiao San saw that the red crag python was on the verge of collapse and his forehead was filled with cold sweat as he hurriedly shouted, "Yes!" Kong Jing quickly took out the big-bellied frog and activated his Jinyuan, spitting out a barbed wire net. The barbed wire was covered with sharp spikes and shiny blades. "Fang Yuan, grab the other end and rush up with me to trap King Boar," Kong Jing shouted. "But I sprained my ankle, I can't walk anymore." Fang Yuan had an anxious expression as he limped over. "Useless thing." Kong Jing had no choice but to do it himself. He dragged the blade scale net with both hands and threw it towards King Boar. King Boar was trapped by the blade scale net, and instantly let out a loud cry as fresh blood gushed out. It had a premonition that death was coming, and it struggled even more violently. However, as it struggled even more violently, the blade scale net became tighter, and its injuries became more severe. And because the Red Rock Python's body was made of stone, it didn't suffer much damage from the blade scale net. What a pity for its fur. Jiao San's eyes flashed with a hint of regret. Finally done. Kong Jing let out a long breath. At this moment, Fang Yuan shouted, "Let me help you." Chi 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 chi, several moonblades flew out and landed on the blade scale net, cutting through the iron wire. Under King Boar's intense struggle, the hole was pulled open, and the blade scale net broke into pieces, allowing King Boar to escape. In an instant, Kong Jing stared with his eyes wide open, staring blankly at the scene. Fuck, fuck. The other female Goo Master no longer cared about her ladylike image and loudly cursed. I seem to have gotten into trouble. I wanted to help you. Fong Yuan shouted, his voice sincere and innocent. Jiao Sen dodged King Boar's charge and rolled on the ground. Before he got up, he shouted, Fong Yuan. You idiot, look at what you have done. You are a pig teammate. Group leader, you have to believe me, I really didn't do it on purpose. Fong Yuan defended himself. Shut up, you are not allowed to attack now, stay at the side. Jiao Sen shouted, and rolled again, dodging King Boar's kick. Fong Yuan laughed coldly in his heart, but he obeyed and retreated tens of steps. All of you, retreat. Jiao Sen snorted, and started to show his true trump card, breathing out 2 traces of yellow poison gas from his nostrils. The poison gas continued to flow out of his nostrils, increasing in quantity, and gradually forming a yellow poison cloud. King Boar and Jiao San's figures could be vaguely seen outside the poison cloud. Kong Jing and Fong Yuan retreated to the yellow cloud to watch the battle. Fong Yuan said to the remaining female Goo Master, heal my leg. I sprained my ankle. The female Goo Master was furious, my good sister is dead, and you only sprained your ankle. Why don't you go and die? Fong Yuan felt wronged, I didn't want this to happen. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. Should he make a move and get rid of these people? Now was a good chance to make a move. In their subconscious, they would never expect that I would have killing intent. If the sickly snake group is eliminated, the restriction on me would lessen. But, if this process is seen by other Goo Masters, I will be doomed. The crime of killing a tribesman is the most unforgivable crime in this world. Not only will they be executed, they will also be tortured for 7 days and 7 nights in public. Of course he was not afraid of death, but for such a small group, it was not worth the risk. To kill them, he had to use the beast tide, and he had to be clean himself. Unfortunately, King Boar was about to die. After this battle, the sickly snake group suffered heavy losses, and their battle strength was at its limit, they had to leave the battlefield. What a pity, such a good chance, Fong Yuan felt a wave of regret. But he had already done his best, if he went any further, the smell of a trap would be too strong. The others were not idiots, they would definitely sense it, and the other Goo Masters might also see it, and the risk would be huge. 5 minutes later, King Boar fell to the ground with a plop. The yellow mist dissipated, and Jiao San stood there panting, his face pale. He had used his trump card, and had little primeval essence left. You guys dissect the corpse, quickly, bring the spoils of war and we will retreat. Jiao San shouted. Fong Yuan and the rest surrounded King Boar, and started dissecting the corpse. King Boar's blood was boiling, and the smell of blood was thick. The surrounding was a dark forest, and there were roars of wild beasts, as well as the sounds of intense battles. But there were no other wild beasts in this small battlefield. This was the majesty of a beast king. Wild beasts had their own rules. King Boar's thick aura caused ordinary wild beasts to tremble in fear. When the beast tide advanced here, they would split into 2. Of course, if a stronger beast group or beast king appeared, they would not care about King Boar's aura. But at this moment, pairs of blue eyes suddenly appeared in the surrounding darkness. Goo Master's screams and howls could be heard from other places. It's wolves, a wolf group. The lightning wolf group actually appeared. Damn it, why would there be a wolf group? Now is not the time for the wolf tide to erupt. Retreat, don't care about King Boar, we need to retreat as well. Jiao San shouted. The surrounding people's faces also turned pale. A single lightning wolf was not scary. But once the lightning wolves formed a group, even King Boar would have to avoid them. More importantly, lightning wolves had high endurance, and their speed was fast, and they were best at chasing. At such a critical moment, Jiao San could not care about anything else, abandoning the other 3 and escaping backwards. Group leader, wait for me. Kong Jing shouted in fear, and quickly followed. I do not have a goo worm to increase my speed, I cannot escape. Jiao San and the rest do not have much primeval essence left, even if they have a goo worm to increase their speed, they cannot escape from the lightning wolves. Under the threat of death, Fang Yuan's heart was as calm as snow. He decisively chopped the female goo master's neck with a knife hand strike, knocking her out. Then, he dragged her into the wild boar king's open stomach. The wild boar king's belly had already been cut open with a deep and long gash. Fang Yuan squeezed into the bloody body of the wild boar, and at the same time he dragged the female goo master, using her body to block the outside and cover his body. The wolf group rushed over, and most of them chased after Jiao San, Kong Jing and the rest of the retreating goo masters. The remaining portion surrounded King Boar's corpse and started to eat. Fang Yuan was inside the wild boar's body, and he could clearly hear the sound of the lightning wolves chewing and swallowing, as well as the shaking when they bit. A lightning wolf group actually appeared in the first beast tide. This is an accident, the clan will definitely send reinforcements. King Boar's body is huge, and the lightning wolves will need some time to devour his insides. As long as I can hold on for a while, I will be able to survive. Fang Yuan was deep in thought. Jiao San and Kong Jing, if there were no accidents, were already dead. They did not have much primeval essence left, and were not good at speed. In such a short distance, they would definitely be killed by the wolves. In a panic, people would make stupid choices. Under the pressure of death, there were very few people who could be as clear-headed as Fang Yuan, and instantly choose the best response. Even King Boar's flesh was eaten, revealing Fang Yuan who was hiding inside. The number of lightning wolves that Fang Yuan faced was definitely not as many as the others. According to his experience, there were at most 5, and he still had a fighting chance. His chances of survival were much higher than the others. The sound of the lightning wolves biting and tearing could be heard continuously, and it was getting closer. Most of King Boar's flesh had already entered the mouth of the lightning wolves. If a normal person was in such a situation, they would feel that every second was like a year. But Fang Yuan closed his eyes instead, and took out the spare Yuan stone and held it in his palm, racing against time to recover his primeval essence. Chapter 98. The primeval essence that Fang Yuan recovered in the boar's stomach was not used in the end. This beast horde was under the watchful eyes of Guyue's higher-ups, and the appearance of the lightning wolf pack was just a small accident. Very quickly, Guyue's higher-ups made a swift response. The 3 elders personally led the team and quickly stabilized the situation. 10 minutes later, Fang Yuan could hear the sounds of fighting from outside the boar's stomach, as well as the cries of the lightning wolves. He quickly kicked the female goo master in front of him away, and crawled out with his body covered in blood. Fang Yuan was not worried about the lightning wolves, but he was worried that he would be affected by the aftershocks of the battle. If a goo master's technique hit the boar's corpse by accident, then wouldn't he be wronged? Who could he find to reason with then? Suddenly, a living person crawled out of the boar's stomach. This caused the goo masters who were fighting with the lightning wolves to be shocked. Fang Yuan's body was covered in blood, and there was even a king boar's intestine wrapped around his leg. His body emitted a pungent smell of blood, causing the goo masters to frown. But Fang Yuan did not mind. He took a few deep breaths and stretched his limbs, looking around the battlefield as if nothing had happened. As he expected, there were a total of 5 lightning wolves. But these lightning wolves were all old, weak, sick, or disabled. They were the lowest in the wolf den. As the wolf pack grew stronger day by day, the wolf king would chase the old and weak out of the wolf pack in order to protect the young and strong lightning wolves due to limited resources. These lightning wolves gathered together and first attacked the surrounding beast groups, then the beast groups influenced each other, finally forming this small-scale beast horde. Under the attacks of the goo masters, the 5 lightning wolves quickly suffered casualties. They had eaten too much, and their stomachs were round, affecting their battle strength. At the same time, the newly arrived goo masters all had ample primeval essence in their apertures, and their battle strength was at its peak, unlike Jiao San and the rest. Primeval essence was especially important to goo masters. A phoenix in trouble was no better than a chicken. With less primeval essence, the Goo Master's battle strength would fall. And a Goo Master without primeval essence could not even be compared to a mortal. So why was the liquor worm and black and white boar goo so precious? It was also reflected in this aspect. Firstly, with the liquor worm, it can refine primeval essence, allowing the Goo Master to store more primeval essence. And the black and white boar goo's amplification to a Goo Master's strength does not require primeval essence to display its effects. And for the black and white boar goo, after one person uses it, it can be given to another person to use, thus it has great collective value. The battle lasted for a while before it ended. The 5 lightning wolves fell one after the other, and the reinforcement team that rushed over did not go any deeper. Their quintessential essence had been greatly consumed, and their combat prowess had been greatly reduced. For the sake of safety, they stopped where they were. While resting, he waited for reinforcements to arrive. In a group of 5, the investigative Goo Master was on guard while the other 3 were using Yuan Stone to quickly replenish their primeval essence. The healing Goo Master squatted down and inspected the female Goo Master's corpse. Dead. The healing Goo Master sighed deeply, looking at his sorrowful expression. He seemed to know this female Goo Master. Fang Yuan looked on coldly. This female Goo Master that he had knocked unconscious had been blocking in front of him. Now, he had lost his right chest and a calf. On his arm, there was a huge bite wound from the lightning wolves, revealing his pale forearm bone. But these wounds and the large amount of blood loss were not the true cause of her death. The true cause of her death was the paralysis of her heart. The bite of the lightning wolves carried electricity. The electricity flowed through the unconscious female Goo Master's body, causing her heart to be paralyzed. The once beautiful and sexy body was now lying on the ground, motionless. After death, there was no trace of her previous elegance left, only an ugly corpse. She's dead, it's all your fault. As a man, why did you hide behind a woman? You are a disgrace to men. The healing Goo Master raised his head and stared at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan shrugged his shoulders indifferently, his face calm. The truth is, she fought with me for the position inside. But I won in the end, and I am glad about this. Bastard! The healing Goo Master rushed up. Bam! Fang Yuan raised his leg and kicked him away. The healing Goo Master's battle strength was usually weak, and due to the clan rules, he did not dare to use his Goo worms. With just his physical strength, how could he be Fang Yuan's match? Damn bastard! The healing Goo Master climbed up dejectedly, wanting to rush up again, but was stopped by the investigative Goo Master. If you think I committed a crime and caused her death, then you can report it to the punishment hall. I will accept it. Fang Yuan looked at the healing Goo Master indifferently and left. Damn it! Damn it! The healing Goo Master's eyes seemed to be spewing fire, staring fiercely at Fang Yuan's back. He wanted to rush up, but was held back by the others. Calm down. Even if we report it to the punishment hall, the clan will not punish him. We all know you have feelings for her. Although the clan rules cannot punish him, we can spread the news. Under the persuasion of the group members, the healing Goo Master slowly calmed down, lowering his head and sobbing. The boat is in trouble. A man grabbed a wooden plank and was temporarily saved. At this time, another man swam over, also wanting to grab that wooden plank. However, this wooden plank can only hold one person's weight. In order to save the first man, he pushed the second man away, causing him to drown in the sea. The rescued man was put on trial, but was not convicted. This is the wooden plank incident on Earth. It means, in order to save yourself, if you have no choice but to endanger someone else's life, you will not be punished. On Earth, it is the emergency refuge in the punishment hall. In this world, there are similar clan rules. That is to say, even if the healing Goo Master reports it to the punishment hall, I will not be punished. But Fang Yuan pondered as he walked back. He walked at a steady pace, unhurried and unhurried. Along the way, Fang Yuan would find corpses on the ground from time to time. Most of them were wild beasts, of all kinds, and there were even some Goo Master corpses. At the same time, Small groups of reinforcements were rushing to the front lines. When they met Fong Yuan on the streets, most people would cast a strange and puzzled gaze at this blood-stained young man. Fong Yuan did not mind, his gaze deep as he continued to ponder. But, if I was found to have knocked out the female Gu master, I would be severely punished for murdering my own kin. But at that time, no one should have seen that scene. Jiao San and Kong Jing both had their backs to me, running for their lives. Fong Yuan's footsteps paused. He saw Kong Jing and Jiao San's corpses. The former's body had been gnawed beyond recognition, while the latter's body was preserved in a relatively good condition. That snake Gu, the red rock python, had already turned into pieces of rock, completely dead. And beside the sixth snake, there were more than 10 lightning wolf corpses. Obviously, Jiao San fought back before his death, and there was an intense battle. Not bad. This way, other than me, the other 4 in the group are all dead. Fong Yuan evaluated in his heart, feeling slightly happy. This way, there are fewer obstacles around me, eh? Fong Yuan stopped, he had just seen Jiao San's finger twitch slightly. Not dead yet, such a tenacious life. Fong Yuan laughed coldly, his killing intent surging. At this time, more than 10 healing Gu masters came running from the front. Quick, save the injured. These are our clansmen, saving one life is another. If they are confirmed dead, remember to retrieve the Gu worms. Fong Yuan's gaze froze. What to do? The enemies were so close, if he wanted to kill Jiao San, it would be a huge risk. No matter if he used his hand or the moon blade, there would be traces left behind. In front of these Gu masters, there was no time to clean up the traces. Then, should he let Jiao San go just like that? Speaking of which, even if Jiao San was saved now, he might not survive. No! If I can get rid of Jiao San, the obstacles in my path will be greatly reduced. If I let go of such a good opportunity, it would be difficult for it to appear again. Thinking of this, Fong Yuan had a flash of inspiration. He slowly half-knelt beside Jiao San, taking off his shirt and covering Jiao San's face and upper body. He had been in the boar's stomach for a long time, and the boar's blood had already soaked his shirt, causing it to be heavy and wet. The shirt was tightly stuck to Jiao San's nose and mouth, preventing him from absorbing air. Fong Yuan half-knelt on the ground, watching quietly, his face showing a solemn and pained expression. At this time, a Gu master walked over. "Little brother, I am the medicine hall's Gu master, let me take a look, get lost." Fong Yuan shouted angrily, pushing him away. The Gu master fell on the ground, but was not angry, instead consoling. "Little brother, my condolences. I know how you are feeling, I also understand the pain of seeing your clansmen die in front of you. But you are covered in blood, your injuries are not light. For these sacrificed clansmen, you have to live well. Come, let me treat your injuries." Fong Yuan did not speak, he was silent, his lowered face shrouded in a shadow. He allowed this Gu master to inspect his body. The results of the inspection surprised the Gu master. Fong Yuan's body was covered in blood, looking terrifying, but in fact, there was not a single wound on his body. But the Gu master quickly retracted his thoughts, focusing his attention on Jiao San. "My apologies, the clan wants to take back the Gu worms." The Gu master sincerely looked at Fong Yuan, then slowly took off the bloody shirt. Jiao San's half-opened eyes had lost their luster. The Gu master skillfully used his fingers to pry open Jiao San's eyelids, looking at his pupils and touching his neck, but he could not feel any pulse. Dead. Completely dead. The Gu master did not suspect anything, sighing and placing his hand on Jiao San's abdomen. There was still some warmth in his abdomen, and the aperture in his body was slowly disappearing. There was not a single Gu worm inside. The Gu master looked at Fong Yuan, saying unintentionally, "Every Gu master's Gu worms are recorded clearly. After the Gu master dies, his Gu worms will be left to the inheritor. Taking it without permission is against the clan rules." Fong Yuan was fearless, meeting the Gu master's gaze. "Of course I know this. Are you suspecting that I stole the group leader's Gu worms?" Taking these goo worms was risky and troublesome. If other secrets were exposed, the gains would not make up for the losses. Fong Yuan knew that although he had the spring-autumn cicada and could instantly refine goo worms, it was not easy to sell them in the clan. It was not worth it to get himself into trouble for such a small profit. Other than that, there was another point. His current financial situation was not good. Even if he took them, he might not be able to keep them. Facing Fong Yuan's question, the Goo Master quickly laughed. Of course I did not mean that. The dead cannot come back to life, little brother, please restrain your grief. For the sake of those who have died, you should live well. Fong Yuan slowly stood up. He stared at the sick snake's corpse with a sorrowful expression, concentrating for a while. The night wind whistled in his ears. You are right. After a long while, Fong Yuan broke the silence, his gaze cold, saying with deep meaning, for the dead, I should live well. Chapter 99. Internal Affairs Hall, Interrogation Room. The winter sun shone through the only skylight, shining on the ground. The specks of dust slowly floated in the light pillar, revealing even the smallest details. The light pillar shrouded a chair. Fong Yuan sat on this chair, bathing in the sunlight. In front of him, in front of the wall shrouded in shadows and darkness, there was a long table. 3 clan elders were sitting behind the table. The interrogation had been going on for an hour. Fong Yuan, are you sure you did not make any mistakes in what you just said? One of the clan elders asked. Yes. Fong Yuan lowered his eyelids, looking at his toes. The sunlight shone on his fair face, making him look like a white statue. He had already expected this situation. After all, the other 4 Goo Masters in his group were all dead, and only he was alive. In fact, every Goo Master would be interrogated to a certain extent, to help the clan gather information on the battlefield. However, Fong Yuan had already been interrogated for an hour, and it was clear that someone was targeting him, making things difficult for him. This was completely understandable. As long as he was human, he would have social connections, and there would be a chain of people behind him. Then can you describe the situation on the battlefield in detail? The elder continued to ask. Yes. I used a few days and broke through to rank 2. Just as I returned to the village entrance, I met the Qi Shan group. After finding Jiao San and the others, I joined the group. At that time, they were fighting with King Boar. Fong Yuan spoke with his usual calm tone. He had exposed his rank 2 status, and without the corresponding goo worm to conceal it, his rank 2 aura could not be concealed. Now that Sickly Snake and the others were dead, he could make up whatever he wanted. However, Fong Yuan only hid some important details, and most of the things he said happened. This was Fong Yuan's 5th time narrating. The 3 clan elders frowned as they listened. They could not find any loopholes, but they knew one thing, he was making up lies, and they were afraid of saying too much. If he said it a few more times, there would naturally be loopholes. But after 5 times, Fong Yuan's narration was slightly different each time, but the content was the same. It should be true. The 3 clan elders looked at each other, communicating with their eyes. However, one of the elders was not satisfied. One of her daughters was a healing Goo Master in the Sickly Snake group. She was the one she doted on the most, but in the end, she died tragically in the wolf's mouth. This caused her to feel resentful. At this moment, she looked at Fong Yuan with a cold gaze. Fong Yuan, let me ask you, you used the moon blade to cut open the scaly blade net, why did you do that? The middle-aged female elder asked sternly. Because I panicked, I wanted to make a contribution, but in the end, I helped more than I helped, Fong Yuan said. Then let me ask you again, when you hid in the pig's stomach, did you purposely let the female Goo Masters in the same group block the calamity for you? The elder asked again. I don't know. I was so scared that I wanted to hide inside King Boar's body, but she got inside and fought with me for the position inside. She did not rob me, was bitten by the electric wolf body, died. I'm ashamed, Fong Yuan replied. The middle-aged female elder gritted her teeth. Fong Yuan's answer was very cunning, only stating a fact. In fact, he did not say his own subjective intentions. This caused the elder who wanted to suppress him to be unable to find any evidence to use against him. Naturally, she was furious, but could do nothing about it. Under such circumstances, Fang Yuan could not be judged guilty. 3 days had passed since the small beast died. The casualty figures were tallied, causing the clan's higher-ups to have ugly expressions. In the past small beast tides, although there were losses, it was definitely not this serious. The reason was because of the lightning wolf pack. If it was before, there would be at least 3 small beast tides before these wolf packs would appear. In this world, the environment was harsh and survival was difficult. To humans, to survive, other than competing with other humans for resources, they also had to fight against ferocious beasts, as well as the harsh weather. And these battles were often extremely difficult. The small beast tide was only the prelude. The truly terrifying thing was the large wolf tide a year later. At that time, there would be tens of thousands of lightning wolves attacking the village, along with the terrifying Thunder Crown wolf head. The female elder unwillingly asked a few more questions. Finally, under Fang Yuan's impeccable answers, she chose to give up. Then Fang Yuan, what do you plan to do next? Another clan elder asked with deep meaning in his words. I plan to apply for the family separation mission, inherit the inheritance left behind by my parents, and live on well, Fang Yuan said frankly. There was no need to hide this. Because the sickly snake group was almost completely wiped out, only Fang Yuan was left. Thus, he did not need to use the rank 2 Gu Master's right to give up missions, and could accept the family separation mission. The elder who asked the question nodded, then shook his head and said to Fang Yuan, you still don't understand what I mean. Other than you, your group members have all been sacrificed. My suggestion to you is to join another group. The Internal Affairs Hall's mission difficulty is designed for small groups, and it is very difficult for one person to complete it. Whether it is your family separation mission or the monthly compulsory mission, it is the same. Fang Yuan was silent, not replying. The elder continued, of course, there is another choice. You are already a rank 2 Gu Master, and have the qualifications to become a group leader. As long as you pass an assessment mission, you can create your own group. Which one do you want to choose? Fang Yuan blinked, I haven't decided yet, I need time to think about it. Then you can leave. After you go back, think about it quickly. The reorganization of the group will take place in the next few days. After this period, it will be difficult for you to join a group again, the elder said with concern. Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart. He would not choose either of these 2 paths. He had too many secrets on him, and moving alone was not only safer, it was also more convenient for him to act. Otherwise, if he had to move with others, wouldn't it annoy Fang Yuan to death? After leaving the interrogation room, Fang Yuan did not immediately leave the Internal Affairs Hall, but instead applied for the family separation mission. In the end, he was told that he was busy recently, and would come back in 3 days. Walking out of the main door of the Internal Affairs Hall, he looked at the sky. It was only a winter afternoon, and it was extremely ordinary. The winter day was bleak, and the cold wind pierced the bone. The air seemed to be filled with sorrow and heaviness. Today is a collective memorial service. Guiyue and Jinju died. Fang Yuan, do you know? Mabe and a group of youths passed by here and stopped. Other than Mabe, there was also Fangzheng, Qicheng, and the others. Mabe and Qicheng usually did not get along, but today, they seemed to have forgotten each other's grievances and walked together. Brother, Jinju has been studying and living with us for a year. Come with us, Fangzheng said. Guiyue and Jinju, in Fang Yuan's mind, the figure of a young girl suddenly appeared. She had once fought evenly with Mabe in the arena, but lost because of her lack of stamina. She was a hard-working girl. However, under death, no matter if it was beautiful or ugly, it was all the same. Most people would feel that it was a pity, but in Fang Yuan's eyes, it was already very common. Oh, she's also dead? But birth, old age, sickness, and death are all human nature. After seeing it many times, it will fade away. You guys go, I don't have time. Fang Yuan brushed past the crowd. This guy. Immediately, many youths started to feel indignant. So cold-blooded and heartless, he doesn't care about schoolmates at all. Recently the news has spread throughout the clan, you guys should have heard about it. The reason why Fang Yuan was able to survive was because he hid in a pig's stomach, and used a female Gu master in his group as a shield. What a disgrace, to drag out an ignoble existence, he doesn't have any manliness. Qiqing crossed his arms and sneered. Brother. Fangjing lowered his head and gritted his teeth. Hearing such discussions, as Fang Yuan's younger brother, he felt a wave of shame. Fang Yuan walked, the sarcasm behind him getting further and further away, until he could not hear them clearly. His heart was calm. So what if they insulted me? If they want to scold me, then scold me. So what if they scold me? Short-minded people often get angry because of cursing, and happy because of praise. But in fact, these are just other people's opinions of you. Because of other people's views, those who live are destined to be pitiful people. In fact, after some intentional people purposely spread the news, Fang Yuan's reputation was already very bad. Sacrificing a female companion to protect himself, although such an act would not be punished, it would be condemned by the public. But this was the situation that Fang Yuan wanted to create. Once you enter the system, you are a chess piece, you have no choice but to follow the rules. To Fang Yuan, it was too much of a hindrance. He needed resources, and even more so, he needed to be alone. So he wanted to be a loner. So what if he was ostracized by others? Only the weak-hearted would be afraid of being ostracized. If this situation were to happen on Earth, no matter who it was, they would be dead. After all, two fists cannot fight against four hands, social connections were the guarantee of survival. But in this world, as long as one's cultivation was strong, one person could fight against 10 people, 100 people, or even 10 million people. So what if they were ostracized? If they were in the way, they could just kill them. If there were no resources, they could just take it by force. The rules of every world were different, and it determined that there would be differences in social forms, resulting in differences in human behavior. The higher the martial arts level of the world, the weaker the collective concept. So in this world, demons ran amok. Chapter 100. What? That kid is actually a rank 2 Gu master now, and even applied for a family-splitting mission from the Internal Affairs Hall. Uncle Gua Dong Tu's shocked and angry voice reverberated in the guest hall. That is indeed the case. Although I took your Yuan stone, I could not stop him, so I could only tell him to come 3 days later to get the mission. Delaying for so many days is already the limit of what I can do. The middle-aged male Gu master sitting at the side said. Gua Dong Tu snorted in his heart, he understood the meaning of this Internal Affairs Hall Gu master. What, delaying for 3 days is already the limit, he was just trying to extort some money from him. However, the most important thing now is to do my best to protect the family assets. This brat is really too worrisome. Gua Dong Tu's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. Fang Yuan's growth speed made him feel a sense of fear. I came specially to tell you, goodbye. The middle-aged male Gu master stood up and was about to leave. Don't be in such a hurry to leave, brother. There are some things that I need your help with. Gua Dong Tu quickly stood up and took out a money pouch, stuffing it into the male Gu master's hand. The male Gu master stuffed the pouch full of Yuan stone into his arms, and immediately changed the topic, laughing loudly, Brother Dong Tu, you are too polite. What kind of relationship do we have? We've known each other for more than 10 years. Don't worry, I will prepare the most difficult mission for Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan may hire other Gu masters, you have to be careful. Don't worry about this. Although I have retired, I still have my connections, I have already hired people to watch him. If that kid hires an outsider, he will be violating the clan rules, and I was just worried about not having anything to use against him. Then I am relieved, goodbye. I will send you off. No need, please stay. Guyue Dong too looked at the Gu master's departing figure, and the smile on his face gradually collapsed. This Fong Yuan is clearly AC grade. How did he advance to the second transition so quickly? Damn it, what are Jiao San and the others doing? You can't even watch over a living person. Sigh, now the 3 or 4 of us actually died in the beast tide. How useless. Fong Yuan had also advanced to the second transition. In this case, he would definitely be able to receive the inheritance mission. He could no longer use the method that he had used to restrain him. However, he's all alone now, and it's really difficult for him to complete the inheritance task alone. That's inappropriate. This brat's luck was a little strange. Just as he asked Jiao San and the others to suppress him, a small beast tide came. What if he relied on luck again and completed the mission? I have to prepare for the worst. The fact that Guyue was able to live up to this point in the frozen earth represented success in itself. Compared to the fledgling Fong Yuan, his interpersonal skills were much better. Collect honey wine. Fong Yuan's eyes flashed coldly when he received the family property mission. This mission was very troublesome. It required him to collect 5 taels of the golden bee's honey wine. The golden bees were the size of a fist, their bodies were black and gold, and their stingers were sharp, possessing strong offensive capabilities. That was not all. A normal small bee colony only had honey. Only in large and medium-sized beehives, when enough honey was accumulated, it would ferment into the more precious honey wine. This mission is very difficult even for a 5-man group. Because it's useless to have more people, the Gu master who collects the honey wine must have a defensive Gu worm to withstand the stingers. It seems that Uncle is behind this, taking advantage of the fact that I don't have a defensive Gu worm. Unfortunately, he miscalculated. Fong Yuan sneered in his heart. Now, it was evident that the flower wine monk's inheritance had hidden benefits that couldn't be said. It was easy to do things in secret, but difficult to do things in the light. The more aboveboard the action, the easier it would be for others to see through it, and the easier it would be to stop it. On the other hand, doing things in secret and hiding one's trump cards would make others unable to see the situation clearly, and unable to deal with it properly. However, if I want to collect the honey wine, just relying on the jade skin goo is not enough. The jade skin goo is only a rank 1 goo worm. If it can advance to the rank 2 white jade goo, I believe it will be easy. There was no need to take a risk. His rich life experience allowed Fong Yuan to avoid taking a detour. Speaking of which, Fong Yuan was now a rank 2 initial stage goo master, but the goo worms on him, other than the spring-autumn cicada, were all rank 1 goo worms. This situation was like a burly man who could use a large glaive to chop people, holding a small dagger. The dagger could not fully display the burly man's fighting strength, only by forging it into a large glaive would it be the most suitable. Fong Yuan had 7 goo worms on him. Vital goo, spring-autumn cicada, moonlight goo, liquor worm, white boar goo, jade skin goo, and 2 little light goo. Among them, the moonlight goo and the 2 little light goo could be refined into the rank 2 moonglow goo, while the white boar goo and jade skin goo could be refined into the white jade goo. The moonglow goo represented an increase in attack power, while the white jade goo increased defense. If Fong Yuan had enough yuan stone, he would naturally refine both. But not long ago, in order to push his cultivation to rank 2, he had used up most of the yuan stone. Now, the yuan stone he had was only enough for 1 use. No doubt, choosing to refine the white jade goo was the wiser choice. With the white jade goo, I can collect honey wine. And with the white jade goo, it will be helpful for the flower wine monk's inheritance. But if I fail this refinement, the consequences will be severe. My finances are on the verge of collapse, and without the white jade goo, I cannot inherit the inheritance. If I am stuck at this step, it will seriously slow down my growth. Fong Yuan could faintly feel a pressure. He knew he had reached a crucial moment, and if the refinement succeeded, his future would be bright. But if it failed, it would be like falling into an abyss, and if he wanted to climb back up to his current level, he would need to work even harder and spend even more time. Goo masters use their own primeval sea as their foundation, and use goo worms as their means. Gu are essential to a Gu master, and without Gu, there is no Gu master. Other than their own cultivation, Gu masters also need to refine Gu, nurture Gu, and use Gu. In the room, clan leader Gyue Bo carefully explained to Fangzheng. Refinement, nurture, and use, these three aspects, any one of them is broad and profound, and a person's whole life cannot be explored. Among them, in terms of Gu refinement, you already know how to refine a Gu worm and use it for yourself. But this is only single refinement. Other than single refinement, there is a more important fusion. Through fusion, you can combine many different Gu worms into a higher rank Gu worm. This is the evolution and refinement of life. Fangzheng, you are already rank 2, but your Gu worms are all rank 1. It is time to refine a rank 2 Gu worm. Fangzheng asked, Lord Clan Leader, then how do I refine? Gyue Bo said, to refine, you need to know the recipe. Some Gu worms cannot be fused with each other. After countless years of development and precipitation, the ancestors, through continuous practice and countless failures, summed up a lot of secret recipes. Our Gyue clan has the most in-depth research on the Moonlight Gu, and now we already have 2 rank 5 recipes. What is a rank 5 recipe? According to this recipe, by continuous fusion, you can finally refine a rank 5 Gu worm. Fang Yuan, you have a Jade Skin Gu and a Moonlight Gu, which fit one of the rank 5 recipes. If you follow this recipe, you can finally refine a rank 5 Gu worm, Moonlight Treasure King Gu. Moonlight Treasure King Gu. Fangzheng's face showed a yearning expression. He, it is still too early to tell you about a rank 5 Gu worm. Come, take out the Jade Skin Gu and Moonlight Gu, I will guide you on how to fuse these 2 Gu into the rank 2 Moon Raiment Gu. Saying so, Gyue Bo's expression turned solemn. The most important thing in fusing Gu worms is to multitask and fuse your consciousness. Right now, the Moonlight Gu and Jade Skin Gu in your hands no longer have their wild consciousness, and have been replaced by your own consciousness. What you need to do now is to fuse these 2 consciousnesses together. Fuse together? Fangzheng blinked, his expression confused. Gyue Bo laughed, don't worry, with more practice, you will be able to grasp this feeling. Let's begin. Okay. Fangzheng nodded, and under Gyue Bo's guidance, the light red steel primeval essence rose up like smoke, and lifted the Jade Skin Gu and Moonlight Gu in the air. Fangzheng closed his eyes, and began to feel and manipulate these 2 Gu worms' consciousnesses. Gyue Bo was observing from outside, and saw the Jade Skin Gu and Moonlight Gu revolving around each other like 2 stars. As the consciousnesses fused more and more, the distance between the 2 Gu worms also got closer. After 3 hours of continuous experimentation, the consciousnesses in their bodies were finally manipulated by Fangzheng, and completely fused together. Immediately, the Jade Skin Gu and Moonlight Gu burst out with a dazzling white light. The 2 white lights linked together, and soon formed a ball the size of a wash basin. Maintain your current state, and then throw Yuan stone into the ball of light. Gyue Bo instructed in time. Fangzheng took out a piece of Yuan stone, and threw it into the ball of light. Strangely enough, after the Yuan stone was thrown in, it turned into a pure natural primeval essence, and completely fused into the ball of light. Only some white stone powder was left, which fluttered and fell onto the bed sheet. Continue throwing, until you fuse into a rank 2 Gu worm, Gyue Bo said. Fangzheng threw out the second piece, but at this moment, the white light suddenly disappeared, and the 2 Gu worms seemed to have been pushed by each other, flying in opposite directions. The fusion had failed. Oh no, I forgot to maintain the fusion of consciousnesses. Fangzheng immediately realized his mistake. Don't worry, the first few failures are very normal. Gyue Bo comforted Fangzheng, and then reminded, but you have to be careful, you can't fail too many times. Otherwise, the Moonlight Gu and Jade Skin Gu will die. Fangzheng recalled the Jade Skin Gu and Moonlight Gu, and as expected, found that the surface of the Moonlight Gu had a slight crack, while the Jade Skin Gu was somewhat dispirited. His heart sank, and he truly experienced the difficulty of refining Gu. Chapter 101. Swish swish swish, waves undulated in the primeval sea, rising and falling. As far as the eye could see, it was a patch of light red. It was no longer the rank 1 bronze sea, but a red steel sea. The aperture's 4 walls were a thin layer of light, the sign of a rank 2 initial stage. The entire red steel primeval sea took up 44% of the aperture. In the air above the sea, the spring-autumn cicada appeared. After close to a year of recuperation, it had already shown signs of improvement. Originally, its body did not have any luster, it was rough and dull, like a rotten firewood. But now, it looked like it was stained with oil. Originally, its wings were like withered leaves in the autumn wind, and there were many gaps at the edges. But now, there was a hint of green, and a black line was drawn at the edge of the wings, forming a complete arc without any gaps. Spring-autumn cicada, spring and autumn, so that's it. For it to recover, it needs to experience spring and autumn. Since rebirth, a year has passed, which is also a cycle of spring and autumn, so it has recovered. Fong Yuan stared at the spring-autumn cicada, and his mind could not help but start to think. His understanding of the spring-autumn cicada deepened. Gu masters refine gu, nurture gu, and use gu. The use was categorized into thousands of categories. Fong Yuan interacted with the spring-autumn cicada day and night, and his understanding of the spring-autumn cicada slowly accumulated and deepened. But the spring-autumn cicada is still very weak, and only managed to crawl a few steps forward from the precipice of death. It can only use its aura to suppress goo worms, and increase the effect of the single refinement. As for the fusion of goo worms, it cannot help. There were other mystical goo worms that could increase the success rate of fusion. Everyone had their specialties, and the spring-autumn cicada only had the ability to rebirth. Other than the spring-autumn cicada, on the sea surface, the chubby liquor worm had curled up into a ball, floating in the sea, having fun. The ladybug-like white boar goo, and the jade-like jade skin goo flew around each other. Fong Yuan slowly opened his eyes, and slowly opened his right palm. In the center of his palm, there was a crescent moon and 2 pentagonal stars. It was the little light goo and the moonlight goo, residing there. Fong Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed and shifted his gaze to the bed. There were 3 money pouches on the bed, 2 bulging and the other half deflated. Other than that, there was also the snow-white tusk of a king boar. It looked like an elephant's tusk, lying quietly on the bed sheet next to Fong Yuan's leg. After Sickly Snake's team tried their best to kill King Boar, they were attacked by a pack of lightning wolves. Most of King Boar's flesh was devoured by the lightning wolves, leaving only 2 snow-white fangs as the most valuable spoils of war. According to the rules of the tribe, as one of the members who killed King Boar, Fong Yuan received one of King Boar's fangs for free. Fong Yuan looked at the items in front of him with a solemn expression. I don't have much Yuan stone left, it's only enough for 1 fusion. After this fusion, regardless of success or failure, my finances will collapse. But if I don't fuse in time, in less than 10 days, my Yuan stone will continue to be used up, and I will even lose the chance to fuse. Fong Yuan raised 7 goo worms, and the financial burden was quite big. And because of his seed-grade aptitude, he used the liquor worm many times in order to cultivate quickly. Thus, the expenditure of Yuan stone was higher than normal people. Recently, he did not use Yuan stone to quickly replenish his primeval essence. The red steel sea in his body was the result of his self-recovery. Fong Yuan had long been holding on to Yuan stone, calculating his living expenses. Yuan stone could not be casually used. The current situation was like he was about to fall off a cliff, and was relying on the wild grass in his hand to temporarily maintain his body at the edge of the cliff. But as time passed, the wild grass in his hand began to crumble. If he did not make any risky efforts, he would fall off the cliff soon. What he needed to do now was to use the wild grass in his hand to climb up the cliff. If he succeeded, he would be able to obtain the family assets, and ascend to another level, and everything would have a new look. If he failed, he would fall off, and if he wanted to climb back up, he would have to spend a lot of time and energy. No matter what, let's begin. Fong Yuan breathed in deeply, his gaze determined. White boar goo, jade skin goo. The two goo worms came out of his aperture with his thoughts, and floated in front of Fong Yuan. Fuse! Fong Yuan shouted in his heart, and the white boar goo and jade skin goo suddenly burst out with a piercing white light, and collided with each other. This collision was soundless, but it produced a ball of light. The white light was even more dazzling than before. This meant that Fong Yuan's two consciousnesses were fusing. Fong Yuan used his consciousness to maintain the white ball of light, and at the same time, took out Yuan's stone from his bag, and threw it into the ball of light. The ball of light swallowed the Yuan stone, and only powder was left, falling on the bed. Every time it swallowed a piece, the edge of the ball of light would expand a little. The ball of light absorbed the natural primeval essence, and became bigger and bigger. Slowly, it went from the size of a wash basin to the size of a stone mill. It's about time. Fong Yuan squinted his eyes, and grabbed the king boar's snow tusk in his hand, and threw it into the ball of light. If anyone saw this, they would scream in shock. Because the recipe of white boar goo and jade skin goo to refine the white jade goo was known by everyone for thousands of years, but no one had ever heard of adding king boar's snow tusk. However, not having it in the past did not mean not having it in the future. 150 years later, a goo master improved this recipe, and found that adding a wild boar's tusk would greatly increase the success rate of the fusion. Fong Yuan had been reborn 500 years ago, and naturally knew of this trick. Once the snow tusk was thrown into the ball of light, a miraculous change occurred. The originally dazzling white light instantly became gentle. Originally, it was just blindly shooting in all directions, but now, there was a kind of rippling light, and the natural rhythm of changing between light and dark. Under Fong Yuan's gaze, the ball of light slowly shrunk, and finally dissipated into the air. The jade skin goo and white boar goo were gone, and a brand new goo worm quietly floated in front of Fong Yuan. It was like an oval pebble, completely white. But this white was not the white of rice paper, nor the milky white of milk, but a kind of white, with a jade luster. This was the rank 2 white jade goo. At this point, Fong Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, and the stone in his heart settled. Don't look at this process, it seemed very simple. But it was not. First, to fuse the consciousness, one must be able to multitask. Ordinary people draw circles with one hand, and draw squares with the other. This is multitasking. Many people found it hard to do this, not to mention the higher difficulty of multitasking. One must have countless accumulations, painstaking cultivation, and endure countless failures and setbacks, as well as a certain amount of talent to be able to multitask. Fong Yuan could do this with ease. It was all because of 500 years of thick accumulations, and not the slightest bit of it could be faked. Second, it was the understanding and knowledge of goo worms. The deeper the goo master's understanding of goo worms, the higher the success rate of the fusion. This was also a penetrating insight that would be widely recognized in about 300 years in the future. Thus, the longer a goo worm is used, the higher the success rate of fusion. Third, it was the correct and unique recipe. For example, this time, the addition of the snow tusk was like a finishing touch, suddenly raising the success rate by 20%. The effect was truly extraordinary. Some recipes were widely spread in this world, but there were also many recipes that were treasured and not spread. For example, Guyua village's moonlight goo, the recipe to refine it was only in the hands of a few clan elders, as well as generations of clan leaders. This was especially true for those secret recipes that could reach the 5th revolution and above. They were hidden by goo masters, treasuring them as much as their lives. Many goo masters would not impart them until they were on the brink of death. But even with these 3 points, there was no way to achieve absolute success. Even a person like Fong Yuan, with his 500 years of memories, extremely rich experience, deep understanding of goo worms, able to multitask, and know many recipes. But there was still a chance of failure when he fused goo worms. It could only be said that his failure rate was relatively low. The fusion of goo worms could be said to be a kind of sublimation of life, a kind of creation. It condensed time to the limit, allowing the long evolution process to blossom in an instant. On Earth, the only ones who could do this were the gods. No doubt, this was a miracle of life. Goo masters using mortals to create miracles, how could they succeed every time? If they succeeded every time, they would not be humans, but gods. Chapter 102. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days passed. Inside the mountain, in the underground stone forest. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Dozens of jade-eye stone monkeys appeared in the air, their blurry figures flashing. They leaped and jumped, launching fierce attacks at Fang Yuan. If it was before, Fang Yuan would definitely retreat. But now, he stood on the spot, his expression cold and unmoving. The stone monkeys rammed, scratched, and bit Fang Yuan's body, giving off crisp sounds, as if they were not attacking a person, but a sturdy jade pillar. A faint white jade light stuck closely to Fang Yuan's body. This layer of light was much thinner than the jade skin goo's jade green light. But its defense was more than twice as strong. The jade skin goo's defense could at most withstand the simultaneous attacks of 16 stone monkeys, but now, Fang Yuan was facing more than 30 stone monkeys alone. On the stage, I could break Fangjing's jade skin goo's defense with my bare hands, but if Fangjing were to use this white jade goo, even if I break my bones, I would not be able to break this defense. Fang Yuan pondered, and at the same time, he split a portion of his attention to his aperture's primeval sea. In the red steel primeval sea, the white jade goo was at the bottom of the sea, absorbing primeval essence. Its surface was also emitting a faint white jade light, like a light bulb. Every time the stone monkeys attacked Fang Yuan, this oval-shaped white jade goo's surface would flash slightly. At the same time, Fang Yuan felt that his primeval essence expenditure had increased. The white jade goo's defense is the same as the jade skin goo, requiring constant primeval essence. At the same time, the more attacks it receives, the more primeval essence expenditure. Fang Yuan concluded in his heart. At the same time, he launched his counterattack. Punches and kicks created a gust of wind. His moves were simple and ruthless, swift and fierce. Although the white boar goo had disappeared, the power it gave to Fang Yuan was still in Fang Yuan's body. More and more stone monkeys were struck by Fang Yuan. Some were sent flying and crashed into stone pillars, while others were killed in midair. After turning into stone, they fell to the ground and broke into pieces. At the same time, as Fang Yuan waved his hand, moonblades flew out one after another. They were like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, harvesting the lives of the stone monkeys. Under the activation of the red steel primeval essence, the rank 1 moonlight goo's every attack dealt the greatest damage to the stone monkey. Creak creak, the stone monkey cried out in fear and kept on retreating. In the short time that Fang Yuan counterattacked, a large number of stone monkeys had perished, and only 5 or 6 were left. Fang Yuan killed another one. The remaining stone monkeys finally broke down and fled into the depths of the stone forest. Fang Yuan did not chase after the defeated soldiers. Instead, he continued to advance deeper into the center of the stone forest. These days, he had been diligently searching for the next clue of the inheritance. As he continued to explore, he had already stepped into the surroundings of the stone forest, but he didn't discover anything. Fang Yuan had an understanding, vaguely guessing the flower wine monk's thoughts. He felt that the next clue was likely to be placed in the center of this underground stone forest by the flower wine monk. The deeper he went into the stone forest, the larger the stone pillars, and the more stone monkeys there were. As Fang Yuan walked, he gazed into the distance. In the center of the stone forest, there was the largest stone pillar. Even if a dozen adults held hands and hugged it, they would not be able to hug it. This stone pillar was his next destination. However, the deeper he went, the larger the size of the stone monkey groups, and the higher the difficulty would be. Fang Yuan took the crucial step and broke through the warning line of the monkey group. Creak creak creak. From the holes on the stone pillars, angry jade-eye stone monkeys drilled out. There were more than 100 of them, and they pounced towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan turned and ran. Facing the attacks of so many stone monkeys, even with the white jade goo, he would not be able to hold them off. The stone monkey group chased after Fang Yuan for a while, and one after another, the stone monkeys gave up and turned back. Gradually, there were only 30 or so stone monkeys left, hanging behind Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan saw that the time was ripe and turned to fight. After a round of fighting, only a few stone monkeys were left, and they ran away in panic, not even daring to return to their original cave. After a few rounds, Feng Yuan had killed more than 100 stone monkeys. Along the way, he saw the stone fragments of the dead monkeys. Not enough primeval essence. Feng Yuan checked his primeval sea and sighed, having no choice but to stop moving forward. If it was in the past, he would have used Yuan stone to quickly recover. But now, after refining the white jade goo, his Yuan stone was severely lacking, and his finances had completely collapsed. Feng Yuan picked up the jade stone eyeballs scattered on the ground, and put them into a bag. It should be under the stone pillar in the center, but to get there, I need to open a path. This feeling was getting stronger, and Feng Yuan looked back one last time, and opened the stone door, returning to the second secret room. At the corner of the secret room, there were some miscellaneous items. A small gunny sack, containing hundreds of eyeball jade beads. Feng Yuan opened it, and poured all the jade beads he had killed today. The jade beads collided with each other, producing a series of crisp sounds. There was another gunny sack, containing wild boar tusks. But now, Feng Yuan no longer needed to kill wild boars. He used the white boar goo and jade skin goo to successfully refine the white jade goo. With the white boar goo gone, his need for pork was reduced to 0. The newly born white jade goo was more like the jade skin goo, and its food was also jade stones. The jade skin goo needed to eat 2 taels of jade stones every 10 days, while the white jade goo needed to feed 8 taels of jade stones every 20 days. Normally, the higher the rank of the goo, the longer the interval between food intake. Rank 2 goo, for the most part, took more than half a month. Rank 3 goo took more than a month. Of course, the higher the rank of the goo, the more food it needed. On average, the white jade goo's feeding cost was more than the jade skin goo and the white boar goo combined. But for Feng Yuan, he had this underground stone forest, and did not lack jade stones. At the same time, he did not need pork, and did not need to kill wild boars. This saved him a lot of trouble, and a lot of time. Tying up the mouth of the small sack, Feng Yuan picked up a cowhide water bag beside it. The water bag was bulging, and was filled with golden honey wine. A few days ago, Feng Yuan had relied on the jade skin goo to withstand the attacks of the golden bees, and collected enough honey wine from the beehive. I only have 2.5 pieces of Yuan stone on me now. It is time to go to the Internal Affairs Hall, and hand in the family assets mission. Feng Yuan kept the cowhide water bag, and returned to the underground tunnel, squeezing out of the crack and returning to the outside world. At this time, it was dusk. The winter dusk, the weather was good, and one did not feel cold. The setting sun showed a warm orange-red color, and the fine sunlight shone through the canopy of the pine trees, shining on the mountain. Walking alone, he walked towards the village. But Feng Yuan did not move forward directly, but purposely took a few detours, to reduce the chances of the rock crack secret cave being discovered. The winter wind blew on his face. This was the taste of freedom. When he was in the academy, he could only sneak in at night. Now that Feng Yuan had advanced to rank 2, he could enter and leave freely in the day, and would not arouse suspicion. Of course, the most important thing was that with the death of Sickly Snake and the other 3, Feng Yuan had one less restriction when he was alone. The only obstacle was that Feng Yuan was alone now, without the support of his team members. Completing the clan's monthly mission would be even more difficult. Now, after the small beast tide, all the small groups had finished reorganizing, and Feng Yuan had missed this opportunity. And because of his reputation, Feng Yuan was secretly ostracized by other Gu masters. It was not easy to join other groups. So be it. The more I wander outside, the less people will pay attention to me, and the more advantageous it is for me. As for the clan's monthly missions, they are mandatory, so I have to accept them. But... Thinking of this, Feng Yuan's eyes shone with a cold light. He had a plan for this long ago. On the clan side, it was mandatory for Gu Masters to accept at least one mission every month, but it was not mandatory that the mission must be completed. If the mission could not be completed, the evaluation would drop. This was something that almost all Gu Masters did not want to see, so they did their best to complete it. But to Fong Yuan, the so-called evaluation was nothing. Walking into the village, on the bluestone-paved streets, there was an endless stream of pedestrians. Usually at this time, it was the peak of the human traffic. Many Gu Masters, after completing their missions, returned to the village with injuries and a sorry figure. The farmers, who had worked for a day, dragged their tired bodies with their bare feet and muddy feet, silently moving forward. In this world, life was not easy, there was bitterness and pain. The setting sun gradually lowered to the top of the mountain, spreading the last bit of warm light. Then this light was shattered by the crisscrossing withered tree branches, turning into fragments of time, scattering on the green bamboo walls. "Ah, my toy!" a girl shouted, chasing a spinning top in the crowd. The spinning top rolled to Fong Yuan's feet, and the girl knocked into Fong Yuan's leg, falling to the ground. I'm sorry. I've offended Lord Gu Master, please forgive me." The girl's father hurried over, seeing Fong Yuan's clothing, his face was pale as paper. He brought the girl, kneeling down on the spot, kowtowing to Fong Yuan non-stop. The girl was so scared that she cried, her eyes rolling down from her pink and tender face. The mortals on the side of the road saw this, and all took a detour, avoiding to the left and right. Some Gu Masters cast cold gazes, but quickly shifted away. "Don't cry, you troublemaker." The father was shocked, angry and scared, swinging his hand to slap, but was grabbed by Fong Yuan, unable to move. "It's just a small matter, no need to worry." Fong Yuan smiled lightly, patting the girl's head, comforting her softly, "Don't be afraid, nothing will happen." The girl stopped crying, using her watery eyes to look at Fong Yuan, feeling that this big brother in front of her was really gentle. "Thank you, Lord, for your forgiveness, thank you, Lord, for your forgiveness." The girl's father cried tears of joy, kowtowing to Fong Yuan non-stop. Fong Yuan continued to move forward. The house he rented was not far away. And under that bamboo building, his uncle Guyue stood on the frozen soil, looking at Fong Yuan from afar, evidently waiting for him. Chapter 103. With Guyue Dong Tu's abilities, he could naturally find Fong Yuan's residence. Today, he wore a Gu Master's attire. There were leggings on his legs and a red belt around his waist. He was clean and tidy, exuding a faint majestic aura. He looked at Fong Yuan walking over slowly, his gaze landing on the young man's belt, and his heart was filled with emotions. Only C-grade talent, but he already broke through to rank 2 at 16, this is really unexpected. I really don't know how he managed to do it. But, this fast speed, most of it should be due to the liquor worm. Unfortunately, the liquor worm can't be used after reaching rank 2. Next, he saw the faint smile on Fong Yuan's face. It was this smile, but it made Guyue Dong Tu's heart turn cold. Then, a wave of anger surged in his heart. This kid is so calm, does he think he has me under his thumb? Fong Yuan walked over slowly, stopping in front of Guyue Dong Tuesday. He knew he was here for him. As expected, his uncle Guyue Dong Tu opened his mouth. "Fong Yuan, I think we can have a talk." "Talk about what?" Fong Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Guyue Dong Tu laughed, but changed the topic. "You know, I am different, I started my career at 15. At that time, it was the wolf tide, and many Gu Masters died. Without a choice, us students had to go up. I had B-grade talent, and reached rank 2 initial stage at 16, upper stage at 17, and peak stage at 18. At 19, I had already started breaking through to rank 3. At that time, I thought I could advance to rank 3 Gu Master at 20. I was too frivolous, and looked down on everyone, always thinking I could do anything. I was even omnipotent, not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. At the age of 20, I went out on a mission, and was defeated by a Xiong clan Gu Master. At that time, I was on the verge of death, and luckily the medicine hall elder helped me, saving my life. But after that, my talent was wasted, and I fell to C grade. I was unable to recover for 8 whole years. On my 29th birthday, I started to re-evaluate myself and this world. I realized that a person's power was limited. So what if I advanced to rank 3? Living in this society, the most important thing was not personal strength. It's about socializing with others. I started over when I was 30. He retired to the second line at 45. During this period, dozens of times, hundreds of Gu masters submitted petitions to elect me as clan elder. Although my cultivation is only at the peak of the second transition, and I won't be able to take that step in my lifetime, there's no need for me to do so. I have succeeded. My clansmen call me Hidden Elder. Most of my peers are dead, but I'm alive and well. Towards those Gu masters who are struggling outside, my influence still exists. At this point, Guyue Dong Tu finally returned to the main topic. He looked at Fang Yuan and smiled. Fang Yuan, you're still too young and inexperienced, just like me back then. He thought that he could make his own decisions and do whatever he wanted. Hee. Dong Tu Guyue Dong Tu shook his head and continued, but when you have more experience in life, you will understand that humans are members of society and not solitary beasts. Sometimes, life requires you to lower your head and give in. Being extreme, untamed, and flamboyant would only lead to isolation and destruction. I believe you have already felt it. No group is willing to accept you, and everyone around you is rejecting you. Even if you received the mission to split from the family, what can you do? You are already alone and have no chance of completing the mission. Just give up. Fang Yuan looked at the middle-aged man in front of him indifferently, his expression calm. If he knew he had 500 years of life experience, I wonder what expression he would have. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's eyes revealed a trace of a smile. In fact, his uncle's thoughts were his life philosophy for a long period of time in his previous life. Thus, he created the Bloodwing Demons sect and relied on the system and human relationships to create a huge force. With a single call, he occupied resources and resisted strong enemies. However, when he broke through to rank 6, he saw a completely different scene. Among Gu masters, rank 5 became mortals, and rank 6 became immortals. When he stood at this height and looked at life again, he suddenly realized, a huge force was indeed his help, but it was also a huge burden. No matter which world, there was only one person who could be truly relied on, and that was himself. It was just that people were often weak. They could not endure loneliness and could not stand being alone. They liked to pursue family, friendship, and love to fill their hearts. They were infatuated with the group and were afraid of being alone. Once they suffered a setback, they would hide in the group and complain to their family and friends. They did not dare to face fear and failure alone. When there was pain, they were busy sharing it. When there was happiness, they were eager to show it off. Did Guyue Dong Tu succeed? Without a doubt, he succeeded. He could not continue on his original path, so he changed to another path and walked out of the sky. However, he was also a failure. He lowered his head because of a setback. He was just a coward, but he was still proud of his escape. Of course, Guyue Dong Tu did not know that Fang Yuan had already regarded him as a coward. He saw that Fang Yuan did not speak, so he thought that Fang Yuan had been intimidated by his words. He continued, Fang Yuan, you are not Fang Zheng, so I will be frank. If you can give up your plan of inheriting the family property, you can obtain my friendship and make use of my connections. At the same time, I will compensate you with 1,000 pieces of yuan stone. I know that you have been short of money recently. You have even delayed paying your rent for 2 days. Fang Yuan smiled indifferently and said, Uncle, you don't wear these clothes often, right? Guyue Dong Tu was startled. He did not expect Fang Yuan to suddenly bring up this topic. However, Fang Yuan was right. He had retired for a long time, and this set of clothes was hidden at the bottom of the box. Today, when she came to meet Fang Yuan, she purposely wore this to increase her persuasiveness and deterrence. Fong Yuan sighed. He looked at Guyue's Dong Tu clothes and said slowly, "A Gu master's clothes are not this clean and tidy. It needs to be stained with sweat, mud and blood, it needs to be tattered, only then will it have the smell of a Gu master. You're already old. Lord Uncle. You lost your ambition when you were young. He had lived a comfortable life these years. Has corrupted your heart. You fought for the family property not to cultivate, but to maintain a prosperous life. How can you possibly stop me with such a mentality?" Guyue Dong Tu's face instantly turned pale, and anger rose in his heart. In this world, there would always be a group of old people. They went around peddling social experiences, treating other people's ideals as fantasies, treating other people's enthusiasm as frivolity, and treating other people's persistence as arrogance. They often found their own sense of existence and superiority in teaching their juniors a lesson. Without a doubt, Guyue Dong Tu was such a person. He wanted to teach Fong Yuan a lesson. But he did not expect that not only did Fong Yuan not listen to him and submit to him, he even came to teach him a lesson. "Fong Yuan," he shouted, "as your elder, I guided you with good intentions. I tried to persuade you, but you didn't know what was good for you. Since you want to go against me, then bring it on. I'm not afraid to tell you, I already know the details of your family separation mission. Young man, you don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. I want to see how you complete this mission." Fong Yuan laughed mockingly. There was no need to hide now. Since the conflict was irreconcilable, he might as well enjoy Guyue Dong Tu's interesting expression. Thus, he took out a cowhide water pouch and opened the lid. A hint of honey wine's unique sweetness floated out. "What do you think is inside?" he asked. Uncle turned pale with fright, his heart sinking to the bottom. "How is this possible? Where did you get this honey wine?" he shouted, an incredulous expression appearing on his face. Fong Yuan ignored him and closed the lid, putting the water pouch back into his pocket, and walked towards the internal affairs hall. Uncle's head was covered in cold sweat, his thoughts churning intensely. Where did he get this honey wine? I've already told him that as long as he finds another group, I will get the news immediately. Did he do it alone? No, how is that possible? He doesn't have any defensive goo worms. Someone must have helped him. No. The important thing now is not to find the reason. Fong Yuan already has the honey wine, he is going to hand in that mission. Thinking of this, Guyue Dong Tu's heart was already flustered, he no longer had the calmness he had earlier. He quickly caught up to Fong Yuan. "Fong Yuan, wait, everything can be discussed." Fong Yuan did not speak, he continued to walk. Guyue Dong Tu could only follow closely beside him. If 1,000 yuan stone is not enough, then 2,000, no, 2,500. Guyue Dong Tu kept increasing the price. Fong Yuan turned a deaf ear, but in his heart, he had some expectations for this family. Guyue Dong Tu was so anxious that he kept increasing the price. It seemed that the family's true assets were very valuable. Guyue Dong Tu was sweating profusely. Seeing that Fong Yuan was not moved, his face turned sinister, and he threatened in a low voice, "Fong Yuan, you better think carefully. What will happen to you if you offend me? If you lose an arm or a leg in the future, don't blame me for being ruthless." Fong Yuan laughed. This Guyue Dong Tu was such a pitiful person. He was bound by the rules. The water pouch was clearly in front of him, but he did not dare to snatch it. He was so cowardly, yet he still wanted to fight for benefits. How could he succeed? No matter which world, if you want to obtain something, you must pay the price. Fong Yuan, don't think that everything will be fine just because you got the family's assets. Let me tell you, you're still too young, you don't know what society is, what danger is. Guyue Dong Tu roared in a low voice in Fong Yuan's ear. Fong Yuan shook his head and ignored him. He stepped into the internal affairs hall under Dong Tu's angry glare. Actually, he did not hate this uncle of his, he did not even hate him. He had seen many people like this, he could understand this kind of person. If Fong Yuan had enough yuan stone to support his cultivation, he would not even fight for this family's assets. However, it was just a small profit, so what if he gave it to his uncle? What was the purpose of his rebirth? It was not to fight for a short period of time, but to reach the peak of the strongest. This kind of passerby, as long as they did not interfere with this matter, and let them roar at the side, Fang Yuan, would not even bother to step on them. However, this Guiyue Dong too just happened to obstruct Fang Yuan's advancement. Since that was the case, he would just step on you to advance. Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan. Uncle Guiyue Dong too watched as Fang Yuan stepped into the internal affairs hall. His entire body was trembling, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. The light of the setting sun shone on his temples, causing them to turn white. He was indeed old. The year he was injured at the age of 20, he was already old. Chapter 104. Fang Yuan went to the internal affairs hall and handed in the golden honey wine. The middle-aged male Gu master in charge of receiving him was shocked, asking, "You completed the family inheritance mission? What do you think?" Fang Yuan asked back. The middle-aged male Gu master frowned. He had specially chosen this mission to make things difficult for Fang Yuan. To think Fang Yuan completed it so quickly. He looked at Fang Yuan, his eyes shining with a sharp light as he said solemnly, "Young lad, you have to answer whatever I ask you. If you don't answer clearly, it will affect your evaluation. Let me ask you, did you complete this mission alone? Be honest, we will investigate it." "Of course I did it alone," Fang Yuan replied. "All right, I will note it down." The middle-aged male Gu master recorded as he sneered in his heart, "He is just a newbie, how could he complete this mission alone? With such a false report, the clan will definitely find someone to investigate. By then, there will be huge trouble." But Fang Yuan continued, "But this situation is a little special. That day I was just scouting, I didn't expect to encounter a wild bear raiding a beehive. I took the chance to take this honey wine." "What?" The middle-aged male Gu master's pen stopped, raising his head to look at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan shrugged, smiling, "Otherwise, do you think I could complete this mission alone? Speaking of which, it is all thanks to you for choosing this mission for me." The middle-aged male Gu master was stunned. The complex emotions in his heart could not be expressed in words. After a while, he laughed dryly and continued to write. Fang Yuan stared at this person with a calm gaze. He knew in his heart that the difficulty of this family inheritance mission was due to this male Gu master's contribution. Unfortunately, he had already completed this mission. Even if the clan were to investigate, Fang Yuan had the appropriate arrangements. Even if this person wanted to stop him, he could not. Even if this was done by him personally. This was the tragedy of being part of the system. Identity became the shackles that shackled one's actions. "All right, your mission is completed, you can inherit the family inheritance. However, your parents' inheritance is currently in the hands of your uncle and aunt. Internal Affairs Hall will get it back for you, come back 3 days later." A moment later, the middle-aged male Gu master said. Fang Yuan nodded. He knew this rule, but he stared at the middle-aged male Gu master's paper, saying, "According to the clan rules, the mission records of the Internal Affairs Hall need to be confirmed by the person who completed it. Please show me this record." The middle-aged male Gu master's expression changed. He did not expect Fang Yuan to be so familiar with this process. He snorted lightly and handed the record to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan took it and looked at it. There was nothing wrong with it. There were a few hundred words, and at the end was the evaluation, "Good." He instantly saw the intimacy between Master Gu and Guiyue Tundra. This evaluation was very pertinent. It could be seen that the middle-aged Gu master did not give up his professional principles just because of Guiyue Dong Tuesday. The reason why he helped Guiyue Dong Tu was probably because of their friendship, and it was a transaction. It was the kind of person who took someone's money to get rid of a disaster. After returning the record to the middle-aged Gu master, Fang Yuan left the Internal Affairs Hall. When he walked out of the door, Guiyue Dong Tu was nowhere to be seen. Fang Yuan could not help but laugh coldly. Guiyue Dong Tu's influence was not big enough to affect the Internal Affairs Hall's operations. Even clan leader Gyuebo had to withstand the huge pressure from the clan elder group and pay a huge price in terms of political benefits to achieve this. There was a saying on Earth, in the pugilistic world, one cannot do as he pleases. The rules in the pugilistic world were actually a kind of system. Once you enter the system, no matter who it was, you would be a chess piece that restricted each other and had no freedom. Unless the individual's strength could reach the stage of resisting the entire organization, otherwise, it would be a wishful thinking to want unrestrained freedom after joining the organization. With the help of the clan system, it was already a fact that Fang Yuan would take back the family inheritance. Not to mention Gyuedong too, even the clan leader would not pay the price for such a small matter. In the guest hall. Brother Dong too, I really can't help you with this matter. The middle-aged Gu master sighed and stood in front of Gyuedong Tuesday. Gyuedong Tu's expression was dark as water, he sat on the main seat and did not speak. Is there really no other way? At the side, his aunt asked in panic, her tone filled with anxiety and unwillingness. The middle-aged Gu master shook his head slowly. This matter is already settled and has entered the internal affairs hall's process. Only the two clan elders in power or the clan leader have the ability to stop it. Brother Dong too, this is the internal affairs hall's list, it has the details of the inheritance. Please return it all, don't make things difficult for me. As he spoke, he handed over a list. The list was densely packed with records, ranging from large properties to small tables and chairs. Other than that, there were also the Gu worms left behind by Fang Yuan's parents. After a Gu master died in battle, if their Gu worms were retrieved, they would be left as inheritance to the Gu master's heir. This was also one of the clan's policies. His aunt glanced at the list and screamed, "Damn it, you can't do this. These are all our things, ours. Master, why don't you say something, quickly think of a way. Without these assets, what will our family have left? I'm afraid we will have to fire most of the servants, we won't be able to provide for them." Uncle Gyuedong too suddenly stood up and gave his aunt a slap, causing her to fall from her seat onto the ground. "What are you yelling for?" Uncle flew into a rage, he was flustered and exasperated. "Ignorant thing, the clan's rules are there, you think you can refuse to return it just because you don't want to? Ignorant, stupid." His aunt covered her face with her hands, she was stunned for a moment, she collapsed on the ground and stared blankly at her husband. "Humph." Gyuedong too snatched the list, gritted his teeth and looked through it. His eyes were bloodshot, he panted like a bull and said hatefully, "Return. I will return all of these things, I will definitely return them all." But the veins on his forehead bulged, the muscles on his face twitched, and his expression was ferocious. "But Fang Yuan, I can't stop the internal affairs hall, but I can deal with you." 3 days later, Fang Yuan walked out of the internal affairs hall, holding a stack of house deeds, land deeds, and land deeds. Contracts to sell himself. "I didn't expect this inheritance to be so rich." He was slightly dazed. Even though Fang Yuan already had a lot of expectations, this inheritance still exceeded his expectations after he obtained it. More than 10 mu of farmland, 8 servants, 3 bamboo buildings, and a tavern. No wonder uncle is making things difficult for me, thinking of ways to stop me. Fang Yuan suddenly understood Gyuedong Tu's actions. With this rich family property, even in a world like this, it was enough to not worry about food and clothing. More than 10 mu of farmland, 8 servants, this was not mentioned for now. The 3 bamboo buildings were real estate. Just for rent, the monthly rent was enough to support Fang Yuan's current cultivation. Other than that, there was also a tavern. One had to know that in the entire village, there were only 4 taverns. This kind of family property, if it was on Earth, would be a small wealthy family with a few villas, a hotel, and servants. It was worth mentioning that the living environment in this world was harsh and difficult, and the village was the safest place, so the housing prices were more expensive than on Earth. It is said that in my Fang family, 3 generations ago, there was a powerful elder who left behind a lot of family property for his descendants. With this family property, not to mention 7 gu insects, even if the number of insects were doubled, I would still be able to afford it. But the most important thing is not the family property, but this grass goblet. At this moment, in Fang Yuan's arms, there was a grass goblet lying quietly. It was small and exquisite, its emerald green roots were like ginseng roots. Some of the translucent roots were like emerald. The 9 round leaves were emerald green and surrounded the rhizome, forming a circular shape. This was the 9-leaf vitality grass, a rank 2 goo insect with healing effects. But if it was just an ordinary healing effect, then it was not much different from the vitality grass. Its true value lay in the fact that each and every one of its leaves, if torn off, would be a vitality leaf. Vitality leaf was also a type of grass goblet, rank 1, it was a consumable type, disappearing after one use. It had another flaw, that is, after using a vitality leaf to heal, within an hour, the other vitality leaves would not have any healing effect. But the flaw did not obscure the beauty, it was easy to refine, instant healing, cheap to feed, and was the most popular healing method for rank 2 goo masters. Every team only had one healing goo master. But if the team members were injured at the same time, how could one healing goo master take care of them? If the healing goo master was the first to die, or was separated from the healing goo master, what would happen? Thus, goo masters often prepared some healing methods, and the vitality leaf was the best and most basic one. Basically, goo masters who were traveling outside would have 1 or 2. After I refined the 9-leaf vitality grass, every leaf I tear off is a vitality leaf. Infusing primeval essence into the vitality grass, it will grow new leaves. It can be said that this 9-leaf vitality grass is a moving gold mine. It is the most important inheritance, there is no other. Controlling the 9-leaf vitality grass is equivalent to controlling a business vein. This world's living environment is very harsh, which goo master who goes out on missions would not be injured. The demand for the vitality leaf had never stopped. No wonder Gu Dong too is known as the Hidden Elder, although he has retired these years, he still has influence on the outside. So the root cause is this 9-leaf vitality grass. Goo masters need vitality leaves, and Gu Dong too sells vitality leaves. With such a demand, it allowed Uncle's influence to be maintained. Fang Yuan was enlightened. It is in this world that the values of familial love have been raised to a whole new level, restricting uncle and aunt. If it was on Earth, with such high profits, Fang Zheng and I would have been assassinated by them long ago. Not good, it seems there will be more trouble. Uncle and aunt will not be willing to give up like this. But now that I have grown up, I have rank 2 cultivation. They want to deal with me, but they also have to consider the clan rules, so their hands and feet are bound. No matter what methods they use, just bring it on. I will deal with whatever comes my way, I will take it all on. Fang Yuan walked on the street, his eyes shining with uncertainty. A gust of winter wind blew, bringing a chill to his face. It was still far from spring, but Fang Yuan knew that he had already welcomed the spring of his life. Chapter 105. The wine shop was not big, but its location was very good. It was located on the east side of the village, next to the East Gate. The East Gate and the North Gate were the 2 gates with the most traffic. Therefore, the wine shop's business was good every afternoon or evening. "Young master, please take a seat." An old man nodded and bowed to Fang Yuan. Several waiters wiped the benches and tables hard and smiled at Fang Yuan, trying to please him. Fang Yuan shook his head and did not take a seat. Instead, he strolled around the wine shop and looked around. He thought to himself, "This is my wine shop." The wine shop only had 1 floor, but there was an underground wine cellar. The floor was covered with large and square green bricks, and there were 8 square tables. 2 of the tables were against the wall, while the other 6 tables were surrounded by 4 long benches. After entering the wine shop, one could see a dark brown long counter. On the counter were ink, paper, inkstone, and an abacus. Behind the counter was a wine cabinet, with large and small wine jars on it. Some were large black pottery wine jars. Some were small bright porcelain wine bottles. Fang Yuan walked around casually. The old man and the waiters did not dare to sit down and followed him step by step. They were all uneasy. The news of the wine shop's change of ownership came very suddenly. The previous owner, Gu Adong Tu, was as shrewd as a ghost, strict and unkind. They were pressured to the point that they could not breathe. This young man in front of them could actually take the wine shop from Gu Adong Tu's hands. Forcefully snatching it, this was an incredible method. Therefore, these people looked at Fang Yuan with uneasiness and fear. Fang Yuan suddenly stopped. Not bad, but this shop is a little small. The old man hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. It's like this, young master. Every year in summer, we would build a shed at the outer gate. We would also put up some tables and benches. But now, the winter wind is biting cold. Even if we built the shed, no one would sit. Therefore, we left. Fang Yuan turned slightly. He glanced at the old man. You are the shopkeeper? The old man bowed even lower and said even more respectfully, I don't dare, I don't dare. Young master, this wine shop is yours. Whoever you want to be the shopkeeper will be the shopkeeper. Fang Yuan nodded and glanced at the other workers. They all seemed to be smart and capable. If they were on Earth. He was worried that the shopkeeper and the waiter would collude to deceive him, the master. But in this world, Gu masters were high and mighty, they could kill mortals with just a thought. Even if his uncle and aunt urged him to do so. These mortals would never dare to target Fang Yuan. Alright, go get the account book and pour me a pot of tea. Fang Yuan sat down. Yes, young master. The shopkeeper and the waiters were all flustered. There were a total of 16 account books, and each book was made of bamboo paper that exuded a faint green hue. Holding it in his hand, it was much more brittle and hard than rice paper, suitable for the humid climate of the southern border. Fang Yuan casually took out a few books, browsed through them, and asked a few questions. The shopkeeper hurriedly answered. Not long later, his head was covered in sweat. Fang Yuan had founded the Blood-Winged Demon sect in his previous life and had hundreds of thousands of followers. He was naturally experienced and had sharp eyes. Others might be confused and dazzled by a mere account book. But in his eyes, all doubts were clear to him, and he could see through them as clearly as looking at a fire. This wine shop was the second biggest source of income after the 9-leaf vitality grass. Fang Yuan naturally had to hold on to it tightly. The problems in this account book were not big, just some mistakes and omissions. These mortals did not dare to be presumptuous. But when Fang Yuan flipped to the last page, he found that this month's income had been taken away by Guyue and Dong Tuesday. Young master, the previous master personally came to make this request. We don't dare to disobey. The shopkeeper replied while wiping his sweat. His aged body was already trembling slightly, and his face was very pale. Fang Yuan was silent. He gently placed the account book on the table and glanced at the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper immediately felt an enormous pressure, like a mountain pressing down on him. He was frightened and knelt on the ground with a thud. Seeing the shopkeeper kneel, the other waiters were also smart and immediately knelt down one by one. Fang Yuan sat calmly and turned his gaze to sweep across them. The waiters instantly felt as if they were in a world of ice and snow. They could not resist Fang Yuan's aura and all kept quiet out of fear. To mortals like them, working in the wine shop was not only stable but also safe. It was the most ideal job. So they did not want to lose this job. Fang Yuan saw that the effect of establishing his authority had been achieved. Going too far was as bad as not going far enough, so he slowly said, "Let bygones be bygones." I looked at the account book. Your wages are a little low. In the future, the waiters' wages will be increased by 20%, and the shopkeepers' wages will be increased by 40%. Do your work well, and you will all be rewarded. With that, Fang Yuan stood up and walked towards the door. Everyone knelt on the ground and was stunned for a while before they understood. Tears flowed down their faces. Thank you, young master, for your great kindness. Young master is kind and generous, we will definitely do our best to work. Young master, you are like our second parent. Please take care." Behind him came the grateful voices of the people, as well as the sound of kowtowing and forehead hitting the bricks. Using kindness and power was the only way for the superior to control their subordinates, no matter which world it was. Among them, power was the foundation. Under power, any small favor would be magnified 1,000,000 times. Kindness without prestige would only be rewarded with the title of a good person who was too much of a good person. Over time, such kindness would not only not attract gratitude, but it would also attract greed and disaster. However, these methods of controlling people, they are all small tricks. On earth, they would be respected by the people, but here, the only way is to increase one's own strength. No, even on earth, strength is the number one. Feng Yuan could not help but think of the Red Dynasty's ancestor Qi back then. Ancestor Qi had experienced a lot of hardships and came to a conclusion: political power comes from the barrel of a gun. This was the naked truth. The foundation of any political power was power. The so-called power, it was just a byproduct of power. In fact, not only power, wealth and beauty were all derived from power. After leaving the tavern, Feng Yuan went to the 3 bamboo buildings. These 3 bamboo buildings were rented out by his uncle and aunt, and were almost full. This world was particular about having more children and more children. As for the growing population, the space in the village was very small. In the family, it was the eldest son's inheritance system. The other children had to rely on themselves. Many people relied on the family's policies. They received some meager family assets and worked hard outside. But in their entire lives, their savings were not enough to buy a bamboo building. Firstly, raising gu consumed a lot of resources. Secondly, the village had limited space, and housing was expensive. Of course, outside the village, naturally, they could build houses, but it was not safe. There would always be wild beasts and poisonous snakes intruding into homes. Especially after every beast tide, no matter what houses were outside the village, they would all be destroyed. Expanding the village was the only solution. But once it was expanded, there would be more places to defend. When the beast tide came, the village's strength would not be enough to defend. Moreover, if the place was big, if gu masters from other villages sneaked in, it would be hard to search. In history, Guyua village had expanded several times, but they were all destroyed by the beast tide. After learning from the experience, the current village was at its largest scale. Feng Yuan browsed through it, and after understanding the situation, he had an idea. These 3 bamboo buildings were well managed by his uncle and aunt, and the rent was also set to a good price, so he decided to develop it like this. He calculated, these 3 bamboo buildings brought him profits, although not as much as the tavern, it was about the same. The overall situation was much more optimistic than what Feng Yuan had expected. Just the day before yesterday, he was an empty-handed poor kid with less than 5 yuan stone on him. But now, he had become one of the wealthiest people in the clan. Those female tenants were all rank 2 gu masters who had been through many hardships. After knowing Feng Yuan's identity, they looked at him with seductive gazes. As long as they could get close to Feng Yuan and marry Feng Yuan, these female gu masters would no longer have to run around and risk death, and would be able to live a stable life. This kind of life was what they had been striving for. That is to say, as long as Feng Yuan was willing, he could immediately retire and live the rich life his uncle once enjoyed. He just needed to hook his finger, and many female gu masters would flock to him. But none of this is what I want. Feng Yuan stood on the 2nd floor of the bamboo building, letting the burning gazes of the female gu masters fall on him. His brows were tightly furrowed, his hands on the railing as he gazed into the distance. Far away, there was a continuous stretch of green mountains, like a sleeping giant, using the gray-blue sky as a blanket and sleeping soundly. Thousands of miles of rivers, boundless land, when will I be able to roam freely? The winds and clouds change, dragons and snakes rise from the land, when will I be able to look down on all living beings? Since rebirth, I have been like a rootless duckweed, drifting along with the waves. Now that I have worked hard and obtained this property, it can be called a foundation, and I can be considered to have succeeded in standing on my own feet. Next, I will dig out the flower wine inheritance, work hard, cultivate to rank 3, and roam the world. Fong Yuan's deep black eyes burned with fire. Qingmao Mountain was just one of the 100,000 mountains in the southern border. And the southern border was just a corner of the world. Too small, too small. How could such a place support his wild ambitions? Compared to his ambitions, this small property, which others fought for until their heads bled, what they yearned for day and night, was as insignificant as a speck of dust. Brother, come down, I have something to say to you. Unknowingly, Guyue Fangzheng arrived at the bottom of the bamboo building, raising his head and shouting at Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan's thoughts were interrupted, his expression cold as he looked at Fangzheng downstairs. The four brothers looked at each other, speechless. His younger brother, Fangzheng, was standing downstairs, shrouded by the shadow of another building. He looked up and frowned, his eyes shimmering with light. Big brother Fong Yuan stood upstairs, the sunlight shining on him. His slightly lowered eyelids, his pupils were as dark as the night. Their similar faces were reflected in each other's eyes. With regards to his younger brother's appearance, Fong Yuan was not surprised at all. Fangzheng was a weapon used by his uncle and aunt to fight for the family property. But, what could he do? Fong Yuan looked down at Fangzheng from above, his heart letting out a soft sigh. So what if you have a great aptitude, you are just a chess piece, really insignificant. Chapter 106. In the end, Fong Yuan did not go downstairs, and his younger brother did not take the initiative to go up. Their persistence and the distance between them seemed to indicate that the gap between the two brothers was getting bigger and bigger. The conversation was not pleasant. Brother, you're too much. I can't believe you're this kind of person. Downstairs, Fangzheng stood with a frown, loudly reprimanding. Fong Yuan was not angry, instead he chuckled, "Oh, what kind of person am I? Brother." Fangzheng let out a long sigh. After our parents died, it was uncle and aunt who took us in. We're indebted to them for bringing us up. I can't believe you're so heartless, repaying kindness with enmity. Brother, is your heart made of stone? At this point, Fangzheng's tone was slightly trembling. That's strange, these family assets were originally mine, what kind of saying is repaying kindness with enmity? Fong Yuan retorted lightly. Fangzheng gritted his teeth, nodding to admit, yes. I know, these assets were left behind by our parents, but you can't take it all away. But you can't take them all. You have to leave some for uncle and aunt when they're old. What you're doing is really disappointing, it makes me look down on you. After a pause, he continued, have you ever gone home to take a look, just to see how the two of them are living now? Half of the servants in the house have been dismissed, we can't afford to keep them. Brother, how can you be so heartless? Fangzheng's eyes were bloodshot, clenching his fists, loudly questioning Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan could not help but laugh coldly. He knew that uncle and aunt had been managing the family assets for years, they must have accumulated a lot of money. Even if they did not. Just based on the wine tavern's income at the end of the month, they could certainly afford to keep those servants. The reason why they were so poor was because they wanted Fangzheng to come here and cause trouble. Fong Yuan looked at Fangzheng, directly saying, my cute brother, if I insist on not returning it, what can you do? Although you're also 16, don't forget, you've already recognized them as your parents. You have already lost the right to inherit the family property. I know. Fangzheng's eyes shone brightly, that's why I invited you here for a gu battle, I want to challenge you. Let's fight it out in the arena. If I win, please return a portion of your family's assets to them. The gu battle in this world was similar to the martial arts competition on Earth. If there was an irreconcilable conflict between the clansmen, this was the way to solve the problem. Gu fights were also divided into many types, there were one-on-one fights and two-on-two fights. There were battles of wills and battles of wills. There was also a death match. Of course, if there was a gu battle between Fong Yuan and Fangzheng, it would not reach the level of a life and death battle. Looking at his younger brother's determined expression downstairs, Fang Yuan suddenly laughed. It seems that uncle and aunt have specifically instructed you before this trip. However, as someone who lost to me, I will not be able to defeat him. Are you that confident that you can defeat me? Fang Jing narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but think of the recent incident. That humiliating scene on the arena. Since then, every time he thought about it, he would feel a surge of anger in his heart. This anger was directed at both Fang Yuan and himself. He hated himself for not living up to expectations and panicking before the battle. In fact, he had performed poorly in that battle. His aura was seized by Fang Yuan, and he only thought of using the jade skin goo at the last moment. In the end, he lost very suddenly and was very sullen. Fang Jing's anger towards himself gave rise to an intense unwillingness. Thus, he couldn't help but have this thought: if I could do it all over again, I would definitely perform better and defeat brother. Thus, when uncle and aunt complained to him, Fang Jing not only wanted to get back a portion of his family's assets for them, he also wanted to compete with Fang Yuan in public to prove himself. Things are different now, brother. Fang Jing looked at Fang Yuan, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Last time, I performed poorly and let you win. This time, I have successfully refined the rank 2 Moon Raiment Goo. You can no longer break through my defense. As soon as he finished speaking, a hazy light blue mist appeared around his body. The mist enveloped him, and within the mist, it gradually condensed into a long, fluttering ribbon. The ribbon went around his waist and coiled around his arms. The middle section of the ribbon fluttered high behind his head, causing Fang Jing to involuntarily emit an elegant and mysterious immortal aura. It really is the moon raiment, so stupid, actually exposing his trump card. Fang Yuan stood on the second floor, his gaze flickering as he saw this scene. Moon Raiment Goo was a rank 2 Goo, a defensive type. Although in terms of defense, Moon Raiment Goo was inferior to the White Jade Goo, it had the ability to help others defend, and when fighting in small groups, it contributed greatly to the whole team. With this Goo in Fang Jing's possession, Fang Yuan could no longer use his fists to break through his defense. When the fists hit, it was like hitting a thick layer of cotton, completely losing its explosive power. Even if he used the Moonlight Goo, it would not work, unless it was the Moonglow Goo. Thus, if Fang Jing really came up with a strategy and challenged Fang Yuan to a Goo duel, according to the clan rules, Fang Yuan had to accept. Under the situation where he could not expose the White Jade Goo, Fang Yuan might really lose. A great aptitude was after all, and with the clan leader's meticulous nurturing, Fang Jing grew very quickly. If it was said that in the academy, Fang Yuan was suppressing Fang Jing, but now, he had to admit that Fang Jing was gradually showing the brilliance of a genius, and was gradually becoming a threat to Fang Yuan. But, do you think I didn't expect this? Fang Yuan looked at his younger brother downstairs, the corners of his lips curling up. He said to Fang Jing, "My stubborn younger brother, of course you can challenge me. But have you asked for your team members' permission? If during the duel, your team has to go out for a mission, how would you choose?" Fang Jing was stunned. He had not thought about this aspect. He had to admit that his brother Fang Yuan's words made sense. The team naturally had to move together, and if the team members wanted to move alone, they had to report in advance. So, why don't you go back and find your team leader, Gue Qingshu, and tell him about this situation? I will wait for you at the East Gates Wine Tavern. Fang Yuan said. Fang Jing hesitated for a moment and finally clenched his teeth. "Brother, I will go now. But I have to tell you. Delaying tactics are useless." He arrived at Gue Qingshu's residence, and a servant led him in. Gue Qingshu was practicing using Goo. His figure jumped and moved on the martial arts field in his courtyard, extremely vigorous and vigorous. "Green Vine Goo." He shouted lightly, and with a whoosh, a dark green vine appeared in his right palm. The vine was 15 meters long, and Qingshu grabbed it in his hand, using it as a whip to swing, chop, lift and sweep. Crack crack crack. Whip shadows crisscrossed. It swept across the ground, cracking the bluestone tiles. Pine Needle Goo. He suddenly kept his vine whip, and swung his long green hair. Immediately, a dense rain of pine needles shot out from his long hair. A fluffy needle hit a wooden puppet not far away, instantly piercing through its entire body, creating a dense number of needle holes. Moonwhirl Gu. Next, he stretched out his left hand. There was a green crescent moon imprint on his palm, suddenly emitting a green glow. Qing Shu swung his hand. A green crescent blade was flung away. Different from normal moon blades, this was a straight line attack. This green moonblade's arc was even more curved, and as it flew in the air, it drew a curved line, making it harder for the enemy to defend against it. Senior Qing Shu is indeed the #1 rank 2 Gu master in our village. Under such an attack, I can't even last 10 breaths. He's really too strong. Fang Zheng was dumbstruck. For a moment, he forgot his reason for coming here. Oh? Fang Zheng, why are you here? The last mission just ended. You need to rest more, and strike a balance between work and rest. Guyue Qing Shu noticed Fang Zheng. He retracted his stance, and smiled warmly. Senior Qing Shu. Fang Zheng bowed respectfully towards him. This respect came from Fang Zheng's heart. Since joining the group, Fang Zheng had received Qing Shu's careful care. In Fang Zheng's eyes, Qing Shu was his older brother. Fang Zheng, it seems you have something to discuss with me. Qing Shu wiped the sweat off his forehead, smiling as he walked over. It's like this. Fang Zheng explained his reason for coming here, as well as the entire situation. Qing Shu's eyebrows rose slightly when he heard this. In fact, he knew a lot about Fang Yuan. Compared to Fang Zheng, he was more interested in Fang Yuan. I might as well meet him. Thinking so, Guyue Qing Shu nodded. I also have something to discuss with your brother. Since that's the case, let's go together. Fang Zheng was overjoyed. Thank you, senior. No need to thank me, we are in the same group. Qing Shu patted Fang Zheng's shoulder. Fang Zheng immediately felt a warm feeling in his heart, and his eyes reddened uncontrollably. The two arrived at the entrance of the tavern, and a waiter was already waiting for them, leading them into the tavern. On a square table by the window, there were a few dishes, 2 wine cups and a jar of wine. Fang Yuan sat at the side, and when he saw Guyue Qing Shu, he smiled and gestured, please sit. Guyue Qing Shu nodded at Fang Yuan, sat down, and said to Fang Zheng, just stroll around. I want to have a talk with your brother. He was a smart man, seeing that there were only 2 wine cups, he knew that Fang Yuan wanted to talk to him alone. In fact, he had the same intention. Fang Zheng responded with an "oh," and reluctantly left. I know you, Fang Yuan. Qing Shu smiled, opened the jar of wine, and poured a cup for Fang Yuan, and another for himself. You're very interesting, a smart man. Then, he raised his wine cup and pointed it at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed, and raised his cup in return. The two drank it at the same time. Qing Shu poured another cup for Fang Yuan, and another for himself. As he poured the wine, he said, there's no point in beating around the bush when talking to smart people. I'll just say it directly, I want to buy your liquor worm. I wonder how much you want to sell it for. He did not ask Fang Yuan if he would sell the liquor worm. Instead, he asked directly, I wonder how much you want to sell it for. This showed his strong confidence. He was the #1 rank 2 Gu master, and at such a young age, his cultivation had reached rank 2 peak stage. He was able to suppress the rank 2 upper stage Qi Shan and Mo Yen. Once he appeared, he took the initiative, pouring wine for Fang Yuan, toasting and taking the initiative. His confidence, coupled with his gentle smile, formed a unique temperament. It was not overbearing and made people feel disgusted, but it made people feel his persistence. He had a head of long green hair, and the winter sun shone through the window, shining on his fair skin and gentle face. Fang Yuan could not help but think of the beautiful spring scenery. He is an outstanding person, but it's a pity. Fang Yuan thought. He didn't care about Qing Shu's sudden change of position. He sighed softly with some admiration. Chapter 107. Like Fang Yuan and Fang Zheng, Guyue Qing was also an orphan. His parents, when he was a child, were sacrificed in the Wolf War. He was personally raised by the clan leader Guyue. After he was tested to have B-grade aptitude, he was personally taught by Guyue. His aptitude was excellent and could be considered outstanding among the B-grade, almost being called a pseudo-A grade. Guyue had always nurtured him as a clan leader candidate. Guyue Qing had a gentle temperament, and was very amiable, and was well received by the surrounding clansmen. He was very loyal to the clan, and Fang Zheng's appearance cut off his hopes of inheriting the clan leader position. But he was instead happy, and wholeheartedly took care of Fang Zheng. Such a person, if placed on earth, would be Yu Fei, Wei Zheng, Bao Zheng, and the like. Unfortunately, a year later, during the Wolf War, the northern gate fell. To block this gap, and protect the clansmen from harm, he stepped forward bravely. In the end, he used his rank 2 cultivation to forcefully activate a rank 3 Gu worm, one man holding the pass against 10,000 enemies, and successfully defended the village. But he himself, because of this, his aperture was destroyed, and he eventually turned into a tree man and died. Because of this, Guyue Qing left a deep impression on Fang Yuan. Guyue Qing saw Fang Yuan sigh. Of course he did not know that Fang Yuan was recalling his own death, and thought that Fang Yuan was also troubled by the liquor worm. He smiled. Fang Yuan, I think you already know the limitations of the liquor worm. That's right, the liquor worm is only a rank 1 Gu worm, and can only refine rank 1 green copper primeval essence. And you are already a rank 2 Gu master, and have no way to refine the red steel primeval essence liquor worm. Although you have a wine tavern now, it can be more convenient to feed the liquor worm. It can be more convenient to feed the liquor worm, but if it's useless to me, what's the point of raising it? Then he changed the topic. But the liquor worm is useless to you, but it is effective to other rank 1 Gu masters. Especially after the awakening ceremony next year, there would be a new batch of students emerging from the family. The liquor worm would be of great help to them. Therefore, it is better to sell the liquor worm to the family and contribute to the family. Fang Yuan remained silent. Qing pondered for a moment. Guessing Fang Yuan's thoughts, he said, I understand. You are reluctant to part with the liquor worm and want to refine it. If I'm not wrong, you should be thinking of refining the rank 2 white worm cocoon, then the rank 3 monstrous sweat butterfly. This secret formula is the most widely circulated and also the most practical one. The mist sweat butterfly was also a good Gu worm. But the white cocoon was powerless. To you, this fusion route isn't worth much. You have great aptitude. Right now, he was at rank 2. As for the white cocoons, they don't have any abilities and only consume food to feed, so they are of no help to you. What are the chances of you advancing to rank 3? Even if you successfully advance to rank 3, you would already be middle-aged. Are you going to feed the useless white cocoons for tens of years? Using the cost of feeding the white cocoons, you might as well feed other Gu worms. It is more practical and helpful to you, isn't it? The true value of the liquor worm. It is to refine primeval essence and raise a small realm. If you refine it like this, don't you think it is a pity to use the liquor worm as a material? Any Gu worm. They only have one ability. For example, the spring-autumn cicada, although it is rank 6, it only has the ability of rebirth. A new Gu worm after fusion can only retain one Gu worm's ability and strengthen it. For example, the white jade Gu, it retains the jade skin Gu's defensive ability and strengthens it, at the same time losing the white boar Gu's strengthening effect. That is to say, if someone obtains the white jade Gu, the white jade Gu will only help in defense and not raise the Gu master's strength. Qing was right, the liquor worm's most valuable aspect was to refine primeval essence and raise a small realm. To a Gu master, this was another form of increasing their primeval essence reserves. At the same time, it was a great help in nurturing the aperture and advancing cultivation. If one followed the route of white worm cocoon, mist sweat butterfly, the Gu worms obtained would not have the ability to refine primeval essence. It was indeed a pity. In fact, the flower wine monk used this route. After he promoted the liquor worm to Mist Sweat Butterfly, he carried it with him. Many times, he bewitched women and committed evil acts. But after he died, the Mist Sweat Butterfly did not have enough food and continued to degenerate, finally reverting to the liquor worm. Seeing Fong Yuan not speaking, Qing Shu's eyes flashed and he continued, "Actually, my clan has a secret recipe. According to this recipe, the liquor worm can be promoted to rank 2 Moon Invitation Goo and rank 3 7 Fragrances Liquor Worm. The 7 Fragrances Liquor Worm also has the ability to refine primeval essence. Fong Yuan, if you don't want to sell the liquor worm, then we can change to another method of transaction. You sell the liquor worm to the clan, and if the clan successfully refines the 7 Fragrances Liquor Worm, then you will have 5 years of usage rights. If you fail, the clan will give you another sum of compensation. What do you think?" According to this method, the risk of the fusion would be completely transferred to the clan. Such superior conditions, if it was anyone else, they would probably be moved and agree. But Fong Yuan laughed coldly in his heart. He knew his limits. With his 44% C-grade talent, advancing to rank 3 was almost impossible. In his previous life, Fong Yuan was stuck at this level for over 100 years. Finally, by chance, he obtained a talent-raising Goo worm and became a rank 3 Goo master. 5 years of usage rights seemed wonderful, but to Fong Yuan, it was like a flower in the mist or the moon in the water. The reason why Guyue Qing Shu said this was because he saw that Fong Yuan had the ambition to break through to rank 3. He purposely threw out this sweet offer, wanting Fong Yuan to take the bait. But from the start, he had miscalculated. The recipe to fuse the liquor worm, Fong Yuan had the best one in his memories. First to advance to rank 2 4 Flavors Liquor Worm, then to rank 3 7 Fragrances Liquor Worm. Whether it was the 4 Flavors Liquor Worm or the 7 Fragrances Liquor Worm, they both had the ability to refine primeval essence. But to fuse the 4 Flavors Liquor Worm, it was not easy. First, it needed 2 liquor worms to fuse, and Fong Yuan only had 1 now. Secondly, there must be 4 types of wine in the fusion. These 4 types of wine must have the 4 tastes of sour, sweet, bitter and spicy. Not to mention that the liquor worm was priceless and hard to buy. Just these 4 types of wine. Spicy wine was the most common, and most white wine was spicy wine. Sour wine could be red bayberry wine. Wine was sour. Sweet wine could be glutinous rice wine. But bitter wine, it would take a lot of thought. As far as Fong Yuan knew, there was only one kind of green bitter wine, brewed from mugwort, in AI Family Village. Unfortunately, this AI Family Village was thousands of miles away. How could it be? The liquor worm had been kept in Fong Yuan's hands, not because he was waiting for a good price and wanted to sell it for a high price. But Fong Yuan had wanted to take this fusion route from the start. If it was any other route, the liquor worm would be wasted. How could Guyue Qing Shu know what Fong Yuan was thinking? He saw that Fong Yuan did not nod, and finally threw out his trump card, Fong Yuan. If you sell the liquor worm, then I can mediate your relationship with Fongzheng. At least I won't let him use the family fortune to have a Goo battle with you. You know it too. According to the rules of the clan, once a challenge is issued, it must be accepted. Even if it is a Goo battle request, if the higher-ups do not approve it, it must be accepted. Even if you know you will lose, if you don't go up the stage, just admit defeat. You have to accept the challenge first. This world revered martial arts, and the clan did not need cowards. Once a challenge was issued, the Goo master had to accept it. Accepting it proved that you were not a coward. Even if you admit defeat in public, that was a courageous act. This was a value formed naturally under the pressure of the cruel natural environment. And the clan's higher-ups would act as an arbitrator according to the results of the Goo battle, resolving problems and disputes. Of course, the prerequisite for a Goo battle was that there must be a reason for it. The challenger must be confident and reasonable, or both sides must reach an agreement similar to a bet, only then would the Goo battle be approved. Fongzheng's request for a Goo battle is reasonable and should be approved. This way, no matter the result, win or lose, it will be decided by the clan elders. Between you and Fangjing, who do you think the clan elders will favor? Qing Shu's smile became wider, his eyes shining as he stared at Fang Yuan, continuing to exert pressure. Fang Yuan, if you win, you will only have to return less family fortune. But if you sell the liquor worm to the clan, it will be a contribution to the clan. The clan will remember you. I guarantee here, Fangjing will not use the family fortune as a reason to challenge you. In other words, Fangjing would still look for Fang Yuan for a Gu battle, but with a different reason. This was something that Guyue Qing Shu and Guyue Bo were happy to see. They naturally hoped that Fangjing could defeat Fang Yuan, dispelling the shadow in his heart and establishing his self-confidence. Fang Yuan smiled. He had been listening to Guyue Qing Shu's incessant persuasion from the start, only now did he speak. If we fight, do you think I will lose? Fang Yuan asked Qing Shu. Qing Shu also smiled, replying, it's a battle, it is full of variables, no one can predict it. But I need to remind you, Fangjing has already refined the rank 2 moon raiment, I'm afraid you won't have much of an advantage. He. Fang Yuan shook his head, the smile on his face widening, I will lose, I will definitely lose. Qing Shu was stunned. Fang Yuan stared at his eyes, continuing, not only will I will lose miserably. I will hand over all of my parents' inheritance, and live on the streets from now on, begging in the village. You. Guyue Qing Shu was a smart person, he could tell what Fang Yuan was really trying to express. His expression immediately changed, no longer maintaining the confident demeanor he had since they met, his expression turning grave. Fang Yuan's words were a naked threat. Fangjing was being nurtured as the next clan leader. If it was revealed that he had acknowledged someone else as his parents again, and used his cultivation and aptitude to bully his own brother and steal the inheritance, it would be a devastating blow to Fangjing's reputation. Even on Earth, people who did such actions would be looked down upon and disgraced by the world. Moreover, in this world, the value of family was raised to a whole new level. If Fangjing was a demon, then so be it. If he was to be the clan leader, the leader of the righteous path, then he had to uphold morality, and cherish his own wings. For a moment, Guyue Qing Shu stared blankly at Fang Yuan. He realized that even though he already understood Fang Yuan very well, he had still underestimated him. Since they met, the advantage he had accumulated with every sentence, had collapsed at this moment. Fang Yuan's words had hit the nail on the head, directly pointing at Guyue Qing Shu's weakness. If it was someone else, Fang Yuan would naturally have said something else. But he, Guyue Qing Shu, was incomparably loyal to the clan. He was willing to sacrifice himself in his previous life to preserve the clan. Therefore, Fang Yuan's threat made him have no choice but to be cautious. But he quickly calmed down, his eyes staring intently at Fang Yuan. He gritted his teeth and said, "But you won't do that. Because the inheritance has always been your goal. If you give it up, how will you cultivate?" Fang Yuan was not afraid. He met Qing Shu's gaze, the corner of his mouth curled up. He smiled and said, "Therefore, I believe that you will also give up the idea of buying the liquor worm, and at the same time persuade Fangjing not to challenge me, right? If it were anyone else, they would not be able to convince Fangjing. But he, Guyue Qing Shu, had the ability to do so." Fang Yuan had no doubt about this. The scene was in a stalemate. After a moment, Guyue Qing Shu turned his gaze away, his eyelids drooping. He stared at the wine glass in his hand for a while, then suddenly laughed. "Interesting, then let's do it this way." There was a hint of melancholy in his words. Chapter 108. A day later. On the bed, Fang Yuan sat cross-legged. A huge ball of white light floated an arm's length away from his face, quietly floating in midair. Fang Yuan took out pieces of yuan stone from his money bag and threw them into the ball of light. The white light slowly shrunk, but became more and more dazzling. When it shrunk to the size of a fist, the white light became blinding, causing Fang Yuan to squint his eyes to observe. This should be the last one. Fang Yuan held the yuan stone in his hand, knowing it was a crucial moment. He threw the yuan stone into the ball of light. Vaguely, the yuan stone could be seen floating in the ball of light, like ice falling into boiling water, continuously melting. Large amounts of stone powder fell down. The yuan stone completely disappeared, and the ball of light suddenly exploded. With a soft sound, the 3 goo worms shot out in 3 different directions. One fell on the bed, while the other 2 hit the wall and fell to the floor. The fusion of the moonlight goo failed. Fang Yuan's heart sank. He quickly hooked his finger and recalled the goo worms. The moonlight goo and the little light goo swayed and floated up, slowly flying into his hand. But the remaining little light goo did not respond. It lay quietly on the floor, its milky white star-shaped body beginning to gradually dissipate into the air. In a few breaths' time, it completely dissipated, leaving no trace behind. This was the price of a fusion failure. Depending on the fusion recipe, the goo worm would be injured. When luck was bad, the goo worm would die immediately. Even with Fang Yuan's rich experience, single-mindedness, and the correct recipe, there was still a chance of failure. Fang Yuan was not discouraged, he had seen this kind of thing many times. He had done his best, but still failed. That could only be attributed to luck. But fortunately, if it wasn't for the moonlight goo dying, the little light goo dying, I could still buy it from the shop. It's easy to replenish. If the moonlight goo dies, I can't easily replenish it. He was quite rich now, losing a little light goo. He could just buy it again. Next, Fang Yuan checked the moonlight goo and the remaining little light goo. On the surface of the 2 goo, there was no light. This was a sign that the refinement had failed and the goo worm itself was damaged. Once the goo worm is injured, the success rate of the fusion will decrease. It's better to wait for these 2 goo worms to recover before continuing the fusion. Fang Yuan knew that haste makes waste, so he kept the 2 goo worms. He estimated that it would take at least 3 days before he could start the fusion again. The cultivation was not over yet. Fang Yuan opened his right hand. His left hand was fair, and his palm was white. There was a green imprint of a blade of grass, which looked like a dark green tattoo. With a thought, the primeval essence in Fang Yuan's aperture flowed out like a faint red mist into the imprint along his arm. The green mark immediately came to life. The tip of the grass emerged from Fang Yuan's palm, followed by 9 jade-green round leaves, and finally the translucent stem of the grass. As for the roots that looked like ginseng roots, they were not exposed. On his palm, the dark green tattoo had already disappeared. Only traces of dark green lines were left. It represented the grass root, intersecting with Fang Yuan's palm lines. It was the rank 2 grass goo, 9-leaf vitality grass. At this moment, Fang Yuan's palm was like a piece of land, and the 9-leaf vitality grass was growing on it, like an exquisite piece of art carved from jade. Fang Yuan stretched out his right hand and plucked the blades of grass. Every time he plucked a blade of grass, Fang Yuan would feel a slight pain, like a strand of hair being plucked. After the 9 leaves were plucked, Fang Yuan placed them on the bed, and the 9-leaf vitality grass in his palm was left with a bare stem. Fang Yuan continued to activate his primeval essence. Faint red rank 2 primeval essence continuously rose from his palm, like a mist, wrapping around the green stem. The stem continued to absorb the primeval essence, and gradually, a tender sprout emerged from the bottom of the stem. This tender sprout was pinkish-green in color, delicate and small, and extremely fragile, breaking with a pinch. Fang Yuan continued to activate his primeval essence, and the tender sprout gradually grew bigger, its color also becoming darker. Finally, it grew into a dark green, fully matured leaf. 20% primeval essence was consumed. Fang Yuan inspected his aperture and concluded. He only had 44% primeval essence, which meant that he could only grow 2 vitality grass leaves in one go. After growing one more, Fang Yuan held a yuan stone and quickly recovered the primeval essence in his aperture. When his primeval essence C rose to 40%, he continued to grow vitality grass leaves. Repeating this cycle for half a day, the 9-leaf vitality grass was once again filled with 9 blades of grass. He no longer plucked the leaves, and with a thought, the 9-leaf vitality grass returned to his left palm, turning into a green mark. He stored the 9 vitality leaves in a small bag and kept it close to his body. One vitality leaf was a rank 1 goo worm, and each leaf could be sold for 50 yuan stone. That is to say, just these 9 leaves goo could allow Fang Yuan to earn 450 yuan stone. Of course, Fang Yuan had a cost to grow them. But even if he did not count these costs, Fang Yuan had earned over 400 yuan stone. Among all the family properties, the most valuable one was the 9 leaves vitality grass. Controlling it was equivalent to controlling a gold mine. Moreover, this 9-leaf vitality grass had an advantage: it was easy to feed. It only needed water and sunlight to survive, thus there was almost no cost to feed it. To Fang Yuan, he could give up all the family assets, but this 9-leaf vitality grass, he had to hold it firmly in his hands. Of course, this 9-leaf vitality grass goo was not just owned by Fang Yuan alone. In the village, there were also several people who had this grass goo. There were even 5 9-leaf vitality grass, which were the family's collective assets. Every day, there were specialized logistics goo masters carrying out production tasks, taking turns to grow large amounts of vitality leaves. To Fang Yuan, this was a good thing. If he was the only one with the 9-leaf vitality grass, then the clan would definitely act and purchase this grass goo. Just like how Guyue Qing Shu represented the clan to purchase his liquor worm. Rare goo worms like the liquor worm, black and white boar goo, 9-leaf vitality grass, the higher-ups of the clan hoped to control them, to serve the entire clan. 3 days later, a ball of light suddenly exploded under Fang Yuan's gaze, and a brand new goo worm floated in the air. It was crystal clear. It was curved like a moon, like a blue crystal. In short, it was the moonlight goo. The form after its body was enlarged by 1 fold. But it was not the moonlight goo, but a higher grade, the rank 2 moonglow goo. This time, Fang Yuan succeeded in the fusion. The moonglow goo was refined from a moonlight goo and 2 little light goo. 1 little light goo could increase the moonblade's attack power by 1 fold. 2 little light goo would still increase it by 1 fold, and this increase could not be stacked. But the rank 2 moonglow goo's attack power was 3 times that of the moonlight goo. Actually, there were many fusion recipes for the moonlight goo, and there were also many advancement routes. The route that Fang Yuan took was to increase the moonblade's attack power to the maximum. The moonblade's attack range was still 10 meters, and did not increase. There was one route. It was to use the moonlight goo and scar stone goo to fuse. The fused moonlight scar goo's attack power did not change, but the attack range would double, reaching 20 meters. There was another common route, and that was to use the moonlight goo and whirlwind goo to fuse. To refine the moonwhirl goo. Once used, the moonblade would turn from blue to green, and at the same time, the attack would change from a straight line to a curved line. Guyue Qing Shu took this route. As for Guyue Fangzheng, he used the moonlight goo and jade skin goo to fuse to refine the moon raiment. This was a relatively rare route, and the highest it could reach was rank 5. Complete the treasure moonlight king goo. However, having a rank 5 recipe did not mean that one would definitely be able to refine a rank 5 goo. Many rank 5 goo masters did not even have a single rank 5 goo on them. The biggest reason for this awkward situation was not the lack of materials, but the success rate. Fusing goo was not a 100% success rate. The higher the level of the goo, the lower the success rate. In Fang Yuan's previous life, when he refined the spring-autumn cicada, the success rate was less than 1%, and he failed countless times. Sometimes, he was lucky, and fewer goo died. Sometimes, he was unlucky, and all his goo died. To refine a rank 6 spring-autumn cicada, he needed rank 5 goo. Once these goo died, it was as if all the hard work that Fang Yuan had put in would be for naught, turning into bubbles and vanishing. Fang Yuan failed again and again, and had to start all over again, refine again and again, collecting goo worms and special materials. In the end, he caused a huge commotion, causing the heavens to be angry and the people to be disheartened, and corpses floated in the sea of blood. His luck was good, and he succeeded in the refinement, obtaining the spring-autumn cicada. But once he got this rank 6 goo, he was attacked by the righteous people who had been coveting it, and before he could even warm up the treasure, he self-destructed. For thousands of years, it was this terrible failure rate that caused countless high-ranked goo masters to fail at the last moment, and return to their original state. There was only one way to slightly restrain this failure rate. That was, vital goo. No matter if the fusion result was a success or failure. A goo master's vital goo would not die, at most it would be injured. Why was it like this? Many people guess that it was because the vital goo was a goo master's first goo worm, and was intertwined with the goo master's life, forming a mysterious life connection. As long as the goo master was still alive, after the vital goo failed the fusion, it would at most be in a dying state. Of course, the other goo worms that were fused with the vital goo still had the possibility of dying. But even so, a portion of the goo master's results could be preserved and accumulated. The vital goo was a goo master's greatest wealth and reliance. What the vital goo was, would greatly affect the goo master's development. Conversely, the goo master would also actively search for and discover recipes to raise the level of the vital goo. Some rank 2, rank 3 low-level recipes, to the goo master, would instead reduce their development prospects. When Fong Yuan found out that the spring-autumn cicada had become his vital goo, why was he so happy? The reason was this. The spring-autumn cicada was a rare and precious goo worm able to revive people, and its ability was heaven-defying. No matter how it was refined, it would not die. If it was in Fong Yuan's previous life, the spring-autumn cicada was not his vital goo, and if he continued to refine it, there would be the danger of dying. The spring-autumn cicada reaching rank 6 was already an achievement that most goo masters could not reach in their lifetime. Many goo masters did not even have a rank 6 recipe, and were bitterly searching for it. Although the spring-autumn cicada could not be used to its full potential, it was his greatest treasure. The flower wine monk's strength inheritance, compared to it, was like the difference between heaven and earth. Chapter 109. The plum blossoms in the cold snow, the willows in the spring wind return. Unknowingly, winter had passed, and spring had arrived. The frozen mountain stream began to flow again. The icicles under the eaves of the bamboo houses, the tree branches, all dripped crystal clear water under the sunlight. In the morning, the tavern was a little quiet, there were not many customers. Fong Yuan sat inside, close to the window. At his request, wooden screens were erected around his seat, making it into a compartment. A light breeze blew in from the window, carrying with it a fresh and fragrant smell of the earth, making people feel relaxed and happy. Jiangya sat opposite Fong Yuan, his face full of smiles. "These are the primeval stones for this trip, please accept them." He placed 4 full money bags on the table and pushed them towards Fong Yuan. Naturally, the money bags were filled with yuan stones. Fong Yuan did not open them one by one, but weighed them in his hand. He had been doing business for more than 100 years in his previous life, he knew how many yuan stones there were in his hand. He could immediately sense if a yuan stone was missing. There was nothing special about this skill. On Earth, there was an oil seller who placed a copper coin at the mouth of a bottle and dripped oil into it. The oil formed a line and passed through the small hole in the middle of the coin, not a single drop spilled out. There was also a godly archer who could shoot leaves from 100 steps away, every shot was accurate. An old butcher who had been working for many years could weigh the meat with his hands, and would know exactly how much it weighed with a scale. How did he train to this level? There was no other reason, practice makes perfect. The accumulation of experience. Sometimes, a miracle could be created. After his rebirth, this kind of feeling that came from experience naturally came with him. Fong Yuan weighed them with his hands, and after confirming that there were no problems, he took out a small cloth bag and handed it to Jiangya. Jiangya quickly took it with both hands, opened the bag, and checked carefully. Although Fong Yuan had the 9-leaf vitality grass, he did not directly sell it. If Guyue was in the tundra, he would be eager to do so. He was eager to do so. It was good for maintaining social relations and increasing his influence. But Fang Yuan was not willing to do so. This was a waste of time and energy. Thus, he sold the vitality leaves to Jiang Ye, and as the shop owner, Jiang Ye sold these rank 1 healing grass goo. Jiang Ye was Jiang He's younger brother. While Fang Yuan was looking for the liquor worm, Jiang Ye's eyes lit up. I've met him before. His brother, Jiang He, was half an ally to Fang Yuan. Therefore, he was asked to be the agent. Appear to sell. It was relatively safe and reliable. 1, 2, 3, 9. There are indeed 9 vitality leaves, not bad. Jiang Ye counted 3 times before closing the bag and carefully putting it away. Then, he raised his cup and toasted Fang Yuan. Sir Fang Yuan, it's been a pleasure working with you. Let me toast you. The way he looked at Fang Yuan hid a strong sense of envy. It even turned into a trace of jealousy. Just a year ago, it was also spring. The first time he met Fang Yuan was just a student in the academy. He did not even have the qualifications to wear the Gu Master uniform. But now, not only was Fang Yuan wearing the uniform, he was also wearing a red belt with a square metal plate in the middle. He was already a rank 2 Gu Master. And now, he was still a rank 1, wearing the green belt. Forget about these. What made Jiang Ye even more envious was that after Fang Yuan obtained the inheritance, he jumped from a poor kid to a rich man. The wine tavern, bamboo building and 9-leaf vitality grass that he controlled, these were all wealth that Jiang Ye could not obtain even if he worked for his entire life. But, Jiang Ye did not dare to show his jealousy. Fang Yuan sold the vitality leaves to him, and he earned the difference in price. Fang Yuan had already become his sugar daddy, and Jiang Ye did not dare to offend this junior in front of him. Sigh, comparisons are odious. Jiang Ye raised his cup, his face full of smiles, but in his heart he sighed deeply. Fang Yuan also raised his cup, and drank it all in one gulp. Although Jiang Ye's expression was obscure, he was old and experienced, how could he not see through it? Fang Yuan did not take it to heart. If Jiang Ye was not jealous, it would mean that he had great ambitions, and on the contrary, it would make Fang Yuan look up to him. But he was envious of Fang Yuan's fortuitous encounter, and just this scheme was too small, not worth mentioning. Drinking a cup of wine with him was only because he currently had some value to him. Jiang Ye put down his cup, and said excitedly, the vitality leaves in the clan, each one sells for 55 yuan stone. After listening to your instructions, our grass goo only sells for 50 yuan stone. As expected, the supply cannot meet the demand. Lord, why don't you grow some vitality leaves every day, that way we can earn even more. Fang Yuan heard this and shook his head, resolutely rejecting, no way, growing 9 vitality leaves is already my limit, it wastes a lot of my cultivation time. This was the difference between Fang Yuan and Jiang Ye, these ordinary people. To Fang Yuan, yuan stone was only a cultivation resource, a tool. Everything was for the sake of cultivation. And Jiang Ye treated yuan stone as his life's goal. The reason why he cultivated was to earn more yuan stone. But even if Fang Yuan only grew 9 vitality leaves every day, and earned over 400 yuan stone, after these few days of accumulation, his wealth had increased to a considerable level. Seeing Fang Yuan reject, Jiang Ye did not dare to force him, and could only pout his lips in pity, and attentively poured wine for Fang Yuan, and then for himself. That's true. He sighed, Lord, you have so much wealth, why do you need to work so hard every day? From what I see, why do you still need to stay in that shabby rented house? Why don't you empty out a bamboo building and live there yourself? Then marry a beautiful wife, and hire 7 to 8 servants to serve you. That would be a happy life, tsk. Fang Yuan laughed lightly, and did not say anything. How could a sparrow and swallow know the ambitions of a great swan? He turned his head, and looked outside the window. Bamboo buildings, with snow on top, bathed in the bright spring light. Far away, there was a willow tree, its branches with yellow and green tender leaves, gently swaying in the gentle spring wind. Fang Yuan's gaze was a little absent-minded, thinking about his current situation. After solving Fang Zheng's problem, his family property could be said to have been secured. White Jade Goo and Moonglow Goo had been successfully refined. It could be said that he had both offense and defense. Next was to refine the liquor worm. But the matter of the liquor worm was more troublesome. To refine the 4 flavors liquor worm, he needed a second liquor worm, as well as sour, sweet, bitter and spicy wines. These things, he did not even have a clue about. The liquor worm must be refined, without it, my progress will be more than halved. But to refine the 4 flavors liquor worm, I have to wait for the caravan to arrive. Using the caravan as an opportunity, I can also expose the white jade goo. This way, my battle strength can be displayed, and I don't need to hold back. Fang Yuan now had the Moonglow Goo, White Jade Goo, and together with his 500 years of battle experience, he was already above most rank 2 Goo masters. Sickly Snake Jiao San and other slightly famous group leaders, if they fought him one-on-one, they would not be Fang Yuan's match. But for Qi Shan, Mo Yen and Qing Shu, Fang Yuan was still weak. Firstly, his cultivation was insufficient. Fang Yuan was only rank 2 initial stage. But they were all upper stage or even peak stage. Secondly, he did not have enough strong goo worms. Fang Yuan used goo worms for battle. He only had 2. But Qi Shan, Mo Yen and Qing Shu each had at least 3, and they also had hidden trump cards. And among his peers, Fang Zheng, Ma Bei and Qiqing were unsurprisingly starting to show their talents. Especially Fang Zheng, after obtaining the rank 2 moon raiment, he already had the strength to fight Fang Yuan. And as time passed, his cultivation would get higher and higher. Gradually, he would leave Fang Yuan far behind. Unless Fang Yuan could quickly refine the 4-flavor liquor worm, he would not be able to keep up with Fang Zheng in terms of cultivation speed. As for the higher levels, those rank 3 and rank 4 Goo masters, to Fang Yuan, there was no need to talk about a draw. Even keeping his life was a difficult matter, not to mention challenging someone of a higher level. It was very difficult to challenge someone of a higher realm. Fang Yuan had no trump cards and also no aptitude. Even if he had rich battle experience, even a clever housewife cannot cook a meal without rice. Without a strong goo worm, these experiences would not be of any advantage. If I can refine the 4-flavor liquor worm, my cultivation speed will be more satisfactory. But I still need to replenish some goo worms. I have the white jade goo for defense, the moonglow goo for offense, and the 9-leaf vitality grass for healing. I still lack detection and movement type goo worms. Although these 2 goo worms are only supplementary, once I have them, I can make up for my shortcomings and increase my battle strength by at least 3 times. Fang Yuan pondered. He did not need to learn step by step through practice. His rich life experience had already let him know his exact position. Jiang Ye's voice sounded in his ears. I heard that recently, there seems to be someone looking for trouble with Lord. Specifically causing trouble in the bamboo building and wine tavern you rented out? Fang Yuan frowned, his train of thought was interrupted. But, Jiang Ye was right. Fang Yuan had already investigated clearly. It was his uncle, Guyue Dong too, who was stirring up trouble in the background. After being warned by Guyue Qing Shu, he no longer dared to use Fang Zheng to cause trouble. But after a period of silence, he was filled with unwillingness and resentment. Using his connections, he hired some Goo masters to cause trouble at Fang Yuan's place. Businessmen were most afraid of this kind of trouble. So recently, he had taken some time out to check on the place. Young master, someone is causing trouble again. At this moment, a waiter walked into the room with an anxious and fearful expression. Oh? Fang Yuan's brows relaxed, to think he would bump into him today. Not waiting for Fang Yuan to make a move, Jiang Ye suddenly stood up, eagerly saying, Lord, please wait for a moment, I will go take a look. He walked out of the screen and turned around in a blink of an eye. It's Guyue Manshur. Jiang Ye's face turned pale, saying in a low voice. His eyes were also filled with fear and worry. Guyue Manshur. Fang Yuan acted cautiously, knowing the importance of information. In this period of time, he had already gathered information on all the rank 2 Gu masters in the clan, and had memorized most of them. Guyue Manshur was a Gu master with some reputation, good at defense and had some strength, taking up the role of Manshur's group leader. In terms of reputation, he was slightly higher than sickly snake Jiao San. Bam! From outside came the sound of wine jars smashing on the ground. Then a rough and arrogant voice sounded, "Pfft, what kind of wine is this? It's like horse piss, you dare to sell it to me?" Humph! Fang Yuan's eyes flashed coldly, standing up. Chapter 110. Jiangye saw that Fang Yuan had the intention to leave, and quickly stopped him. "Lord Fang Yuan, a wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. This Manshur is very strong, he was once able to escape from Bai Ningbing's hands, he cannot be underestimated. Publicizing his defeat as glory, what is there to fear from such a person?" Fang Yuan laughed lightly, and pressed his hand on Jiangye's shoulder. "Just sit here and drink." "Lord." Jiangye opened his mouth, wanting to persuade him again, but met Fang Yuan's cold gaze. The coldness in Fang Yuan's eyes made his heart shudder. He was tongue-tied, and was at a loss as to what to do as he was pressed back onto his seat by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan took a few steps, going around the screen and into the hall. At the center of the table, a rank 2 Gu master had one foot on the bench, and the other on the table. His body was short, but his waist and arms were thick and strong. A thick black beard extended down from his cheeks, converging at his chin. His whole body seemed to be emitting a fierce aura. On the ground nearby, there were broken wine jars. Most of the wine had seeped into the ground through the cracks between the bricks. Only 2 to 3 puddles of wine were on the surface of the bricks, or in the broken wine jars. The old man, who was the shopkeeper, hung his head very low and apologized while trembling with fear. "Sir, please don't be impatient. If you are not satisfied with this jar of wine, I will give you another jar of our best wine for free." "Humph, I don't want wine. Your wine is so disgusting, why are you still opening a tavern?" "Compensation, you must compensate. I was originally in a good mood, but you guys ruined it just like that. You have to compensate at least 500 pieces of yuan stone." Manshur demanded an exorbitant price. "This is already the 3rd time, it seems this tavern has offended someone. Sigh, I better not come here to drink anymore. Leave quickly. When Gu masters fight, we mortals suffer." The surrounding people left their seats, and only a few Gu masters sat still, chatting. "I heard this tavern is Fang Yuan's. Who is it that doesn't like him?" "Oh. She was the one whose parents had died. The kid who inherited the inheritance and became rich overnight. No wonder some people don't like it. Even if it was me, I would also be jealous. You see, we're working so hard just to earn these riches. To live a peaceful life. Fang Yuan is just a newbie. What right does he have to obtain these things? Not bad. Even if it was his ancestors' sinister intentions, that was then and this was now. The family's resources were limited. Everyone was only given a small amount. How could he, a mere C-grade talent, enjoy so much wealth at such a young age? How preposterous. Manshur isn't trying to provoke him into betting, is he? If it's really a Gu battle, I might really be able to get a piece of fat meat. Someone shook his head. Hey, do you think those elders are fools? Someone nodded. But that might not be the case. Haven't you all understood the family's policies after all these years? In a way, it is tacitly allowing us to fight. Powerful people deserve more resources, don't they? If the weak couldn't keep their property, they could only part with it. Everything is for the family's strength. That makes sense. But let's watch first. This water is a bit deep. It is said that Manshur has a retired senior behind him. Someone lowered his voice and said. What are you leaving for? Stop right there, no one can leave. On the table, Manshur suddenly shouted. Those mortal drinkers were already at the door. They didn't dare to disobey the Gu Master's words and immediately stood there in silence. Many passers-by also noticed the commotion here and stopped at the door to watch. As expected, they are purely here to cause trouble. Fong Yuan looked at this scene with an indifferent expression. His eyes flashed with a cold light. Manshur noticed him. You are that Fong Yuan. Junior, you opened a good tavern, but you're trying to swindle my money. But seeing that you are a newbie, I will give you a chance to apologize in front of everyone. Otherwise, people will say that I, Manshur, used my status as a senior to bully a junior like you. Ha ha ha. Manshur laughed. As long as you apologize and bow, I will let this matter go. I am a man of my words. He beat his chest so hard that it made a loud thump. He showed a forthright attitude, but his intentions couldn't be hidden from the surrounding Gu masters. Manshur's move is sinister. That's right. If Fong Yuan really apologizes, he won't be able to raise his head in the future. Anyone would rush over, step on his head, and bully him for his weakness. But if he doesn't apologize, this is disregarding his seniors, arrogant and unruly, he will be ostracized by the entire circle. That's right, he is in a dilemma, oh my, fuck. The Gu masters whispered, and suddenly, someone's mouth opened wide enough to swallow a duck egg. The other spectating Gu masters were not much better off. Someone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Someone spat out the wine in his mouth. Someone looked on with incomparable shock, like a statue. They had been staring at the scene, wanting to watch a good show. In the end, not only did Fong Yuan fulfill their wishes, he even gave them a huge surprise. The young man waved his hand and a moonblade flew out. Swoosh! This was the Moonglow Gu's moonblade. The eerie blue moonblade flew in the air, as big as a wash basin. Along the way, a square table was sliced in half like tofu. Ha! Manshur's laughter stopped abruptly. His pupils shrunk as the moonblade grew larger in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, the eerie blue moonlight shone on his face, revealing every strand of his beard. A strong aura of death assaulted him. At the crucial moment, Manshur lost his composure and shouted, "Monolith Gu!" Immediately, his whole body shone with a dark gray light. His skin bulged, growing into rock skin. But before the rock skin had fully grown, Fong Yuan's moonblade had already imprinted itself on his chest. With a soft sound, the rock skin split open and a long, slanted wound appeared on Manshur's chest. Blood spurted out like a stream. Ah! An intense pain assaulted his nerves, and Manshur screamed in fear, his voice filled with shock and disbelief. He had never expected that Fong Yuan would attack without saying anything. He really dared to attack. In the village, he directly used a Gu worm. Against his own clansmen. Not to mention Manshur, even the other spectators were flabbergasted. A look of disbelief. What's going on? Is this kid crazy? He didn't say anything and just attacked. He's not afraid of killing Manshur. He was rejected by the punishment hall, and now he has to pay with his life. Young people are so impulsive. Did you see that moonblade just now? That is not the Moonlight Gu, but the Moonglow Gu. To think that Fong Yuan has already refined the Moonglow Gu. Fong Yuan, what the hell are you doing? Manshur stood on the square table, shouting with a malevolent expression, his voice like thunder. His skin bulged, growing into a rock skin and becoming even thicker. The wound was also covered by the rock skin. However, large amounts of blood still flowed out, but it was no longer gushing out like before. Fong Yuan's expression was cold and indifferent as he slowly walked over. He did not speak, or more accurately speaking. To be precise, he did not speak. He responded to Manshur with a movement. Another moon blade. Swoosh! The crescent blade flew across the short distance. You! Manshur did not have time to speak, and quickly raised his arms to protect his head and chest. Both of his arms were covered with thick, dark gray stones, as if they were carved from stone. They were thick and strong. The moonblade imprinted on his arms, creating a deep wound. A deep gash was carved out, and countless small stones splashed out. The moonblade's strength caused Mansur's body to lean backwards. His body was covered in thick rocks, causing his weight to increase sharply. Finally, the square table he was stepping on could not bear the weight, and with a crack, it completely collapsed. Mansur could not stand steadily, and fell to the ground, revealing a flaw in his defense. Fong Yuan walked slowly, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Grasping the flaw, he shot another moonblade. The moonblade cut through the air, creating a whistling sound. Mansur quickly stretched out his hands, but he underestimated Fong Yuan's battle experience. Although the moonblade was a straight-line attack, it was slanted at a crafty angle, not completely perpendicular to the ground. Mansur's arm blocked half of the moonblade, but the other half was imprinted on his chest. Immediately, his injuries worsened, and large amounts of blood flowed out of Mansur's chest. Is he going to kill someone? The rank 2 Gu masters who were sitting on their seats could not sit still, and stood up. The mortals did not even dare to breathe. They looked at each other in fear and excitement. The Gu masters killing each other had triggered something in their hearts that had been suppressed for a long time. Mansur breathed roughly, trying to get up, but it pulled at his wounds. The intense pain caused him to fail, and with a bang, he fell down again. Fong Yuan walked over slowly. Mansur had lost a large amount of blood, his face pale. He looked at Fong Yuan in fear. Fong Yuan's cold and slow steps approached him, giving him a huge pressure. Fong Yuan, you can't kill me. If you kill me, you will be arrested by the punishment hall. Mansur's legs scraped against the ground, moving backwards. His blood flowed out, following his body, drawing a bright trail on the green brick floor. Everyone was silent. Everyone was stunned by Fong Yuan's cold aura, holding their breaths as they watched. No one felt that Mansur was useless, without any style. If it were them, they would not be any better than Mansur. Fong Yuan walked in front of Mansur, raised his leg, and fiercely stomped on the wound on Mansur's chest. Mansur sucked in a breath of cold air from the pain. Fong Yuan stomped on the ground again, and Mansur felt like he was being rammed by a wild boar, trampling on his body as it continued to trample over him. He could not bear it anymore, and screamed in pain. Even with the protection of the thick rock skin, his chest was being crushed by Fong Yuan, and blood flowed out of his wound. More importantly, Fong Yuan's right hand was covered in a layer of eerie blue moonlight, condensed and not released. This was the sign of the moonblade's attack. Mansur was anxious, and did not dare to move. You can't kill me. He stared with his eyes wide open, and shouted with difficulty. I won't kill you. Fong Yuan said his first words since he appeared. His tone was very calm. In the dead silence of the wine tavern, his words clearly entered everyone's ears. But I can cripple you, break one of your arms, or one of your thighs. According to the clan rules, I will have to compensate you with a large amount of yuan stone, and I will be imprisoned. But you can only spend the rest of your life in bed. Your disability has greatly reduced your battle strength. You can no longer go out to carry out missions. Do you think this kind of result, can you accept it? Fong Yuan looked down at Mansur, and said slowly. A cold voice entered Mansur's ears. It made his heart stop, and his body trembled. He opened his mouth, and gasped for breath. His mind became even more chaotic. The power of Fong Yuan's foot made him feel like he was being pressed by a huge rock, and he felt that breathing was becoming more difficult. Damn it, damn it! If I had taken precautions, if I hadn't been caught off guard, and been seriously injured from the start, how could it be? Ah! Mansur's voice stopped abruptly, because his gaze met Fong Yuan's eyes. He laid on the ground, and looked up. Fong Yuan's eyelids were half closed, and his dark eyes were looking down at him. What a pair of eyes! If it was filled with killing intent, Mansur would not be afraid. But this pair of eyes. It was filled with a kind of coldness. This coldness was arrogance towards reality, it was disdain towards the people of the world, it was trampling on life, and it was abandoning the rules. This pair of eyes. This pair of eyes. Mansher's pupils shrunk to the size of a needle, and the deepest memories in his heart surfaced. That was the nightmare of his life. 2 years ago, a moonlit night in the bamboo forest. A white-clothed youngster, similarly stepping on him. Damn it, damn it! If I had refined the monolith goo, how could you have broken my defense? Death was approaching. He screamed hysterically, filled with unwillingness. Oh, since it is like this, I will not kill you this time. The white-clothed youngster's lips curled, showing an interested smile. After you return to the village, cultivate well, and refine the monolith goo, then we will fight. He, I hope in the future, you can add some excitement to my life. Saying so, the youngster lifted his foot, letting him go. Mansher breathed roughly, lying on the ground. He did not expect such a sudden turn of events. He stared blankly at the white-clothed youngster. The youngster looked at him like he was looking at an ant, speaking indifferently, still not scramming. Mansher's body trembled, and he quickly got up, stumbling as he escaped. This white-clothed youngster was none other than Bai Village's #1 genius, Bai Ningbing. Back then, he was only rank 2, but he could already kill a rank 3 clan elder. Mansher managed to escape with his life, and thus his reputation rose. In these 2 years, Bai Ningbing's face had already become a blur in his memory. The only thing he remembered was his eyes. That pair of indifferent eyes, high and mighty, hid a pride that mortals could not hope to understand. To think that he would see this pair of eyes in his own village. At this moment, Mansher's heart was filled with fear, the unwillingness and anger in his heart disappeared, and he had no fighting spirit left. Mansher's change in expression was seen by Fang Yuan. The youngster was slightly surprised, not expecting this Mansher to be so useless. But, forget it, he is just a coward. Fang Yuan had already achieved his goal, and he loosened his foot. You can scram now. Mansher seemed to have heard the voice of an immortal, and with a pale face, he stumbled out of the tavern. Everyone was speechless. Fang Yuan stood on the spot, looking around. The surrounding Gu masters, some rank 1 and some rank 2, all avoided his line of sight. The shopkeeper and the waiters looked at him with shock, excitement and worship. Who doesn't want a strong backer? Behind him, Jiangya was dumbstruck. He heard the commotion and ran out, only to see the scene of Fang Yuan chasing Mansher away. That was Guyue Mansher. He was extremely shocked, and his gaze towards Fang Yuan had already changed. Jealousy had already disappeared. At this moment, Jiangya suddenly understood why Fang Yuan had such achievements. Because he could not keep up, he was not the same type of person as me. Chapter 111. Guyue Mansher was defeated by the newbie Fang Yuan. This news quickly spread, causing a small wave among the rank 2 Gu masters. Everyone was familiar with the 2 main characters of this incident. Mansher was a slightly famous rank 2 Gu master. 2 years ago, he had escaped with his life from Bai Ningbing, and was not to be underestimated. And Fang Yuan was this year's #1. During the year-end exam, many people saw him defeat Fang Zheng. After that, because he inherited the inheritance, he became rich overnight, causing everyone to be envious. The difference between the two should have been obvious, but the strong Mansher lost to the weak Fang Yuan. Such a contrast caused people's jaws to drop. Many people inquired about the incident, and Fang Yuan's reputation rose. The rank 2 Gu masters started to pay attention to this young junior. He actually made a move without saying a single word. He is young and impulsive. He has wealth on hand, and after refining the Moonglow Gu, he can be considered to have some ability. This is a madman, his actions are ruthless. I heard that after Guyue Mansher was defeated, he rested on the bed for 3 days. People commented on Fang Yuan. Although he suddenly attacked during the battle with Mansher, and took the initiative, heavily injuring Mansher and establishing a huge advantage, it seemed like he had an unfair advantage. But victory was victory and defeat was defeat. The result spoke for itself. Maybe on Earth, there were many people who focused on the process and not the result. But in this world, life was tough and filled with fatal dangers. Winning often meant that they were still alive. Defeat meant death, losing everything. The concept of the winner being king and the loser being a bandit was strongly acknowledged by almost everyone. Fong Yuan won, no matter the process, that was the truth. A newbie rose, stepping on Mansher's shoulders. Officially stepping into everyone's field of vision. And Mansher became a stepping stone, his reputation ruined. After returning, he resigned from his position as the group leader. This was the outcome of a loser. Relatives would sympathize with such a loser, but they would worship and acknowledge the winner. The winner represented strength, and strength meant that people's lives were safer. After this incident, Guyue and Frozen Earth also wisely stopped their little tricks. The fate of Guyue and Mansher finally made the shrewd uncle realize the reality. Fong Yuan's growth made him feel helpless, resentful, and unwilling. He knew that it was impossible for him to get this inheritance back. It was meaningless to persist any longer. Using his connections to hire others to cause trouble for Fong Yuan was a waste of Yuan stone. As for Fong Yuan, he was rolling in money. If the stalemate continued, even if he had a large amount of Yuan stone, he would still be the one to lose in the end. Because he had lost the bamboo house, the wine tavern, and the 9-leaf vitality grass, he had become like water without a source. It would be very difficult to replenish the Yuan stone that he had consumed. On the other hand, Fong Yuan. Although there was a shortage of Yuan stone, it was increasing day by day. More importantly, Guyue Tundra discovered to his dismay that this stalemate had no benefits to speak of. So when he heard the news of Mansher's defeat and escape, he immediately stopped this pointless action. In fact, when Fongzheng's trouble was resolved by Fong Yuan, it meant that Guyue and Frozen Earth had lost. Thus, Fong Yuan's wine tavern could operate as usual, which was a happy event. There was another happy event, which was the early arrival of the caravan. March. The spring sun shone brightly, and the light song of spring came with a cheerful beat. Spring flowers bloomed. The grass grew long and the orioles flew. On Qingmao Mountain, as far as the eye could see, it was all green. On some of the hillsides facing the sun, wild flowers bloomed, forming a colorful and gorgeous sea of flowers. The gurgling flowers bloomed like raging flames, interweaving with the sunlight. The newborn dragon-pill crickets slowly grew from the thin eggs, forming new swarms of insects, and began to be active at night. During the day, large flocks of colorful parrots appeared, circling in mid-air, chirping. Spring brought light to all living things. Under such a scenery, a caravan slowly entered Qingmao Mountain. The black-skinned fat beetle wriggled slowly. It was filled with people and goods. Proud ostriches with colorful feathers pulled carts after carts. Mountain spiders ignored the terrain. Winged serpents twisted their bodies and moved forward, occasionally spreading their wings and flying for a distance. A treasure brass toad, too, 5 meters tall and orange in color, led the way. Sitting on it was the rank 4 Gu master, Jia Fu. After knowing the caravan had entered the village, Fong Yuan sighed in his heart, it's changed again. In his previous life's memories, this caravan should have arrived in summer. According to previous years, the caravan would have arrived in summer. But now, it has arrived 2 to 3 months earlier, in spring. And on a larger scale. Fong Yuan's rebirth changed his current situation, and also affected the surroundings, causing the future to change. But the root cause was because he killed Jia Jinsheng. After deceiving everyone, Jia Fu mistakenly thought that Jia Jinsheng's death was a scheme by his rival, Jia Gui. After Jia Fu returned to the clan, he took a series of drastic measures, causing the competition between the brothers to become even more intense. In order to strive for a better result for the merchant caravans, before the snow had completely melted this year, the brothers of the Jia clan rushed to set off, leading various merchant caravans to start their business in all directions. The clan leader, Guyue Bo, met Jia Fu. The two rank 4 Gu masters were the leaders of their respective clans. "Brother Guyue, how have you been?" Jia Fu's face was full of smiles, brimming with warmth. But there was a long scar on his face. "Ha ha ha, Brother Jia Fu, you came early this year." Guyue Bo looked at the scar on Jia Fu's face, his heart moved, but he did not ask. "The early bird gets the worm. This time, I've brought a lot of precious goods. I believe that the noble Guyue clan will need them in large quantities." In order to fight for results, Jia Fu had gone all out this time. "Oh, that's good news." Guyue Bo's eyes flashed. He continued, "It just so happens that the day after tomorrow is the awakening ceremony of my clan, and I would like to invite you to attend." "Ha, it is my honor to witness the prosperity of the Guyue clan." Jia Fu cupped his fists and said sincerely. To be able to invite outsiders to the awakening ceremony of their own clan meant that they were treating outsiders as distinguished guests. From this invitation, Jia Fu. He felt the sincerity of the Guyue clan. "Actually, there's one more thing." Jia Fu hesitated. "Esteemed guest, you've come from afar. If you have any requests, feel free to state them." "My clan will definitely do our best," Guyue Bo said. Jia Fu sighed. "Sigh, it's all because of Jia Jinsheng." This time, he had specially brought along a few scouting experts from the clan, hoping that they would be able to conduct an investigation. Hopefully, they will be able to make things easier. Guyue Bo immediately showed a look of understanding. It seemed that Jia Jinsheng's death had caused Jia Fu to fall into an awkward and passive position in the competition for the clan assets. It was said that after returning to the clan, Jia Fu and Jia Gui had an argument in front of everyone, resulting in an intense battle. The scars on his face were most likely the scars from that intense battle. It was no wonder that he came over at the start of spring. It was clear that he, Jia Fu, was under a lot of pressure. Fang Yuan strolled around the tents and shops. The scale of this year's caravan was much larger than any of the previous years. Not only did the number of tents increase, there was even a gu house. Gu houses were something that only large-scale caravans had. Usually, a large-scale caravan would have many gu houses. Usually, there were 2 or 3 gu houses in a large caravan. Jia Fu's caravan could only be considered average, but it had a gu house. This gu house was a large tree. It was 18 meters tall, a true towering tree. The roots were thick and strong, and the branches were like entangled dragons and snakes. A small portion was exposed on the surface, while the rest were deeply rooted under the ground. The trunk at the bottom had a diameter of 10 meters. As it went up, it decreased, but the decrease was not obvious. The brown trunk was not dense, but there were 3 layers of space in the trunk. The surface of the trunk. There were also windows. Sunlight and fresh air passed through the windows, entering the 3 layers of space in the trunk. The tree's branches were sparse, and the leaves were sparse. Only the crown of the tree was green and lush. The spring wind blew, and the leaves swayed, creating a slight rustling sound. This was the most commonly seen house gu. Rank 3 grass gu, called 3-star cave. It was planted by a logistics gu master and nurtured with primeval essence, causing it to grow. The 3 layers of space in the trunk were 3 rooms arranged in a row. Its defense was not something that tents could compare to. In the continuous stretch of tents, a huge tree stood tall like a tower, giving off a feeling of being a crane among chickens. At the bottom of the huge tree, there were 2 wide doors, allowing people to enter. Fang Yuan followed the crowd and walked into the huge tree. The 3 layers of space in the tree house had been modified into a shop layout. On the counters, there were all sorts of gu worms. These counters were made of wood, and were a part of the huge tree. Green leaves grew on them. 3-star cave tree gu could grow according to the gu master's wishes. Other than these counters, there were round stools and benches for customers to rest on. A rank 3 logistics gu master was somewhere in the giant tree, controlling and monitoring the situation. Once someone snatches the gu worm on the counter, he would control this huge tree to grow, and immediately closed the door at the bottom of the trunk, instantly creating a secret room. Countless branches would grow crazily, forming a concentrated attack. At the same time, the Goo Masters guarding the tree house would also participate in the battle. Tree houses were much safer than tents, thus the goods sold inside were more valuable. Fong Yuan had just arrived at the first floor, and first saw a liquor worm on a lone counter in the center. Many Goo Masters were already surrounding this liquor worm, commenting on it, or clicking their tongues in admiration. Fong Yuan looked around, and saw many more precious goo worms on the other counters. There was the jade skin goo, whirlwind goo, scar stone goo and so on. These goo worms could be used with the moonlight goo to fuse into higher-ranked goo worms. Although Jia Fu was not completely clear about these fusion recipes, after so many years of business, he had accumulated experience and knew which goo worms the Guyue clan needed more. Jia Fu's business is naturally not targeting the Guyue clan. From this, it can be seen that he really went all out this time. It seems he was provoked after returning. Fong Yuan saw this, and his heart jumped. Chapter 112. Liquor Worm. Fong Yuan murmured softly as he walked to the center of the counter. As long as he had this liquor worm, he would be able to refine the 4 flavors liquor worm by supplementing it with sour, sweet, bitter and spicy wines. Of course, this kind of fusion naturally had the possibility of failure. But if Fong Yuan didn't have a second liquor worm, he wouldn't even have the chance to try. Life was like this. Hard work might not lead to good results, and success might not be guaranteed. But if you don't work hard, you will definitely fail. It was the same for the Devil Dao. Most of the people in the Devil Dao were good at overcoming obstacles and advancing bravely. In the eyes of most people, this seemed extreme and risky. I was still worried about how to find a second liquor worm. I didn't think that fate would send this liquor worm to me. The opportunity was right in front of me, how could I give it up? I will get this liquor worm. Fong Yuan's eyes flashed with determination. If my cultivation level had reached rank 5 or 4, with great battle strength, I would have snatched it and left without saying a word. If God or Buddha obstructs, God or Buddha obstructs. If they were rank 3 or rank 4, they would have many methods and could steal without anyone noticing. It's a pity that I'm only at rank 2 now, and I'm only at the initial stage. Fong Yuan sighed inwardly. If that's the case, I can only buy it honestly. He glanced at the price on the counter. Liquor worm, 500 yuan stone. The normal market price of the liquor worm is 580 yuan stone. The marked price here was actually 80 yuan stone cheaper than the market price. But if Fong Yuan really thought that he could buy this liquor worm by spending 500 yuan stone, then his 500 years of previous life would have been wasted. The reason why the price is so low. It was just that Jia Fu wanted to attract people and attract them to buy. This treehouse was obviously Jia Fu's property. Grandma, this liquor worm is only worth 500 primeval stones. A young girl walked over and exclaimed in a small voice. The girl's eyes sparkled as she shook her mother's arm. Grandma, tomorrow is the awakening ceremony. Didn't you promise me that you would give me a gift? Why don't you buy this liquor worm for me? The girl's grandmother was wearing a white belt with a square piece of silver on the front. The word 3 was engraved on it. Once a Goo Master cultivates to rank 3, they would automatically be promoted to clan elder. However, there were differences between the elders. Some of them were elders in power, high position and authority. Some were not. They were in charge of departments with little profit. But this rank 3 old man was clearly not a lousy clan elder. Guyue Yao Ji. Fong Yuan recognized her. This person was an elder of the medicine hall. The medicine hall was the center of the entire clan's logistics. It could be said that it was the department with the most profits. Guyue and Yao Ji were very experienced. Even in front of the chief, they didn't need to salute and could just sit and talk. She was the #1 healing Goo Master in the clan and had saved many clan elders' lives. Her network in the clan was extremely strong. Good, good, good. My dear granddaughter, if you want it, Grandma will buy it for you. The old woman's face was full of wrinkles. She leaned on her walking stick and sighed helplessly. He smiled kindly. Grandma is the best. I know Grandma loves me the most. The young girl happily hugged Guyu Yao Ji on the spot, pouting her lips and kissing her on the cheek. Then Grandma, let's call the shop assistant here and quickly buy this liquor worm. Guyu Yao Ji shook her head, my dear granddaughter. The goo worms here are not bought like this. Grandma will teach you. Do you see the stack of paper and pen on the counter? The young girl nodded innocently, I see it. Guyu Yao Ji, go take a piece of paper and write down your price for this liquor worm. Then stuff it into the hole on the side of the counter. If your price is the highest among all the people who want to buy it, then this liquor worm will belong to you. So it's like this. Quite interesting. The young girl took a bamboo paper and held the pen. But when she was writing, she hesitated. She furrowed her cute brows and thought hard for a while. Finally, she pouted and asked, Grandma, how high should I write down the price? I'm afraid if the price is too low, the liquor worm will be bought by someone else. If the price is too much higher than others, you will suffer a loss. Guyu Yao Ji laughed and deliberately teased, how can it be so easy to buy a liquor worm? It's up to you, my dear granddaughter. Grandma. The young girl acted like a spoiled child, hugging Guyu Yao Ji's arm and shaking it. Okay, stop shaking. My bones are about to fall apart. The old woman sighed, Grandma will help you fill it in. The young girl jumped up and shouted, I knew Grandma is the best to me. Guyu Yao Ji wrote down a price and attached her name. The young girl stared at her from the side. After the old woman finished writing, she folded the paper and winked at the young girl, go, put the paper in. The young girl obediently took it and found a hole on the side of the counter and stuffed the paper in. She returned to Guyu Yao Ji's side and asked with some worry, Grandma, is this enough? The old woman nodded, it should be enough. But life is hard to predict, maybe someone will offer a higher price than the price. But that price will be too high. If the price is really higher than the price, then the person who bought this liquor worm is really a fool. Don't worry, this matter is already in the bag. Oh. The young girl nodded with a cute expression. Let's go. Accompany Grandma to the upper floors. Yes, Grandma. Looking at the grandmother and granddaughter's departing figures, Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with a trace of seriousness. This Guyu Yao Ji, to him, was indeed a strong competitor and could not be ignored. But this situation, Fang Yuan had already expected and prepared for it. The liquor worm was precious, although it could only be used on rank 1 Gu masters, but the liquor worm could refine primeval essence, this was really outstanding. Primeval essence refining and advancing by a small realm, this meant that the primeval essence storage would increase, and at the same time it would have a strong effect on the Gu master's cultivation progress. The only flaw was that the liquor worm's development prospects were not great. According to the most widely circulated secret recipe, the liquor worm was only used as a fusion material, and the new Gu worm that was fused would not have the ability to refine primeval essence. This was really a pity, even to the point where the loss outweighed the gain. Thus, many clans who had the liquor worm would not use it to fuse and advance, but use it in the academy, specially for the new students to use. If Fang Yuan handed over his advancement recipe, he would not be able to do so. Then the liquor worm's market price would definitely skyrocket. It is not easy to get this liquor worm. This grandmother and granddaughter pair is only one of the competitors. I wonder how many other competitors have already placed their pieces of paper in this counter. The liquor worm was a good thing, and good things were naturally wanted by everyone. But among these competitors, some were sincere in wanting to buy, some just wanted to try their luck. Some were rich, like Guyu Yao Ji. Some were poor, like Fang Yuan. Luckily I took back my family property, and these days I sold the rank 1 vitality leaves, as well as renting out the tavern and bamboo buildings, I accumulated some yuan stone. Otherwise I wouldn't even have the qualifications to compete. But the time he had accumulated was too short, and on the other hand he had many goo worms to feed. In terms of wealth, how could he be a match for elders like Guyue Yao Ji? Sigh, let's go. Lord Yao Ji had just placed her piece of paper in front of everyone. I saw it too. It seems this liquor worm is not fated to be with me. The goo masters around this counter all left dejectedly. Only Fang Yuan was still standing. His eyes were like a deep spring, shining with cold light. The goo masters who left were all frightened by Guyue Yao Ji's imposing manner, taking the initiative to leave. But how could Fang Yuan be frightened? Sometimes the opportunity is right in front of you, but people just give it up. I still have a chance. Fang Yuan's thoughts churned in his mind, sinking into deep thought. In terms of wealth, Fang Yuan was definitely not Guyue Yao Ji's match. However, this did not mean that Guyue Yao Ji's price would definitely be higher than Fang Yuan's. The liquor worm was precious. But it was still a rank 1 goo worm. The price of any commodity would fluctuate, but it would not rise or fall without limits. All price fluctuations were within a certain range. So the key now was what price Guyue Yao Ji would offer. She did not lack money, and for her beloved granddaughter, how much could she offer? As long as Fang Yuan offered, even if it was just a little bit higher than Yao Ji, it would be Fang Yuan's victory. This was a new battle. The strong might not necessarily be the victor, and the weak might not necessarily lose. Guessing and gambling made the battle a different kind of excitement. If it was someone else, they might not be able to guess it. Guyue Yao Ji, you purposely said those words just now to scare off some competitors? But in front of me, you are still too tender. Fang Yuan's lips curled up, revealing a confident smile. This world's trade was actually very interesting. If it was on Earth, when a seller wanted to sell rare goo worms like the liquor worm, they would usually use the auction method. But in this world, auctions were not popular. One important reason was the supreme value of kinship, which was the cohesiveness of the clan. If an auction was held, the clan members would subconsciously feel a sense of common hatred towards an outsider like Jia Fu. Once the price of the auctioned goods rose a little, many competitors would automatically withdraw. They would even negotiate with each other on the spot, making some compromises, exchanges and compensations. In this world, almost everyone had a point of view. Losing to a family member was nothing, but to let an outsider earn money, that was a humiliation to the entire clan. Unless, several clans participated in an auction at the same time. Like this, there would be competition and the smell of gunpowder. But this kind of auction was very difficult to hold. Because transportation was not convenient. Transportation was the foundation of commerce. If transportation was not developed, commerce would wither. This was because commerce was fundamentally about the circulation of goods. Each village occupied a mountain, and they were far away from each other. The road in the middle was difficult to travel, with beast groups, steep cliffs, harsh weather, and dangerous wild goo worms. It was full of difficulties and obstacles. With such inconvenient transportation, it was hard to organize people from all sides to participate in an auction. Even on Qingmao Mountain, there were 3 villages adjacent to each other. Jia Fu did not dare to organize an auction. Firstly, where would the auction be held? It was not safe to hold it in the wilderness. If it was held in Guyue village, the other 2 parties would not be at ease. He was only a rank 4 cultivator, the 3 village leaders were also rank 4, he could not control the situation. Compared to Earth, this world's commerce was not developed, it had its own unique rules. In his previous life, Fang Yuan relied on the business theories he learned from Earth. He had earned money, but also suffered losses. After experiencing many lessons of blood and tears, he gained true knowledge from practice. Combining the rich business theories from Earth, together with his personal experience, it was not an exaggeration to say that Fang Yuan's understanding of this world's commerce was definitely at the top of the world. Just an old woman who lived in a village and had never left Qingmao Mountain wants to stop me from getting the liquor worm. Old woman, you are too inexperienced. Chapter 113. Grandma, what goo is this? The young girl pointed at the counter in the middle of the third floor, asking curiously. This treehouse was divided into 3 floors. The first floor specialized in buying rank 1 goo worms. The second floor sold rank 2 goo worms. The third floor sold rank 3 goo worms. The higher the floor, the fewer goo worms and the higher the price. Of course, the goo worms that could be sold in the treehouse were all rare. Guyue Yaoji followed her granddaughter's gaze and saw a tall and thin tree stump with 5 branches and leaves growing on the stump, like 5 human fingers, intersecting in the middle. A spherical goo worm, only the size of a thumb. It was twined by the small branches, and under the cover of the green leaves, it emitted a silvery white light. This is a white-silver relic goo, it can only be used once. It can instantly raise a rank 3 goo master's cultivation by a small realm. Guyue Yaoji slowly explained. Relic goo was also a series of goo worms. Rank 1 was the green bronze relic goo, specially targeted at rank 1 goo masters. Rank 2 was the red steel relic goo, only effective for rank 2 goo masters. Rank 3 was the white silver relic goo. At rank 4, there was the yellow gold relic goo. The price is 30,000 yuan stone, so expensive. The young girl stuck out her tongue in shock. Guyue Yaoji nodded, this goo can be sold for at least 50,000 yuan stone. Alright, we are almost done here, let's go to the counter at the first floor's entrance, there should be results for the liquor worm. The rank 1 goo worms in the treehouse, as long as a price was placed, would only be displayed on the counter for half a day. Goo worms that no one cared about. They would be displayed until someone placed a price. Rank 2 goo worms would be displayed for a day. Rank 3 goo worms would be displayed for 2 days. This rule seemed strange at first glance. But it was actually the most suitable way to buy and sell goo worms. At the counter. What, the liquor worm has already been bought by someone else? Guyue Yaoji frowned after getting the results. She felt that her price was already very high. She had at least a 30% chance of getting the liquor worm. But she did not expect that she would fail. Humph. Who is so bad as to snatch my liquor bug? The young girl asked angrily. Yao Lo. Guyue Yaoji reminded the girl. The girl pouted her cherry lips. He obediently stopped talking. The shop assistant behind the counter was a rank 2 female goo master. She bowed slightly. He replied to the girl's question, I'm sorry, but the customer's information is not disclosed. We have our own rules, please forgive us. It was precisely because it was not announced that many customers were able to dispel their worries, allowing them to bid freely. Sometimes, there were many things that one clearly wanted, but because of feelings, one could only give in. After all, they were all members of the family, and they would often see each other. But using such a selling method, by doing business in secret, he would be able to avoid this problem. Why must I give such a good thing to you? Just because you are my elder, relative, or friend? Never underestimate the dark side of everyone's heart. Private transactions would allow this dark side to be revealed even more. Guyue Yaoji pondered for a while, I know the rules. Don't worry, little girl, I won't ask for the name of the person who bought the liquor worm, I only want to know the final price. The female goo master bowed again, I'm really sorry, the price is also confidential. But the final price will definitely be the highest of all, please don't worry. The Jia family is a merchant. We have always valued sincerity. Humph, little girl, do you know who I am? Guyue Yaoji's face sank, snorting coldly in displeasure. What happened? At this time, a rank 3 middle-aged male goo master rushed over. This treehouse had always been under the surveillance of goo masters, so he naturally knew what happened. Lord Manager. The female goo master immediately greeted the middle-aged man. The man waved his hand at her, you can leave first, I'll handle this. He then turned to face Guyue Yaoji, smiling, so it's Lord Yaoji, this must be your granddaughter, so intelligent and lovely. Seeing that this man was also a rank 3 goo master, Guyue Yaoji's expression softened, but she still wanted to know the final price. The male manager felt it was a little troublesome. He was an old member of the caravan, and also Jia Fu's trusted aide. He had been a merchant for many years, and had a deep understanding of the situation in the Guiyue village. He knew the background of this old man in front of him. To them, they would rather offend Guiyue Lian or Guiyue Mo Chen than offend Guiyue Yao Ji. The latter's influence was second only to clan leader Guiyue Bo. The male manager thought for a while, saying, "How about this, since Lord Yao Ji wants to buy the liquor worms so much, then I'll make the decision and secretly transfer one over." To be honest, there are 3 liquor worms in the storage, and the selling location of each was decided by Lord Jia Fu himself. "Lord, you should know how precious the liquor worm is. As for the price of yuan stone, we'll calculate it according to your price." Guiyue Yao Ji shook her head slightly, and slammed her walking stick on the ground, making a light sound. She said, "I don't want to take advantage of this. The price, we'll calculate it according to the final price of the liquor worm." This. The manager hesitated. Of course he could see Guiyue Yao Ji's motive. Guiyue Yao Ji pretended to be unhappy, and continued to pressure the male manager. "What, is the price too high, and you're afraid I can't afford it?" "Of course I don't mean that." "Sigh, all right then, we'll do as you say." The manager sighed, and gave a price. The young girl heard it and sighed in relief, but soon became indignant. "What? It's only 20 yuan stone more than us." Guiyue Yao Ji narrowed her eyes, but didn't say anything. At the same time, Fang Yuan, who had left the treehouse, had already arrived at the wine shop. The second liquor worm was already in his hands, and now all that was left were sour, sweet, bitter and spicy wines. "I already have sweet wine. When I completed the family property mission, there was a lot of golden honey wine. Spicy wine and sour wine shouldn't be a problem. What I'm worried about now is the bitter wine." Fang Yuan thought to himself, faintly worried. If there was bitter wine, he could start refining the 4 flavors liquor worm tonight. If there wasn't, who knows how long he would have to wait. Many things in life, what you're afraid of, will happen. Fang Yuan's worry came true. He spent several hours running through countless tents and found spicy and sour wine, but he couldn't find bitter wine. 10 out of 10 things in this world don't go your way. Fang Yuan was helpless. In this way, he could only shelve the liquor worm fusion plan. Without the 4 flavors liquor worm, his cultivation speed would be very normal. That afternoon, he came to the treehouse again. Many counters on the first floor were replaced with new goo worms. Many of the counters on the first floor were replaced with new goo worms. On the counter where the liquor worm was placed, it was already occupied by a cleansing water goo. The cleansing water goo was like a leech on earth, commonly known as a leech. But it was much cuter than a leech. Its whole body was light blue, emitting a watery glow. Cleansing water goo can eliminate the strange aura in the aperture. For Qicheng, this is a must-have goo. Seeing this cleansing water goo, Fang Yuan thought of Qicheng. He knew that Qicheng only had C-grade aptitude, and relied on his grandfather Guiyue's primeval essence to forcefully raise his cultivation, thus his aperture was mixed with Qi Lian's aura. If he did not cleanse it, to Qicheng's prospects, the danger was huge. Qi Lian will definitely buy this goo for Qicheng. Let me calculate. His price should be between 630 to 640. This price was already more expensive than the liquor worm's market price. The main reason was that Qicheng really needed this goo. If I can bid 650, I should be able to get this cleansing water goo. If I add another 10, this cleansing water goo will definitely fall into my hands. As for the liquor worm I bought this morning, my price should be about 20 yuan stone more than Guiyue's Yao Ji. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. He had such confidence. This confidence was formed from his 500 years of experience, in addition to the business theories on Earth that were several times more advanced. It was already above the mortal world. According to Fang Yuan's experience in his previous life, when he had an extra 10 yuan stone, he had an 80% chance of getting the item. When he bought the liquor worm, The reason why he had an extra 10 was because of Fang Yuan's cautious style of doing things. Fang Yuan did not bid in the end. The cleansing water goo was not what he needed. At the same time, once he got it, it would attract Qi Lian's investigation. Of course, the main reason was that Fang Yuan needed to save his money and see what good goo worms he could get in the next few days. I am currently lacking 2 goo worms, one for scouting and one for movement. Next year, the wolf tide will erupt on Qingmao Mountain, and the caravan will not come again. Although there is the flower wine monk's inheritance, it was left behind in a hurry after the flower wine monk was injured. Who knows if it is complete or not, and what goo worms will appear next. In his memory, the next year's wolf tide would be very dangerous. Fang Yuan did not want to lack goo worms, causing him to be injured or even lose his life in the wolf tide due to his lack of goo worms. The current him, if he were to be surrounded by the wolf pack, it would be a disaster. Thus, before that, he needed to make the most preparations, and he could not be lacking in cultivation or goo worms. For the next 3 days, he came to the treehouse many times. On the 3rd day, on the first floor of the treehouse, he found a surprise, a black boar goo. Black and white boar goo were goo worms that could increase a goo master's strength. Fang Yuan had already used the white boar goo to increase his strength by 1 boar. If he continued to use a second white boar goo, there would not be any increase in strength. But the black boar goo was different. The strength of the black and white boar goo could be stacked together. Thus, when noon came, he had another goo worm in his hands. After that, there was nothing else. Some scouting and movement goo worms appeared on the counter, but they were not to Fang Yuan's satisfaction. These goo worms were displayed on the ordinary counter, and the market price was not good, so not many people bought them. Fang Yuan also heard that the caravan would be staying for 8 days, so he waited patiently and was not in a hurry. All the way until the 7th day. On the 2nd floor of the treehouse, Fang Yuan found a red steel relic goo. When a rank 2 goo master uses it, they can immediately raise their cultivation by a small realm. The price was 3,000 yuan stone, attracting countless rank 2 goo masters to bid for it, throwing the paper into the counter, and the scene was extremely lively. If I get this red steel relic goo, I can immediately push my cultivation to the middle stage. With the middle stage crimson primeval essence, be it the moonglow goo or the white jade goo, I can activate them many times. Cultivation was a goo master's foundation. Once it rose, his battle strength would rise accordingly. In terms of effect, it was much better than Fang Yuan's scouting and movement goo worms. Moreover, these 2 types of goo worms in the treehouse were all ordinary goods to Fang Yuan, and there was nothing that caught his eye. But I bought the liquor worm and black boar goo, as well as some wine. This red steel relic goo's final price will definitely exceed 5,000 yuan stone, or even reach 8,000. After all, everyone knows the wolf tide is coming, and raising one's cultivation by a small realm at this time would be of great help to me. To get this relic goo, I might not have enough yuan stone. Fang Yuan instantly realized that a difficult problem was in front of him. Chapter 114. Although he had inherited his parents' inheritance, to Fang Yuan, the amount of time he had accumulated was still too short. He could not produce vitality leaves every day, as it consumed a lot of time. Usually, the 9 vitality leaves that he produced would be used up in half a day. Fang Yuan pondered for a while. This red steel relic goo was only available for sale for 1 day. To raise such a large amount of yuan stone in such a short time, the only way was to pawn off his wine tavern or bamboo buildings. There was nothing to feel pity about. A year later, it would be the wolf tide. In his memories, under the siege of the wolf pack, Guiyue village was on the verge of collapse several times. The most dangerous time, even the main door was broken. The clan leader and the elders restrained the Thunder Crown Wolf, while Guiyue Qingshu used his life to block the door, stabilizing the situation. The wolf tide would cause severe losses to the 3 clans of Qingmao Mountain. Although it would not be 9 out of 10 empty houses, at least 50% of the population would be gone. At that time, there would be many houses but few people. What would be the point of renting out the bamboo buildings? The wine tavern was also close to the eastern gate. Who would dare to drink at the front lines? Even if someone wanted to drink, the wine tavern would have already been taken over by the clan and transformed into a defensive tower. Right now, many people in the clan had greatly underestimated the severity of the wolf tide. At this time, if they could get rid of the wine tavern and bamboo buildings, they would be able to sell them for the best price. Wealth is just an external object, only one's own cultivation is the foundation. However, selling it to the clan is still a bit cheaper. If I sell it to an individual, the price will be higher. But who has such a large sum of money to buy my bamboo buildings and wine tavern? Such a huge transaction. It is not something that can be negotiated on the first meeting. Both sides need to inspect and bargain. This will waste time. And I only have 1 day. Wait a moment, maybe there is someone who can. Fong Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration, thinking of a certain person. This person was none other than his uncle, Guodong Tuesday. His uncle and aunt were shrewd and stingy. These 10 years, they had been operating the wine tavern, bamboo buildings and selling vitality leaves. His uncle and aunt were shrewd and stingy. For the past 10 years, they had been running a wine shop, a bamboo building, and selling vitality leaves. Moreover, this business was originally managed by them. Knowing the bottom line, they could save a lot of time to inspect. More importantly, they urgently needed a portion of the family's assets to continue operating. No matter how much money they had, it was like water without a source. Seeing their yuan stone dwindling, anyone would be worried. It could be said, his uncle and aunt were the most suitable trading partners. Thinking so, Fong Yuan no hesitated. After leaving the treehouse, he walked towards Gu Yudong Tu's residence. The one who opened the door for him was Shin Shui. "Ah, it's you." She was shocked. Soon, she realized that she had made a slip of the tongue, and her face paled in fear. Fong Yuan was now a rank 2 Gu master, but she was just a mortal. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. More importantly, Fong Yuan even dared to kill the Mo family's servants. Then, after dismembering the corpse, he would send it back to the Mo family. This servant greets young Master Fong Yuan and welcomes young Master Fong Yuan home. Shin Shui was so frightened that her whole body trembled. Her knees softened and she knelt on the ground. "Home." Fong Yuan strode into the courtyard. He looked at everything that was familiar to him, and a hint of mockery appeared on his face. There was no nostalgia. After a year, he came here again. Compared to his impression, this place was much more deserted. Just like what Fong Jing said, some of the servants had been sold or fired. Fong Yuan's sudden arrival naturally alarmed uncle and aunt. As the housekeeper, Mother Shen rushed over immediately. She bowed and groveled as she welcomed Fong Yuan into the living room and personally served him tea. Fong Yuan sat on a chair and looked around the reception hall. Much of the furniture had disappeared, and the layout was much simpler and shabbier. However, this didn't mean that his uncle and aunt didn't have any savings. Gu Adong too is quite shrewd. This is his way of protecting himself. He has already retired, and his battle power has declined sharply. Most importantly, he lost the 9-leaf vitality grass, which means that he has lost his trump card to maintain his social network. He can no longer exert his influence. A man's wealth is his own ruin. After Fong Yuan inherited the inheritance, he attracted the jealousy and covetous eyes of many clansmen. As for his uncle and aunt, they were also facing the same problem. The large amount of savings in their hands was both a blessing and a curse. To them, not revealing one's wealth was the right way to survive. At this moment, a series of footsteps could be heard. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. Then, his aunt appeared at the door. "Fong Yuan, how dare you come here?" When she saw Fong Yuan, she was instantly enraged. She screamed, "You ungrateful little wolf cub! How did we raise you? In the end, you treated us like this. Do you still have a conscience?" Was your conscience eaten by a dog? You still have the face to come here, and still have the face to sit here and drink tea? Did you specially come here to see us in dire straits? Now that you've seen it, are you satisfied? She pointed at Fang Yuan with one hand and placed her other hand on her waist, scolding like a shrew. If not for Fang Yuan wearing the eye-catching rank 2 Gu master attire, reminding her, she would have already pounced on Fang Yuan and torn him apart. Fang Yuan was pointed at by his aunt and scolded, but his expression didn't change, as if he didn't hear anything. After a year, although his aunt's yellow face was filled with anger and malevolence, it couldn't hide her haggard appearance. Her clothes had already been changed into simple hemp clothes, and the accessories on her head had lessened. She didn't wear any makeup, making her look like a monkey. Fang Yuan taking back the family property had a considerable impact on her life. Towards her scolding, Fang Yuan didn't take it to heart. He calmly picked up his cup and drank a mouthful of tea, speaking in a leisurely tone, "This time I want to sell the wine shop and bamboo buildings. I wonder if aunt and uncle are interested." "Pay! You ingrate, what kind of good intentions do you have?" "Humph, you want to sell the wine shop and bamboo buildings." His aunt's anger suddenly stagnated. She finally reacted, her face showing a look of disbelief. "What, you want to sell the wine shop and bamboo buildings?" Fang Yuan put down the cup in his hand, leaning back on the chair, closing his eyes to rest. "It's better to call uncle to talk to me." His aunt gritted her teeth, still in disbelief. Her eyes seemed to be spewing fire, fiercely glaring at Fang Yuan. She gritted her teeth and said, "I know, you're purposely playing with me, that's why you said that. Once I agree, I'll suffer your ruthless taunts and ridicule. Do you really think I'm a fool for you to play with me like this?" This was purely the heart of a petty person. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart, then said one sentence. This caused his aunt's attitude to change. "If you continue to talk nonsense, then I'll leave. I believe that others will also be very interested in this family property. When the time comes, when I sell it to others, don't regret it." His aunt was instantly stunned. "You really want to sell these properties?" "I'll only wait for 5 minutes, Fang Yuan said as he opened his eyes a slit, then immediately closed them again. He heard his aunt stomping her feet, followed by a series of footsteps that became softer and softer. Not long after, his uncle, Guyue Dong Tu, appeared in front of Fang Yuan. As for his aunt, she didn't come with him. Fang Yuan looked at him. His uncle had obviously aged a lot. His face, which had been well maintained before, was now showing signs of aging. His originally well-maintained face had also become thinner, with many white hairs on his temples. These days, he was worried to death. After losing this family property, he suddenly lost his source of income. Especially without the 9-leaf vitality grass, he lost his external influence. The so-called hidden elder title was no longer in name. Although he had a large amount of savings. But without this layer of influence, these yuan stones seemed to be a bit of a hot potato. The family's policy was to encourage clansmen to compete with each other for resources. Especially the policy of Gu fighting, it seemed to be heartless and lacking in humanity. But this could prevent parasites and the appearance of hedonistic young masters, causing everyone in the family to maintain a sense of crisis. This allowed the family's battle strength to always be at a strong state. In this world, only strong battle strength could ensure survival. Hurricanes, floods, ferocious beasts wouldn't reason with people. Over these years, Guyue Dong Tu's life was stable, his battle strength had already declined a lot. In order to reduce the cost of feeding some of the powerful Gu worms in the early years, he had already sold them. If someone challenged him, he would definitely lose more than he won. Facing his uncle, Fang Yuan directly stated the reason for his visit. Fang Yuan, then I'll be frank. There are some things I don't understand. Why did you sell the wine tavern and the bamboo building? If you keep them, you will have an endless supply of yuan stone in the future. Uncle also didn't believe it, but his tone was more tactful than aunt's. Because I want to buy a red steel relic Gu. Fang Yuan said honestly, there was no need to hide this matter. So it's like that. Uncle's gaze flashed, then, do you also want to sell the 9-leaf vitality grass? That's impossible. Fong Yuan shook his head without any hesitation. I only want to sell the wine tavern, bamboo building, farmland, and the 8 servants. The 9-leaf vitality grass was the most valuable item in the inheritance. Fong Yuan needed its healing properties, and at the same time, he could sell the vitality leaves to earn Yuan stone, which could support his cultivation and feed his other goo worms. Moreover, with the wolf tide next year, the price of vitality leaves would definitely soar. With this 9-leaf vitality grass, Fong Yuan didn't have to worry about rank 2 Yuan stone. But if his uncle obtained the 9-leaf vitality grass, then his influence as a hidden elder would recover. Fong Yuan didn't want to see this happen. Seeing Fong Yuan's firm attitude, Guiyue Dong too was very disappointed. At the same time, he was quite helpless. Both sides talked for more than 2 hours before they signed a strict transfer contract. Guiyue Dong too got the wine tavern, bamboo building, servants, and farmland again, while Fong Yuan led 3 servants, each carrying a chest filled with Yuan stone, towards the treehouse. Both sides took what they needed. Aunt heard the news and rushed over. She looked at the stack of house and land deeds in Guiyue Dong too's hands, and her eyes widened, revealing an ecstatic expression. Master, that kid has become stupid from cultivating, he actually sold this money-making property. What an idiot, for eggs, he gave up the hen that laid the eggs. Will you die if you don't speak? Shut up. Guiyue Dong too, however, was somewhat irritated. Master. Aunt mumbled, I'm just happy. Don't get carried away. With this wine tavern and bamboo building, we need to be even more cautious and keep a low profile. A tall tree attracts the wind. Although Fangzheng is our adopted son. But we can't use this relationship arbitrarily. After all, Fangzheng hasn't grown up yet, who knows what will happen in the future. Guiyue Dong too let out a deep sigh. Yes, master. His aunt listened as she took the deed and looked at it. She was grinning from ear to ear. Guiyue Dong too's expression, however, was gloomy. Although he would have an income if this deal was completed, it was not a big deal. The Yuan stone he spent could be replenished after 2 to 3 years of business. But he didn't feel any happiness in his heart. His mind was filled with Fong Yuan's figure. Fong Yuan sold his property without hesitation for a relic goo. This was equivalent to giving up on his comfortable life in the future. Uncle Guiyue Dong too put himself in his shoes. Could he do this? He couldn't. Even if he didn't like Fong Yuan, and was filled with disgust and hatred, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Being able to give up, what great courage. Chapter 115. The competition is really intense. I wonder who will be the final winner. I've been standing here for 15 minutes and more than 10 goo masters have already placed their pieces of paper into the counter. Sigh, this is a game for the rich, we don't even have the qualifications to compete. On the second floor of the treehouse, the goo masters gathered around the central counter, discussing and sighing. As evening approached, the competition for the red steel relic goo reached its peak. Many rank 2 goo masters who had been observing in the dark started to bid during this last period of time. Some goo masters even bid several times in a row. The final winner of this competition should be either Mo Yen or Qi Shan. Someone guessed. Very likely. Mo Yen and Qi Shan are both rank 2 upper stage. After using this relic goo, they can advance to peak stage and be on par with Qing Shu. In recent years, Guiyue and Qing Shu have been pressuring them. I don't believe they have no thoughts. This matter is hard to say. Not only us rank 2 goo masters. Some rank 3 clan elders also bid. In the morning, someone saw Lady Yao Ji place her piece of paper. That's right, I heard about it too. Lady Yao Ji's granddaughter Guiyue Yao Lu is participating in the awakening ceremony this year. It seems Lady Yao Ji is preparing for a rainy day and wants to pave the way for her granddaughter. Sigh, how good would it be if I had such a doting elder? Fong Yuan stood in the crowd, listening to everyone's conversation with a calm gaze. No one mentioned his name. In everyone's eyes, Fong Yuan was just a lucky person who had just inherited a fortune. In everyone's impression, he was not on the same level as Qi Shan, Mo Yen and Qing Shu. Very good, the less attention paid to me, the easier it will be for me to get this red steel relic goo. But my continuous purchases of goo worms should have attracted his attention. Fong Yuan was confident that he could get this relic goo, reaching 99%. He started to think about another problem. If the following events really developed according to his expectations, then his hard work these few days would have a perfect result. Time was up. The leaves on the counter suddenly grew. The relic goo was tightly wrapped. The green leaves obstructed everyone's vision, and when these branches and leaves unfurled, the red steel relic goo was no longer there, replaced by a revert goo. Revert goo's appearance was like a flat oval rock, palm-sized. There was a slight bulge on the surface of the stone. It was smooth and round, forming the pattern of an eye. The bottom of the stone was flat and rough to the touch. The stone was black. The eye pattern was made of white lines. Approximately every 2 seconds, the eyes on the surface of the stone would blink once, and the eyeballs depicted by the white lines would also move once. It gave people the feeling that this rock was rolling its eyes. Revert goo's effect was very special. It targets goo worms and can decompose rank 2 goo worms into rank 1 goo worms. For example, Fong Yuan's white jade goo, if it was broken down by revert goo, it would turn back into white boar goo and jade skin goo. This process, it was called reverse refinement. Fong Yuan glanced at it and lost interest. He did not need revert goo. The surrounding goo masters also started to clamor. Revert goo could not replace the red steel relic goo and become everyone's focus. Everyone was curious about the final owner of the red steel relic goo. Some people went to the caravan goo masters on this floor. Some even went to the main counter to wait. The crowd gradually dispersed, but Fong Yuan stood on the spot, not moving. "Young Master Fong Yuan, please come to the 3rd floor, our caravan's Lord Jia Fu would like to have a chat with you." A voice suddenly entered Fong Yuan's ears. Fong Yuan was not surprised, there were many kinds of goo worms in this world that could secretly transmit voices. Following the voice's instructions, he came to the 3rd floor of the treehouse and walked to a wall. The wooden wall was covered in green leaves, stacked together, looking lush and green. Swish swish swish, the leaves automatically parted, revealing a secret door hidden inside. Fong Yuan pushed open the secret door and saw a small spiral staircase. He walked up the stairs and came to a small study room. In the study room, Jia Fu was busy dealing with some accounts, his hands moving quickly. Hearing Fong Yuan's footsteps, he raised his head, revealing a new scar on his face. He gave a friendly smile. "Little brother Fong Yuan, we meet again." "Greetings Lord Jia Fu." Fong Yuan cupped his fists and bowed. "Come, please sit here." Jia Fu pointed to a seat closest to the table. After Fong Yuan sat down, he pushed with his left hand and a stack of bamboo papers on the table towards Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan took a look and immediately recognized the bamboo papers. They were the prices he had made in the past few days to buy goo worms. Below every price, there was his signature. He smiled complacently in his heart. Things were really as he had expected. But on the surface, he showed a doubtful expression and asked, "What advice does Lord Jia Fu have?" Jia Fu's smile faded a little, his eyes shining brightly as he stared at Fong Yuan. "I looked at your bids these few days, including the price you used to buy the red steel relic goo. To be honest, little brother, your talent in doing business surprised me. Do you know, every price you made was very close to the final transaction price. These few days, although you only successfully bought a black boar goo, a liquor worm, and that red steel relic goo, your bids for the other goo worms were only a dozen or so yuan stone away from being successful. Little brother, are you interested in working for me?" Jia Fu tried to recruit Fong Yuan. "That's it." Fong Yuan laughed in his heart. These few days, he had made many bids, purposely failing most of the time. Only the black boar goo, the liquor worm, and the red steel relic goo succeeded when he was only a dozen or so yuan stone away from the final transaction price. Just as he had hoped, Jia Fu was very interested in the business talent he had displayed. He took the initiative to recruit him. But in fact, as long as Fang Yuan was willing, he could almost guarantee that he could successfully purchase all the goo worms. This. Fang Yuan hesitated, then shook his head. I am indebted to Lord Jia Fu's kindness, but I do not want to leave the clan. Oh, is that so? Jia Fu's gaze flashed. Little brother, you might have some misunderstandings about me. A year ago, I did suspect you, but after using that bamboo gentleman, you've been cleared of suspicion, little brother. Jia Jinsheng was my brother. I hope you can understand my feelings after his death. Let me tell you another piece of good news. I have already invited divine investigator Tai Shueleng. In his eyes, there is no mystery that cannot be solved. I believe he will definitely find out the truth, and at that time, he will be able to return justice to you. Divine investigator Tai Shueleng, this is troublesome. Fang Yuan muttered this name in his heart. To him, this was not good news. This world's detection methods. There were many mystical places. Similarly, there were many mystical methods to counter detection. When Fang Yuan killed Jia Jinsheng, he was only a rank 1 cultivator. Even though he knew many methods, he could not use them. And in his memory, Tai Shueleng had a high cultivation, and was a person who could not tolerate even a speck of sand in his eyes. He spent his entire life punishing the evil and promoting the good. He was filled with a sense of justice, and his thoughts were meticulous. He was most proficient in finding the most minute clues from the smallest of clues. I have long heard of Divine Investigator's great name. I wonder if this Lord Divine Investigator will be able to reach Qingmao Mountain. When can we reach Qingmao Mountain? Fang Yuan put on an expectant expression. He asked directly. This. Jia Fu laughed awkwardly. Divine Investigator is very busy. According to his reply, I'm afraid it will be the year after next. Fang Yuan's heart immediately felt at ease. He still had a lot of time to prepare. Little brother, I have high hopes for you. I hope you can consider my suggestion. Jia Fu continued to offer a bunch of tempting benefits. Fang Yuan tactfully rejected. Now was not the best time to leave Qingmao Mountain. If he went to an unfamiliar environment without strength, he would definitely be bullied and ostracized. The caravan was also full of bullying and unwritten rules. That is a pity for your talent. How about this, you can take this token. If you want to rely on me one day in the future, this token is proof. I welcome you anytime. Jia Fu's failure was not surprising. He deeply understood the cohesiveness of a clan. If he knew now that Fang Yuan was Jia Jinsheng's murderer, who knows what expression he would have. Fang Yuan felt ashamed and took the token from Jia Fu, as well as the red steel relic goo. He hid these 2 items on his body, and returned along the original path. A young female goo master was caressing the green leaves on the wall, when she suddenly screamed. The branches and leaves suddenly parted, revealing a door inside. The door was pushed open from the inside, and Fang Yuan walked out expressionlessly. You. The young girl stared with wide eyes, staring blankly at Fang Yuan brushing past her. Some of the surrounding goo masters saw this scene, some were not surprised, some smiled knowingly, and some looked at him in astonishment. Fang Yuan did not care about the gazes on him. He went down to the 2nd floor, and some goo masters were still here, excitedly discussing the ownership of the red steel relic goo. Some people were guessing boldly, while others provided all kinds of information, such as Mo Yen showed a mysterious smile when she walked out of the treehouse, Qi Shan's face was ashen, and so on. There were even some people who directly said that so-and-so bought this relic goo. When they said it, they made a solemn vow, and even swore. Fang Yuan walked through this boring crowd. No one knew that at this moment, the red steel relic goo was so close to them. When he walked out of the treehouse, Fang Yuan bumped into Qi Shan. His expression was indeed ugly, while Qi Cheng was looking around for the location of the red steel relic goo. After seeing Fang Yuan, Chi snorted and turned his head, purposely not looking at him. And Shan silently nodded towards Fang Yuan, as a greeting. Fang Yuan also nodded in response, with a smile on his face. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the young man's face, and he was indeed somewhat happy. With the red steel relic gu, his cultivation could instantly rise by a level. And that token. A year ago, Fang Yuan befriended Jia Jinsheng, wanting to use his identity to participate in the future gu battles. In this gathering of experts, he would reap benefits. Unfortunately, the world was unpredictable, and the final result made Fang Yuan not know whether to laugh or cry. He actually killed Jia Jinsheng with his own hands. But even without Jia Jinsheng, using Jia Fu was the same. This token was equivalent to an admission ticket to the future gu fighting convention. Happy face carrot. Chapter 116. 3 days after the caravan left the village. In the stone forest, a dark red light filled the area. Huge stone pillars extended down from the top of the cave, like giant trees, forming a majestic gray stone forest. Fang Yuan fought and retreated in the stone forest. Squeak squeak squeak, a group of stone monkeys stared at Fang Yuan with their round green eyes, chasing him relentlessly. Moonglow gu. Fang Yuan willed, and his right hand lightly slashed towards the direction of the monkey group. Whoosh! An eerie blue moonblade, the size of a washbasin, suddenly formed, piercing through the air and directly cutting into the monkey group. A jade-eye stone monkey was flying in the air, unable to borrow any force, and was hit by this moonblade. It did not even have time to scream, and in the next moment, its entire body, from head to toe, was split into two by the moonblade. Its breath of life had already left it, and the thick smell of death shrouded it. In an instant, its spirited eyes turned into a pair of jade pearls. As its body fell, it turned into a stone statue. Bam! After a crisp sound, the stone statue fell to the ground, breaking into pieces. The moonblade's radiance only dimmed a little. After killing this stone monkey, its momentum did not diminish, and it slashed towards the back. Crack crack crack, after a few crisp sounds, another 5 to 6 stone monkeys were killed on the spot. Squeak squeak squeak. The death of their comrade made the monkey group even more furious. They screeched loudly and their aura doubled as they charged towards Fang Yuan with an aggressive aura. Fang Yuan did not panic in the face of danger, his heart as cold as ice. He fought and retreated. As the stone monkeys got closer, he would use the moonblade to counterattack. The previous moonlight gu, even if he used the little light gu to increase its power, could only kill 1 or 2 stone monkeys with one moonblade. But with the current moonglow gu, as long as it was used once, it could often reap the lives of 5 to 6 stone monkeys. But there were pros and cons. To the current Fang Yuan, the moonglow gu's consumption was not low. The consumption was not low. Every moonblade consumed 10% of his red steel primeval essence. In Fang Yuan's aperture, his primeval C was at most 44%. This also meant that he could only unleash 4 moonblades in a single breath. If I refine the 4 flavors liquor worm and refine my true essence, I will be able to activate 8 moonblades in a row. It was a pity. Although I have obtained the second liquor worm, I have also collected 3 of the 4 types of sour, sweet, bitter and spicy wine. I am stuck at the last step with only 1 left. Fang Yuan secretly sighed. After the 3 moonblades, there was only 14% of the light red primeval essence left in his aperture. To be safe, he no longer activated the moonblade, but the white jade gu. The group of stone monkeys surrounded them, and the one at the very front jumped to the side of Fang Yuan's feet, then suddenly jumped up. From the bottom up, it used its hard monkey head to hit Fang Yuan's chin. Fang Yuan snorted coldly and was just about to use his fist to blow up this little monkey who overestimated himself. But with a sudden thought, he stopped and used his chin to take the attack head-on. The moment before the collision, a cold, jade-white light appeared on his chin. There was a dull thud. The force of the collision burst forth, and Fong Yuan could not help but tilt his head backwards. And that stone monkey fell to the ground, holding its head, screaming and rolling on the ground. If not for the white jade goo, its chin would definitely have been smashed. But now, other than a slight dizziness, Fong Yuan was unharmed. But, although he had the white jade goo's defense, he still had to bear the force of the collision. Fong Yuan retreated a few steps before regaining his composure, his eyes regaining clarity. He purposely endured the stone monkey's headbutt. The goal was to let his body get used to such an attack, to get used to the dizziness. In the future, if he was in a life-and-death situation, he would be able to recover faster and struggle for a chance of survival. Fong Yuan had always been ruthless. This ruthlessness was not only directed at his enemies, but also at himself. He came here almost every 3 days to kill the stone monkeys. His goal was not only to obtain the flower wine monk's strength inheritance, but also to use the stone monkeys to train his own battle strength. A Goo Master's body quality, martial arts, primeval essence, battle experience, every Goo worm was a factor that affected the overall battle strength of the Goo Master. Only by combining all these factors together could he display the most powerful combat power. The stone monkeys were like a hammer, and Fong Yuan was like a freshly forged iron ingot. Every time the hammer struck, it made the iron ingot harder, purer and more condensed. A quarter of an hour later, the battle was over. On the ground, there were broken stones everywhere, and among them were jade beads. This time I killed 41 jade ice stone monkeys. Fong Yuan knew this, and would calculate the results every time. From each battle, he would reflect on himself and find out where he was lacking to improve. At the same time, he could feel his own improvement. In the battle just now, the Moonglow Goo played a huge role. 3 Moonblades killed at least 17 to 18 stone monkeys, almost half of them. As for the remaining stone monkeys, I killed them with my fists and legs. The Moonlight Goo's attack on the stone monkeys was not very effective. But after advancing to the Moonglow Goo, it became Fong Yuan's most powerful attack method. Not only was its attack power strong, but more importantly, its efficiency was high. Fong Yuan activated 3 Moonblades, and it only took a few breaths' time from start to finish. He used his fists and legs to hit the stone monkeys, but it took him more than 10 minutes. These stone monkeys were really slippery and agile. When the stone monkeys stood on the ground, they could not hit them with their fists and legs. With a kick, they could easily jump out and avoid Fong Yuan's attacks. The only flaw was that when they jumped in the air, they could not borrow any force. When Fong Yuan killed them, he had made use of this flaw. But this was also because of his rich battle experience. If it was any other rank 2 Goo Master, even Qi Shan, Mo Yen, Qing Shu, they would not be able to do it like Fong Yuan, grasping the flaw every time. His previous life's memories allowed Fong Yuan to capture the fleeting opportunities in battle. He could use every bit of strength precisely, even though he was only rank 2. But he could unleash his battle strength to the extreme. He would not be like Fong Jing, who had the jade skin goo, but on the stage, he was intimidated by Fong Yuan's aura and could not unleash his battle strength. Of course, Fong Yuan's current cultivation was still weak. Facing the monkey group, he could not directly push them. Every time, he had to fight and retreat. Luckily, the stone monkeys did not have high intelligence. They did not know how to change their attacking methods. They had seen many of their comrades get crushed by Fong Yuan in midair, but they still continued to jump and attack Fong Yuan. At the same time, they chased after Fong Yuan, but every time the distance was too far, their nostalgia for their home would be replaced. This would replace the anger in their hearts. Many stone monkeys would give up on the chase. The Goo was the essence of heaven and earth, and man was the spirit of all living beings. Fong Yuan relied on his intelligence to grasp the stone monkey's habits and use the right tactics to get deeper into the stone forest. Right now, he was at the center of the stone forest. After doing this several times, Fong Yuan finally exterminated all the monkeys in this stone pillar. Now, in front of him, was the last stone pillar. It was the thickest and largest stone pillar in this stone forest. It could be called the king of stone pillars. Even if 50 people hugged it, they would not be able to hug it. The stone pillar extended down from the top of the wall, almost touching the ground. In the silence, it emitted a majestic aura. Fong Yuan counted the number of caves above, making a rough estimation. There were at least 500 stone monkeys. So far, this was the largest group of monkeys he had ever encountered. But no matter how many jade-eye stone monkeys there were, to Fong Yuan, it was just a small problem. At most, he would have to spend some effort and go through it a few more times. What made his gaze turn serious was, it was a cave at the highest level. The entrance of this cave was bigger than any of the other caves around it. It was at least twice as big. The caves below it were closely arranged, as if the stars were surrounding the moon, and the birds were paying homage to the phoenix. Seems like there is a monkey king living in this cave. Fong Yuan frowned. This was where the problem lay. As long as there was a large group of beasts, there would be a beast king. In a group of wild boars, there would be a king boar. In a group of stone monkeys, there would naturally be a stone monkey king. The threat of a beast king was many times higher than that of an ordinary wild beast. The reason was that there would be one or two parasites on their bodies. These parasites and the beast king had a symbiotic relationship. Once the beast king was attacked, the parasites would also help. This jade-eye stone monkey king should not be very strong. At the very least, it is weaker than king boar. Otherwise, the surrounding monkey groups would have long been subdued by it. Fong Yuan relied on his experience to guess the strength of the stone monkey king. Generally speaking, the larger the group of beasts, the stronger the beast king. A weak beast king would not have the ability to control a large number of its own kind. If the beast king's strength was roughly divided according to the size of the group, then from low to high, it could be divided into 100 beast king, 1000 beast king, and myriad beast king. The king boar that the sickly snake group was trying to kill was 1000 beast king. It controlled more than 1000 wild boars. The stone monkey king in front of Fong Yuan was 100 beast king, and it had hundreds of stone monkeys under its command. The main culprit of the wolf tide, the Thunder Crown Wolf, was a myriad beast king. Each Thunder Crown Wolf could control at least 10,000 lightning wolves. The difference in strength between these third-grade beast kings was huge. 1000 beast king usually required 3 groups to work together in order to hunt it down. The reason why the sickly snake group wanted to deal with King Boar was because King Boar was already heavily injured. The myriad beast king required the cooperation of the clan elders and clan leader to face it head-on. As for the 100 beast king, an ordinary 5-man group could take care of it. But Fong Yuan could not rely on external help to deal with this stone monkey king, he could only rely on his own strength. Rank 2 initial stage primeval essence is too weak. It seems it is time to use that red steel relic goo. Fong Yuan took a deep look at the stone cave before returning to the second secret room and closing the stone door. If the one blocking him was 1000 beast king like King Boar, Fong Yuan would choose to retreat without a second thought. But now it was 100 beast king. If Fong Yuan had rank 2 middle stage cultivation, he could try. Of course, the result was hard to say. Even if he advanced to middle stage, there was a 75% chance of failure, and a 30% chance of success. Happy face carrot. Chapter 117. The light membrane shone brightly, and on the light red primeval sea, waves rose and fell, tides rose and fell. On the sea surface, 2 plump liquor worms were drinking water. In the air above the sea, the black ladybug-like black boar goo was circling around the hovering red steel relic goo, flapping its wings as it flew. The white jade goo was like a cobblestone, sinking into the depths of the sea, motionless. The spring-autumn cicada concealed itself, still sleeping and recuperating. It's time. Fong Yuan willed, and the waves rose. A surge of primeval essence rushed upwards, pouring into the red steel relic goo. The red steel relic goo immediately flew up, emitting a scarlet red light. Soon, the relic goo was like a rising sun, its light shining on the aperture walls. The light was as hot as fire, and as piercing as a sword. The black boar goo could not take it anymore, and with a plop, it drilled into the primeval sea. The 2 liquor worms also entered the depths of the primeval sea. The white jade goo flashed in the depths of the sea. If it was according to normal methods, for Fang Yuan to advance to rank 2 middle stage, he could only use the painstaking effort, constantly using the light red primeval essence to wash the light membrane around the aperture walls. But now, the red steel relic goo emitted a majestic and threatening red light, replacing the light red primeval essence and pouring it into the aperture walls. The effect was astonishing. Under Fang Yuan's gaze, he could see the entire light membrane thickening at a speed visible to the naked eye. The light in the light membrane condensed into streams of light, and finally, the light membrane gradually turned into a water membrane. White waves of light flowed on the surface. Sometimes it was bright, sometimes it was dark. At this moment, Fang Yuan advanced to middle stage. But the relic goo was still emitting a red light. The light filled the aperture, replacing the primeval essence and pouring its essence and foundation into Fang Yuan's aperture. The water membrane completely accepted it, and the light rippled like water, flowing more and more smoothly. This process continued for another 15 minutes or so. The red steel relic goo used up all its foundation, and its body became transparent. Then, it completely disappeared in the red light. Once it disappeared, the threatening red light also dissipated. The aperture returned to its usual calm state. It was just that the water membrane became even thicker. The red steel relic goo's actions saved Fang Yuan a lot of time and effort. A trace of crimson true essence appeared in his primordial sea. This was rank 2 middle stage primeval essence. It was much more condensed than the light red initial stage primeval essence. It sank into the depths of the sea. It lingered around the white jade goo. Red steel relic goo could directly strengthen the aperture's foundation. This was reflected on the goo master. It was the effect of advancing by a small realm. It was naturally better to use this goo as early as possible. The higher the goo master's cultivation and battle strength, the higher their chances of survival, and the more missions they complete at the same time, the more yuan stone they earn. It had a beneficial effect on all aspects. After reaching the intermediate level, Fang Yuan took out a few more yuan stone. He quickly replenished his true yuan. Until the primeval essence C in his aperture was filled to 44% middle-grade crimson primeval essence. Only then did he stop. Half an hour later, he stepped into the stone forest again. Deep into the central Dita. Once he stepped into the monkey group's warning line, angry jade-eye stone monkeys appeared from the stone pillars. They screeched loudly, pouncing towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression did not change, most of his attention was on the cave at the highest level. Ordinary jade-eye stone monkeys, as long as they did not fall into their encirclement, did not matter. The crux of the problem was this stone monkey king. What kind of goo worm was residing in its body? Fang Yuan could not estimate this. Fang Yuan slowly retreated as he observed. But this stone monkey king did not show itself. Fang Yuan felt strange in his heart. Don't tell me this monkey group doesn't have a monkey king? If there was a monkey king, and its home was invaded, it would be the first to come out. Wait a minute, maybe it has already come out. Just as he thought of this, the spring-autumn cicada that had been sleeping in his aperture suddenly appeared, its body trembling non-stop, letting out a weak cry that only echoed in Fang Yuan's heart. Vital Goo's warning. This was a phenomenon that would occur when the vital goo sensed that the goo master's life was under intense threat. In an instant, Fang Yuan's hairs stood on end. He did not even think, subconsciously activating the white jade goo with all his strength. His whole body was covered in a layer of white jade light. At the next moment, a stone monkey king that was 3 times the size of a normal stone monkey suddenly appeared on Fang Yuan's left side, its sharp claws grabbing onto Fang Yuan's left shoulder. With a bang, the stone monkey king's attack was blocked by the white jade goo's defense, returning without any results. The moment he was attacked, the white jade goo in Fang Yuan's aperture suddenly lit up, absorbing as much as 5% of the crimson primeval essence. If this was Fang Yuan at rank 2 initial stage, 10% of his light red primeval essence would have been used up. From this, it could be seen how vicious the Stone Monkey King's sneak attack was. Even with Fang Yuan's calm temperament, he could not help but break out in cold sweat. If he had not worked hard to train himself these few days, polishing himself to a peak battle state, he would have really fallen into the Stone Monkey King's trap. If he had not reacted in time, Fang Yuan's left shoulder would have been in danger, and his entire left arm would have been useless. Fang Yuan's ending would have been as miserable as Guyue and Manshur not long ago. This Stone Monkey King actually has a wild goo worm that can make it invisible. Fang Yuan quickly retreated. He did not have the ability to detect invisible goo worms, and immediately fell into a disadvantage. That Stone Monkey King seemed to be more cunning than ordinary stone monkeys. After missing its attack, it hit its body again, and no one knew where it went. This undoubtedly brought a huge psychological pressure to Fang Yuan. He activated the white jade goo, forming a defense all over his body, expending primeval essence at every moment. He could not maintain it all the time. Even when he fought with the Stone Monkey group, he only activated the white jade goo at the crucial moment to defend himself. If he maintained this state, then not long after, his primeval essence would be completely exhausted. Over 500 stone monkeys charged towards Fang Yuan with an aggressive aura. Fang Yuan used his fastest speed to retreat, pulling apart the distance. Some of the stone monkeys' auras became weaker, and some stopped on the spot, turning their heads to look at their home. Squeak! Just at this time, the Jade-Eye Stone Monkey King appeared again, giving a loud command. Squeak squeak! The Stone Monkey group immediately responded, their confusion and hesitation disappearing, and they once again began their pursuit of Fang Yuan. Seeing over 500 Jade-Eye Stone Monkeys persistently chasing after him, Fang Yuan did not panic, but instead revealed a cold smile. This turn of events was already within his expectations. He went deep into the stone forest, choosing the easiest route and opening up a passageway. Around the passageway, there were large numbers of stone monkey groups. This passageway, to Fang Yuan, was extremely familiar. But to these stone monkeys with low intelligence, how could they know? Under the supervision of the Stone Monkey King, the Stone Monkey group rampaged through the stone forest, naturally invading the warning lines of the other monkey groups, and soon attracted the counterattack of the other monkey groups. The stone forest fell into chaos. Countless Jade-Eye stone monkeys stood on their side, protecting their home and country, and began to kill each other. If they waited for another 10 years, the Stone Monkey King might grow into a 1,000-beast king, and completely unify this stone forest. But now, it was only 100-beast king, and did not have the ability to control so many stone monkeys. Different groups of stone monkeys had sunk into a chaotic battle. For a moment, Fang Yuan's ears were filled with the screams of the stone monkeys. The 500 stone monkeys chasing after him were quickly held up by other stone monkey groups. However, that Stone Monkey King continued to chase after Fang Yuan relentlessly. Fang Yuan fought and retreated, and during this period, the Stone Monkey King ambushed him many times, each time causing him to expend a large amount of primeval essence. Luckily, he had advanced to the middle stage before this. Otherwise, how could the primeval essence of the initial stage support such consumption? Fang Yuan fell into an absolute disadvantage, and he could not find the Stone Monkey King's weakness. The only chance to counterattack was the instant the Stone Monkey King attacked him. But even if Fang Yuan reacted, he would not be able to make a counterattack. The Stone Monkey King had a stealth goo, and firmly held the initiative. It could attack Fang Yuan whenever it wanted. Even if Fang Yuan injured it, it could use the stealth goo to escape safely, and could be said to be in an invincible position. I don't have a stealth goo, and the chances of winning this battle are extremely small. If I had a large area of effect attack, I might be able to give it a try. But the Moonglow goo, unless I'm lucky and hit this Stone Monkey King, but the possibility is too small. Fang Yuan understood the situation, and immediately wanted to retreat. However, the Stone Monkey King seemed to have steeled its heart to kill him. When Fang Yuan was 100 meters away from the stone door, he suddenly stopped. I only have a little more than 10% of my primeval essence left. I can't hold on for 100 meters. Even if I enter the second secret room and close the door, this stone monkey king can still break in. Fong Yuan had thought that after chasing him for such a long time, this stone monkey king would have given up. But he did not expect it to be so persistent. At this time, he had already retreated from the stone forest, and there was an empty space around him. Countless stone monkeys were fighting in the stone forest, and their emotions were boiling. They let out a cacophony of noises that reverberated in this mountain space. Fong Yuan did not move. His battle instinct told him that the stone monkey king was hiding somewhere, waiting for his weakness to deal a fatal blow. Fong Yuan knew he was in a desperate situation. If it was an ordinary rank 2 Gu master, they would have already collapsed, unable to withstand this formless pressure. But Fong Yuan was still calm. This situation was also within his expectations, but the possibility of it happening was very small. According to logic, the stone monkey king also had the habits of a stone monkey, and was reluctant to leave home. But for some reason, this stone monkey king wanted to kill Fong Yuan no matter what. Since I chose to take the risk, I have to be prepared to pay with my life. Fong Yuan's eyes flashed coldly, and he started to take off his clothes. Chapter 118. 10% primeval essence is only enough for 2 moonblades or 2 sneak attacks from the stone monkey king. Just relying on the moonglow goo or the white jade goo is not enough. The only chance is when the stone monkey king attacks me, I can take the opportunity and use the moonblade to kill it. Fong Yuan's mind flashed with the best battle tactic at this moment. Stone monkey's defense was not outstanding. Since the stone monkey king chose this sneak attack method, it also exposed its weakness of low defense. One moonblade could kill 5 to 6 jade ice stone monkeys. Even if it could not kill the stone monkey king, it could still heavily injure it. But don't think it is easy. It was very difficult to do this. Even if a group of goo masters came, without a goo worm that could detect invisibility, they would still die on the spot. This monkey is crafty, not attacking at all. Is it waiting for my primeval essence to run out? Never mind, I will trust the spring-autumn cicada this time and gamble on this. Fong Yuan instantly made a decision, his eyes flashing with a cold light. He stood on the spot, his hands hanging down, holding the collar of his shirt. At the same time, he slowly closed his eyes, leaving only a slit. More shockingly, he removed the white jade goo's defense. The primeval essence consumption in his aperture immediately stopped. But at the same time, his body no longer had the protection of the white jade light. Stone monkeys' angry cries and miserable howls could be heard from the stone forest, but Fong Yuan felt these sounds were getting further and further away from him. A kind of silence shrouded his mind. He was calmly waiting for the stone monkey king's attack. When it attacked, it would be the moment when the battle would be decided. Waiting, suddenly, the spring-autumn cicada in his aperture vibrated again. Creak! The next moment, an explosion sounded beside Fong Yuan's ear, and the stone monkey king suddenly appeared on his left. White jade goo! Fong Yuan's eyes shone with a bright light, the white jade light enveloping his whole body. Bam! The stone monkey king hit Fong Yuan's body with ferocious strength, almost causing Fong Yuan to stagger. The primeval essence in his aperture suddenly decreased by half, leaving only the other half. The crafty stone monkey king missed its attack. Escape immediately! Fong Yuan had no time to retaliate, but this was enough time for him to raise the shirt in his hand. Immediately, he felt something in his pocket. A force dragged his shirt and ran outside. The jacket was not made of barbed wire. In order to prevent the jacket from breaking, Fong Yuan released his hands in time. Then, he saw something wrapped in his jacket. They were scurrying around at an astonishing speed. Now is the time. A cold light flashed in Fong Yuan's eyes. The success or failure of this battle would depend on the crescent blade in his hand. His heart was as calm as ice. The stone monkey king was a wild beast after all. With its face covered, it instantly sank into a state of panic. It let out a squeak, calling for the help of the stone monkeys under its command. At the same time, it kept changing directions with its top on its head, making sudden turns and scurrying in all directions. A blue moon blade flew diagonally towards him. It hit the Stone Monkey King. The Stone Monkey King let out a miserable shriek as it revealed itself. Its outer appearance was no different from an ordinary jade-eye stone monkey. However, it was 3 times bigger than them, and its eyes were glowing with a blood-red light. A long and deep wound extended from its chest all the way to its left thigh. Fresh blood continuously flowed out of its body. Although it did not die, it was already heavily injured, and the aura of death had already enveloped its entire body. It covered its wound in fear and hid itself again. Fong Yuan's jacket was cut by the crescent blade and fell to the ground with a long cut. However, the bloodstains still exposed the stone monkey's movements. It retreated in panic and did not continue to chase after Fong Yuan. If it did not deal with such a heavy injury, its life might not be guaranteed. Taking advantage of this time, Fong Yuan also retreated to the stone door. After using the crescent blade, only a little bit of true essence remained in his aperture, and his battle prowess dropped sharply. This battle seemed to be a draw, but in reality, Fong Yuan had won. The Stone Monkey King's injuries would not recover in a short time. The more blood it lost, the weaker it would become. On the other hand, Fong Yuan could quickly replenish his true essence and recover his battle prowess by relying on the Yuan stone. Even if he did not have a goo worm that could detect invisibility, and also did not have a large area of effect attack, with his rich battle experience and his iron will, Fong Yuan was able to win against the strong despite being weaker. Monkey, fox, bay, these wild beasts have intelligence that surpasses ordinary beasts, thus they are crafty. But because of this, they lack a kind of brute courage, and will escape when they are heavily injured. If it was a wild bull or a wild boar, the more injured they are, the more berserk they become. This Monkey King seems to only have one goo worm. Although this goo worm can conceal itself, it can't even hide the bloodstains. If I am not wrong, it should be a rank 1 stealth rock goo. Fong Yuan pondered in his heart. Relying on the memories in his mind, the Stone Monkey King could no longer hide any secrets from him. The battle has been decided. Fong Yuan returned to the stone room and closed the door, using the Yuan stone to replenish his true essence. A moment later, his true essence was replenished to its peak state. Pushing open the stone door, he arrived at the stone forest again. The stone forest was still in chaos, but it was much better than before. After this chaos, I'm afraid the entire stone forest's monkey forces will be reshuffled. The stone monkeys will migrate and regroup, and the wandering stone monkeys will form a new monkey group. The passage that I painstakingly opened up is likely to disappear because of this. Fong Yuan's heart sank. He had to kill the Stone Monkey King before this passage completely disappeared. Otherwise, opening up this passage again would waste a lot of his time. When he arrived at the center of the stone forest again, he might have to face a fully healed Stone Monkey King. One should chase after a cornered enemy with courage, and not be a tyrant with fame. Fong Yuan followed the open path and entered the stone forest. Along the way, stone monkeys jumped out from time to time, but were all killed by him. 15 minutes later, he arrived at the central giant stone pillar again. The Stone Monkey King was lying on the ground, turning into a stone statue, dead. A jade-eye stone monkey was stepping on its corpse, squeaking. The throne was changed, the old king was dead, and the new king was ascended. Be it beast groups or human society, there was a cruel elimination mechanism. That saved me some effort. Fong Yuan slowly walked closer. Right at this time, a goo worm slowly floated up from the Stone Monkey King's corpse, flying towards the new king. Moonglow goo. Fong Yuan sent out a moonblade in time, chasing away the new Stone Monkey King, then walked forward and grabbed this goo worm. This goo's appearance was very ordinary, just a gray rock. Its surface was uneven, not a cube, nor a round bead shape. If this goo was thrown on the side of the road, no one would notice it just by looking at its appearance. But in fact, it was the essence of the rock, a natural goo worm nurtured by nature. It looked like a dead stone object, but in fact, it was a genuine life form with its own consciousness. As Fong Yuan expected, it was the stealth rock goo. It was caught by Fong Yuan, struggling continuously, trying to escape from Fong Yuan's demonic grasp. Spring-autumn cicada. Fong Yuan willed, and spring-autumn cicada appeared in his aperture, leaking a trace of its aura. The stealth rock goo immediately died, not daring to struggle anymore, like a mouse seeing a cat. Fong Yuan activated his crimson primeval essence, refining it in an instant. Another goo. The stealth rock goo was stored in Fong Yuan's aperture, sinking to the bottom of the primeval sea, next to the white jade goo. The new stone monkey king watched from the side as Fong Yuan kept the stealthy rock goo into his body. It was so anxious that it jumped around and screeched. It had just ascended to the throne not long ago, so not many stone monkeys responded to it. Fong Yuan sent out another moonblade, immediately taking the lives of 4 or 5 monkeys. The group of monkeys that had gathered around it suddenly collapsed and scattered in all directions. The new stone monkey king bared its fangs at Fong Yuan. Scram! Fong Yuan stared at it, saying one word, his eyes cold as ice. The stone monkey king shuddered, truly feeling the terrifying killing intent emitted by Fong Yuan. It looked at Fong Yuan in a daze, then whimpered, turning around and escaping. It showed that it had intelligence that surpassed other wild beasts. Fong Yuan chased away this group of stone monkeys, ignoring them. Instead, he quickly walked to the bottom of the stone pillar. As he got closer, he found a cave entrance under the stone pillar. The cave entrance was not big, a row of stone stairs extended from the cave entrance, all the way into the darkness. Fong Yuan did not have an investigative goo, so he naturally did not know what was under the cave. Since the situation was unclear, Fong Yuan did not enter the cave, walking down the stone stairs. He had barged in just now, so his condition was not very good. More importantly, the chaos in the stone forest was disappearing, and was already stabilizing. He spent a lot of time and effort to open up the path, and there were already many stone monkeys living in the stone pillars along the path. Haste makes waste. I have already reached my goal after finding the inheritance clues. It is time to return. Fong Yuan resisted the urge to investigate and returned along the original path. Along the way, the pressure of advancing increased. But in the end, Fong Yuan withstood the pressure, and was chased by hundreds of stone monkeys, rushing out of the stone forest in a sorry state. Time passed quickly, as spring and summer changed. Unknowingly, it was the scorching summer again. Fong Yuan cultivated diligently, making use of every moment to cultivate. The use of the red steel relic goo allowed him to catch up to Fengzheng's cultivation progress. He did not have any special goo worms, so his middle stage aura could not be concealed. A day after killing the stone monkey king and obtaining the stealth rock goo, his cultivation level was discovered by others. Only then did the tribesmen know that the person who obtained the red steel relic goo was actually Fong Yuan. At the same time, Fong Yuan purposely exposed the black boar goo. Fong Yuan sold such a large amount of inheritance to buy the black boar goo and red steel relic goo. Many people could not understand his thoughts, and at once, big fool, idiot, lunatic, and short-sighted became synonymous with Fong Yuan. With the increase in attention, Fong Yuan had no choice but to reduce the number of times he explored the flower wine monk's inheritance. On one hand, he continued to nurture his aperture, taking steady steps towards rank 2 upper stage, while on the other hand, he collected the materials needed to advance the liquor worm and stealth rock goo. At the same time, he produced the vitality leaf and earned yuan stone to maintain his cultivation. July, early autumn. Near the village at the foot of the mountain, a wild rank 5 goo worm suddenly appeared, causing a huge commotion in the entire Gyua village. Chapter 119. The atmosphere in the hall was extremely heavy. The group of elders sat silently, their expressions either cold, gloomy, or heavy. Clan leader Gyue Bo sat on the main seat, unable to conceal the worry in his eyes. 3 days ago, a river-swallowing toad appeared near the village at the foot of the mountain. This toad seemed to have swam upstream from the Yellow Dragon River, and unintentionally landed here. It is currently blocking a river channel and sleeping inside. If we let it go, the village will be in constant danger. Elders, do you have any good ideas to drive this toad away? The clan elders looked at each other, no one spoke for a moment. The river-swallowing toad was a rank 5 goo with great power. When it opened its mouth, a river would flow. If this matter was not handled well and it was angered, half of Qingmao Mountain would be flooded, and the entire village would be washed away. After a long silence, Guyue Lian spoke, "This matter is very serious and needs to be resolved as soon as possible. Once the news is leaked, there might be people with ulterior motives sneaking in and provoking this river-swallowing toad to harm our Guyue clan." Elder Qi Lian is right. Guyue Mo Chen nodded. Although he was Guyue Lian's political enemy, at this crucial moment of life and death for the village, he completely let go of his prejudice. After a pause, he continued, "There is another more serious situation. Once the river-swallowing toad floods Qingmao Mountain, the wolf nest will be submerged. To escape, the wolf pack will naturally migrate up the mountain. At that time, the wolf tide will erupt earlier. We will have to fight with countless wild beasts for living space on the mountaintop." The clan elders heard this. Their faces turned pale. Guyue Bo added in a heavy tone, "Everyone, don't forget the foundation of our village. Back then, the first-generation ancestor established the village here because of the spirit spring beneath our feet. Once the water floods Qingmao Mountain, this spirit spring will be destroyed. What should we do? Sigh, even if we resist the beast tide and survive on the mountaintop. After the flood recedes, the spirit spring will disappear, large numbers of beasts will die, and the surroundings will become barren. Our cultivation resources will be severely lacking. If we're going to die together, why don't we ask for help from the Xiong clan village and the Bai clan village? We're all three grasshoppers tied to the same string. I don't believe that they won't do anything." The elders whispered to each other in panic. Some people were already thinking of asking for reinforcements. It's too early to ask for help now. Guyue Bo shook his head and rejected the idea immediately. Now is not the most difficult time. Back then, when the first-generation ancestor had just established the village, a rank 5 Blood River python attacked the village. He was killed by the first-generation clan leader. Compared to the Blood River python, the river-swallowing toad is much cuter. It has a gentle temper and doesn't offend any mortals. Only when it sensed the aura of other goo worms would it be vigilant. Only after suffering heavy injuries would they become enraged and spit out water. By chance, I once heard the previous clan leader mention this. There are rumors about the river-swallowing toad. In the hall, Guyue Bo spoke with fervor and assurance. The voice was slow. All the elders listened attentively with nervous and flustered expressions on their faces. He couldn't help but relax. As expected of the clan leader. Guyue Yao Ji sensed the change in the atmosphere and looked deeply at Guyue Bo, praising in her heart. According to what Lord Clan Leader said just now, driving this river-swallowing toad away is not a difficult matter. An elder said. You can't say that. Guyue Bo shook his head, these are only rumors. I haven't seen it with my own eyes and there's no evidence of it. This is an important matter and cannot be careless. I think we should send a group of Goo Masters to try it out. All the elders nodded. Guyue Lian said, to do this, only my Qi faction can do it. If he can't do it, I'm afraid no one in my clan can. Everyone knew who Qi Lian was talking about and agreed. Clan leader Guyue Bo smiled, since it is so, then let's send the Qi Shan group. It was the beginning of autumn and the weather was gradually cooling down. Fong Yuan sat alone by the window in the tavern, quietly tasting his wine. The manager of the tavern stood beside him, bowing and groveling. Shopkeeper, a few days ago I asked you to inquire about bitter shell wine, have you found anything? Fong Yuan asked. Fong Yuan was only lacking a portion of bitter shell wine to refine the liquor worm. However, bitter shell wine was hard to find, and because of the red steel relic goo, he was the center of attention. Wherever he went, people would point fingers at him. Thus, he couldn't inquire about the bitter shell wine. It was only in these few days that the commotion gradually subsided. Maybe after extreme misfortune comes bliss, Fong Yuan unintentionally found some clues about the bitter shell wine. The shopkeeper quickly replied, reporting to young master, "The bitter shell wine you wanted me to inquire about, someone had drunk it in by Clan Village. The raw material of this wine is a kind of shell from deep pools. This kind of shell was completely black, and there were circles of white veined patterns on the shell, like tree rings. We call it bitter shell. Ordinary shells can be brewed into pearls. It swallows the sand and stones in the water, but can only dissolve the sand and stones, turning it into bitter water. Someone pries open its shell and obtains this bitter water, using it to brew wine. The bitter shell wine brewed is both bitter and fragrant, it is very unique." Fong Yuan heard this and slightly raised his brows. "That means, by Clan Village has this bitter shell wine?" The shopkeeper quickly bowed. "I can't guarantee it, I only heard people talking about it occasionally. But to be honest, Bai Clan Village is truly famous for its white liangye. This wine, together with my clan's green bamboo wine and Xiong clan's bear gall wine, are known as the three wines of Qingmao. Bitter shell wine, the servant felt that even if Bai Clan Village had it, it wouldn't have much. Even if it doesn't have much, I still have to search for it." Fong Yuan thought. But this matter was troublesome. Bai Clan Village had been showing signs of rising these years and was starting to shake Guyue Village's position as the traditional overlord. If Fong Yuan entered Bai Clan Village without permission, he might be killed by the patrolling Bai Clan Gu masters before he could even see the village's main gate. But even so, Fong Yuan still wanted to try it. After all, this bitter shell wine was much more reliable than the green wormwood wine that was 100,000 li away. Coming back to his senses from his thoughts, Fong Yuan found the old shopkeeper was still standing beside him. He waved his hand. "All right, you can leave, there's nothing for you to do here." The old man did not leave, his face showing a hesitant expression, wanting to say something but hesitating. Finally, he gathered his courage and said, "Young master, can you take back this wine tavern? I and all the other workers want to work under you. You don't know, once the old owner returns, he will take away half of our remuneration. Just by relying on such a small amount of primeval stones every month, it will be very difficult for us to support our families." Fong Yuan shook his head, his face expressionless. "I have already sold this wine tavern to him. According to the agreement, I can't take it back. Moreover, I don't want to run this wine tavern business. You can leave." "But, young master." The old man stopped in his tracks. Fong Yuan frowned unhappily. "Remember, I am no longer your young master." He had raised the salaries of these people. He only wanted to stir up their passion for work, to use them for himself. But these people thought he was easy to talk to, so they pushed their luck. Right now, he could only rely on selling vitality leaves to be self-sufficient. And he had always been troubled by the bitter wine. Why should he take back the wine tavern for these people? "But young master, we really can't live on anymore. Please be merciful and have pity on us." The shopkeeper plopped down, kneeling on the ground. He begged bitterly. This noise immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding customers. Fong Yuan laughed coldly. He casually picked up the wine jar on the table and smashed it on the shopkeeper's head. There was a cracking sound. Immediately, the jar broke, wine splashed everywhere, and the old man's head was bleeding. "You really think I don't dare to kill you? You blind thing, scram!" Fong Yuan's eyes were cold. The shopkeeper was agitated by this killing intent, and his body trembled. He suddenly woke up and hurriedly retreated. No matter which world it was, there would always be a group of weak people, begging for the charity of the strong, shamelessly and inappropriately. It was as if helping them was the demeanor of the strong, and not helping them was the wrong thing to do. Weak people should act like weak people, either accept their fate and be lowly like slaves, or work hard and keep a low profile. The help that the strong gave to the weak was just charity when they were in a good mood. The weak didn't work hard, shamelessly begged the strong, and still wanted a result, entangled. Then they deserved to be rejected. People who were willing to be weak, and didn't work hard, and only wanted to beg the strong, were not worthy of sympathy. Shopkeeper, hurry and bandage the shopkeeper's wound. The waiters surrounded the old man with dirty blood all over his face, and were in a mess. The old shopkeeper was just a mortal, even if he was killed on the spot, it wouldn't matter. With this ending, the surrounding customers felt bored, and retracted their gazes, continuing their conversations. Did you know? Something big happened recently. You mean that river-swallowing toad? Who doesn't know about this now? This is a rank 5 goo worm. If we don't handle it properly, we might face the danger of the village being exterminated. I heard that this river-swallowing toad feeds on water. When it is hungry, it opens its mouth and directly swallows a river. If it gets angry, it can flood Qingmao Mountain, and its power is extremely terrifying. We might all die. Then what do we do? Sigh, let's see how the higher-ups of the clan handle this. We can't escape anyway, where can we escape to? In the wine shop, there was a panicked and confused atmosphere. River-swallowing toad, huh? Fong Yuan listened, smiling in his heart. Fear was contagious, and the more it spread, the more fearful it became. Actually, the river-swallowing toad was very gentle, and was not scary. It loved to sleep, and people often saw the river-swallowing toad drifting in the river. They would often lay on the water surface with their white bellies facing upwards, sleeping soundly. Sometimes when they woke up, they would swallow the river water to fill their stomachs. After they were full, they would continue sleeping. They had no interest in fighting and killing, and if they met an enemy, their first reaction would be to escape. Only when they were in a desperate situation, and could not avoid it, would they brazenly retaliate. They had great battle strength, and when they opened their mouths, they could spit out a long river. The river water engulfed the land, and in an instant, it could create a swamp country. This river-swallowing toad should be asleep. Following the Yellow Dragon River, it unintentionally entered a tributary, and was brought to the foot of Qingmao Mountain by the waves. Fong Yuan guessed the truth. Chapter 120. It is said that every river-swallowing toad has a river in its stomach. Fong Yuan did not use the river-swallowing toad in his previous life, but this goo left a deep impression on him. This all originated from one person. A normal person, a servant. In his previous life, 200 years later, an extremely special goo master appeared, Jiang Fan. His existence made goo master's jaws drop, and mortals fought to spread his name. Once he appeared, he became a legend. What made him was a river-swallowing toad. Jiang Fan was originally a family servant who managed a fish farm on behalf of his master. One day, a river-swallowing toad was stranded on the riverbank, its belly facing upwards, its head raised, sleeping. Jiang Fan was shocked and scared at first, but slowly, he felt that the toad was not dead. Why was it not moving? The toad corpse blocked the upstream river, causing a lot of trouble for Jiang Fan, who was in charge of the fishing ground. Jiang Fan tried all ways and means to move this toad corpse away. He was just a mortal. How could he move such a heavy river-swallowing toad? The master was cruel and harsh, and if he could not complete the quota every month, he would lose his head. Jiang Fan did not dare to report it. Not long ago, there was a person who did not complete the quota, and reported a legitimate reason, but was killed on the spot by the master. As the deadline approached, the toad corpse continued to block, greatly affecting his profits. Uncontrollably, Jiang Fan became more and more panicked, his temper becoming more and more irritable. Although he knew he could not move this toad corpse, every day he would go over, punching and kicking the toad corpse, crying and throwing a tantrum, venting the fear and anger he felt before his death. But one day, the river-swallowing toad suddenly woke up, opening its sleepy eyes and staring at Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan was so scared his legs went soft. The river-swallowing toad was half asleep, still lying there like a corpse. After a long while, Jiang Fan regained his composure. He was no longer afraid. A person who was about to die. What was there to be afraid of? He climbed onto the river swallowing Toad's belly, raising his head and lying down, looking at the starry sky. Toad, oh Toad. Are you like me, on your last breath, about to die? How would he know the habits of the river swallowing Toad? Looking at the river swallowing Toad's half-dead state, he thought that it was also on its last breath. Tears streamed down Jiang Fan's cheeks as he spoke. The river swallowing Toad squinted its eyes, listening to Jiang Fan's words and also looking at the starry sky. For the next few days, he laid on the soft white belly of the river swallowing Toad, crying and talking at the same time, pouring out the pain and depression of a mortal. Finally, the deadline was reached. The steward came down from the village and came to his fish farm, wanting to collect the fish. Where would Jiang Fan find the fish to hand over? With no other choice, he could only say that he needed time to tidy up, and then ran to the river swallowing Toad to bid farewell. He patted the river swallowing Toad's belly. Old Toad, I didn't expect that I would die first. Being able to meet you can also be considered as fate. I hope that your last days will be better. At this moment, the river swallowing Toad moved. Jiang Fan jumped in fright. The river swallowing Toad's movements were getting bigger and bigger. He hurriedly jumped down. Thump! The river swallowing Toad flipped over, its belly facing down and its back facing up. It was finally fully awake. Jiang Fan's entire body was drenched, and seeing this scene, he stomped his feet in anger. Old Toad, so you can move. Ayaya, you've killed me. If you had moved a few days earlier, I wouldn't have to die. The river swallowing Toad ignored his words. It woke up and felt hungry. Half of its body was submerged in the water, then it opened its mouth and began to swallow the river water to eat. This scene caused Jiang Fan to be dumbfounded. He watched in shock as the water level of the river dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye. Large amounts of river water were sucked into the river swallowing Toad's stomach, but its stomach did not expand at all, as if it was a bottomless pit. After a while, the river swallowing Toad leisurely stopped eating. The river water level had already dropped to a very low level, and the river bed that was filled with mud was mostly exposed. Standing at the bottom of the river water only reached up to the knees. Jiang Fan stood at the riverbank, dumbfounded. The river swallowing Toad looked at him and suddenly burped. Then its stomach expanded and contracted, and its mouth opened wide, spitting out large amounts of freshwater seafood. Fish, prawns, turtles, snails, eels, crabs, everything. The river swallowing Toad only ate water as food, and did not eat these freshwater seafood. It spat out all of these things. At this moment, the sky looked like it was raining freshwater seafood. In the blink of an eye, these freshwater seafood piled up into a small mountain. Jiang Fan saw this, and jumped 3 feet high in joy. He shouted, I'm saved, I'm saved. These fish and turtles are enough for me for 3 months. Old Toad, it's all thanks to you. He collected the freshwater seafood and handed it to the steward. The steward was shocked and suspicious. How could there be so much? He quickly reported, and the Goo masters in the village also noticed the change in the river water. After investigating, they quickly discovered the river swallowing Toad's existence. This is a rank 5 Goo. The village was in a state of panic, and a large group was formed to chase the river swallowing Toad away. Jiang Fan did not want the river swallowing Toad to be harmed, and these days, he had treated the river swallowing Toad as his only friend. He knelt in front of the Goo masters, begging in pain. How could Goo masters put this mortal in their eyes? He kicked him away, and was about to kill him. But at this time, the river swallowing Toad rushed over. It was unknown if it treated Jiang Fan as a friend, or if it felt that keeping Jiang Fan by its side was more interesting and could relieve boredom. In any case, it made its move. It carried Jiang Fan on its back, and spat out a river that engulfed the whole village, submerging half the mountain peak. This battle shook the entire southern border. From then on, Jiang Fan's name spread throughout the 10,000 mountains. With the river-swallowing toad by his side, he had a rank 5 gu. One had to know, even a rank 5 gu master might not have a rank 5 gu. Rank 5 gu masters were rare, and even in the entire history of the Guyue clan, there were only two. One was the first-generation clan leader, and the second was the fourth-generation clan leader. But he, Jiang Fan, did not even open his aperture. He was just a mortal, but he raised a river-swallowing toad. His existence shook the Gu Master world. Afterwards, Jiang Fan stayed at the original village. He built a village. He was tolerant towards people, and had sympathy towards mortals, and was determined to build a village where everyone was equal. A village without oppression. He became a flag, and the surrounding mortals in the village all rushed towards him. They all wanted to attach themselves to him. But in the end, he was still assassinated. A mere rank 5 river-swallowing toad could not make him a true expert. He was after all not a Gu master, and after he died, the river-swallowing toad also left. The Gu masters razed his village to the ground, and massacred all those daring mortals. Jiang Fan used his mortal body to challenge the entire society system, and naturally incurred the wrath of the Gu masters. I wonder if in this life, because of my influence, Jiang Fan will still appear. The reminiscence ended. Fang Yuan laughed. But Qi Shan could not laugh. His face was gloomy, and he returned in defeat. The villagers at the foot of the mountain had been waiting for the Gu masters to solve this problem. But even the great Guyue Shan himself could not solve this problem. This caused the panic in the villagers to spread rapidly. It reached a peak. They dragged their families, carrying bags of all sizes, and rushed to the village. They naturally did not dare to barge into the village, so more and more villagers knelt at the village's entrance, begging for the Gu masters to show mercy. Let them in. In the hall. What? Such a group of lowly commoners, daring to surround the entrance. Outrageous, they are getting more and more daring. Kill them all. The punishment hall elder roared. Medicine hall elder Guyue Yaoji's face was also gloomy. Although these lowly commoners deserve to die, killing one can serve as a warning to the rest. Killing a few that are not pleasing to the eye can disperse this group of people. But it will be a joke to the other villages. Guyue continued, the crucial point now is not this. If even Qi Shan cannot awaken this river-swallowing toad, who else in our clan can? Looks like we really need to ask for reinforcements. Xiong clan is known for their strength. Sigh, for the village's safety, asking them to help, even if we have to pay a small price, it is worth it. These words gained the approval of the other clan elders, and even clan leader Guyue Bo was moved. Clan leader and various clan elders, Junior has something to report. Guyue Shan stood in the hall, listening to the clan elders' words. He suddenly bowed and spoke. Guyue Bo nodded, he had an admiring attitude towards Guyue Shan. Qi Shan, what suggestions do you have? Just say them. Qi Shan did not reply, but asked instead, Lords, to awaken this river-swallowing toad, must we rely on one person's strength? Guyue Bo said, according to what the previous clan leader mentioned, the river-swallowing toad has a gentle temperament, and loves to sleep. Even if its body is awakened by someone, it will not get angry. Thus, we ordered you, who has the greatest strength in the village, to awaken it. But the result was a failure. Qi Shan then said, then, clan leader, please bestow me a brute force longhorn beetle Gu. With the strength of this beetle, along with Junior's innate strength, I can definitely awaken this river-swallowing toad. You absolutely cannot use the strength of a Gu worm. Qi Shan had just finished speaking when an elder immediately rejected his request. The aura of a Gu worm will attract the vigilance of the river-swallowing toad. If this toad feels threatened and goes berserk, who will be responsible for the result? That's right. Guyue Bo nodded, if you use a Gu worm, even if you awaken the river-swallowing toad, you will not be able to obtain its recognition. You must be alone, and rely on your own strength to awaken it, only then can you obtain its recognition. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth, but their habits are similar to wild beasts. Wild beasts have their own territories, and when wandering beasts encountered the beast king of this territory, they will often engage in a battle. The winner takes the territory, while the loser roams. The formation of the beast tide is also based on this habit of wild beasts. Strong beast groups will invade the surrounding territories. The weaker beast groups will be dragged out, forming the early stage of the beast tide. To drive the river-swallowing toad away, one must start from this habit. The river-swallowing toad is docile, and does not like to fight. As long as it acknowledges the ability of the beast king of this territory, it will retreat. Thus, using goo worms is not possible. The aura of the goo worm will be sensed by the river-swallowing toad, and the consequences are unpredictable. Gathering everyone's strength is also not possible. Once there are too many people, even if the river-swallowing toad is pushed, it will not leave. Because this is the strength of everyone, it will not accept an unfair victory. Thus, the clan leader let Chi Shan make a trip. This is because his physical strength is the strongest in Guyue village. So that's it, I understand now. Chi Shan finally understood the whole story, cupping his fists. Since it is like this, then Junior will recommend a person to the elders. This person's strength is even greater than mine. Oh, who is it? There is actually such a person, why do we not know? Chi Shan, don't keep us in suspense, quickly say it. This person is Guyue Fong Yuan. Chi Shan said a name. Chapter 121. Guyue Fong Yuan. Hearing this name, the clan elders looked at each other. But they knew this person. In fact, ever since the beginning, Guyue Fong Yuan's name had been ringing in their ears. Especially after the awakening ceremony, when he started his Gu master cultivation, this kid became even more troublesome, often causing trouble and attracting attention. Oh, I remember him. Some time ago, this kid sold his parents' inheritance and bought a red steel relic Gu, right? An elder suddenly realized. Guyue Lian and Guyue Mo Chen heard this and their expressions turned ugly. If the red steel relic Gu was used by Chi Shan or Mo Yan, it could help one of them reach rank 2 peak stage, and they would be able to contend against Guyue Qingshu. This was reflected to the higher-ups, and whether it was the Mo faction or the Qi faction, it was a political victory. But who could have thought that this prodigal kid would ruin their plans? But speaking of which, this kid does have some strength. Back then on the stage, he broke the Jade Skin Goose defense with 2 punches and beat Fang Zheng to the ground, becoming the top scorer. An elder recalled. This time, it was clan leader Guyue Bo's turn to show a trace of embarrassment. Guyue Fang Zheng was specially nurtured by him. Fang Zheng's failure, in a sense, was his clan leader's failure. As long as one entered the system, anyone would be labeled as a faction. There were neutral factions in politics, but there was no such thing as a faction-free person. But in terms of strength, I'm afraid his strength cannot compare to Chi Shan's, right? Chi Lian asked suspiciously. Chi Shan replied respectfully, clan elders might not know, but Fong Yuan not only bought the red steel relic Gu, he also bought a black boar Gu. These few months, he has been buying wild boar meat to feed the black boar Gu and increase his strength. Once, I saw him moving a huge rock on a hill, measuring his strength. Once, I saw him moving a boulder on a hillside to measure his strength. But from what I saw, I don't know how much strength he has at his maximum. But from what I saw, I know his strength will not lose to mine. I see. I didn't expect Fong Yuan to have grown to such an extent. Guyue Bo nodded. Then let's order Fong Yuan's group to try again. Hearing this, the Internal Affairs Hall elder stood up from his seat with an awkward expression. He stood up and said, Lord Clan Leader, please allow me to report. This Fong Yuan is currently alone and has yet to join the team. What does that mean? Guyue Bo frowned slightly. It's like this. Ever since the first beast tide, the group he was in was almost completely annihilated, and he was the only survivor. The Internal Affairs Hall elder replied. Even if that's the case, why didn't you include him in the reorganization? An elder asked curiously. Sigh. The Internal Affairs Hall elder sighed deeply. I've also warned him about this, but he has no intention of joining the team. To be honest, I don't like this kid. He's the best at playing tricks. I'm afraid he's lost his fighting spirit after inheriting that inheritance. Playing tricks? That's impossible. If he doesn't have a team, how can he complete the clan's monthly missions? An elder asked suspiciously. The Internal Affairs Hall elder's face completely darkened. He takes on the mandatory missions every month. But he fails every time. His track record is the worst I've ever seen. Almost all of them are mission failures. I've talked to him a few times, but he's still doing things his own way without any remorse. But he didn't violate the clan's rules, so I have no qualms in punishing this kind of stubborn and crafty kid. The elders looked at each other. They had never seen a younger generation who didn't seek to improve himself. The more missions he failed, it meant that his future in the clan was smaller. This kid is muddle-headed, simply stubborn and crafty. He's destroying his own future. If I have such a mischievous younger generation, I'll directly slap him to death. All right. Gyuebo raised his hand, stopping the elder's whispers, his expression unreadable. Gyuebo's gaze looked around, finally stopping at the Internal Affairs Hall elder. Enforce the order, Gyue Fong Yuan, go to the river swallowing toad and let him help. This kid is stubborn and unruly, and he's used to being free and undisciplined. He needs to be polished. If he fails, we can use this to punish him. Yes, Lord Clan Leader. The Internal Affairs Hall elder quickly replied. The wine tavern was bustling with noise. Do you know, just now, the clan sent the Qi Shan group to the foot of the mountain, but they returned in failure. The villagers at the foot of the mountain are blocking the entrance of the village, kneeling on the ground. These lowly commoners have no knowledge at all. What is the river swallowing toad? It's a rank 5 goo. Do they really think they'll be safe hiding in the village? Although they said so, the atmosphere of panic was getting thicker and thicker. These goo masters were forcing themselves to calm down. Fong Yuan listened for a while longer, but there was no new information. Just as he was about to leave, a person walked into the wine tavern. His body was tall and sturdy, and his upper body was scarlet red with bulging muscles. It was Gyue Shan. The discussions in the wine tavern immediately stopped, and countless gazes landed on Qi Shan. Qi Shan did not care about these gazes, only sweeping his gaze around and seeing Fong Yuan. So you're here. Under everyone's gaze, he walked to Fong Yuan. Let's go. The clan has already given the order, we'll talk about the details on the way. First, follow me to the foot of the mountain. Fong Yuan's gaze flashed, he could not refuse such an order. Moreover, even if he faced the river swallowing toad, the danger was not high, so he nodded and agreed. Only after Fong Yuan and Qi Shan left the wine tavern, did the wine tavern become noisy again. Shopkeeper, the heavens have eyes. Look, this karma came so quickly. That is a rank 5 goo worm, even the other goo masters are helpless against it. He is so young, wouldn't he just be throwing his life away? I had thought that young Master Fong Yuan would be different from the other goo masters, being able to empathize with us servants' pain and suffering. To think you are the same. Die, there is no pity in dying. Shopkeeper, your injuries are not for nothing. You didn't suffer this injury for nothing, losing a goo master's life is definitely worth it. The old shopkeeper's head was already wrapped in white bandages, and right now he was groaning non-stop, weakly leaning against the wall. A few waiters surrounded him, trying to console him. A trace of resentment flashed in the old man's eyes as he listened to these words. Hearing these words, his mood became slightly better. But after listening for a while, he pretended to berate in a low voice, "All of you shut up, are these words something we can say? Aren't we afraid of losing our heads if other goo masters hear us?" The waiters laughed. "Shopkeeper, you are too careful. The tavern is so noisy, who would hear us talking so softly?" Just as they finished speaking, a goo master sitting closest to them interrupted. "I heard you." The expressions of the shopkeeper and the waiters changed drastically. They were terrified to the extreme. "Lord!" The old shopkeeper did not care about the dizziness in his head, and quickly went to the Goo Master to beg for mercy. This male Goo Master raised his hand, stopping him. "What you said is very good, I like it. Fong Yuan, this little bastard, his death is not to be regretted. Say something like this again, if you say it well, I will reward you greatly." The male Goo Master took out a yuan stone and smacked it. Smacking it on the table. If Fong Yuan was here, he would recognize this person. It was the healing Goo Master from the small beast tide. Fong Yuan used the girl he loved as a shield, blocking in front of him. Because of this, he hated Fong Yuan deeply, and had not been able to resolve it. The waiters looked at each other in dismay. One of the more daring ones stared at the yuan stone on the table, his eyes staring straight at it. The male Goo Master's 3 companions, however, frowned, but they could not persuade him. He could only listen to the few employees scolding Fong Yuan as they fought to outdo each other. Early autumn. A beautiful scenery. In the forest, the leaves were deep and shallow. The green leaves reflected the yellow leaves, and the yellow leaves faintly contrasted with the red leaves. In the paddy fields, patches of yellow rice grains rippled with the autumn wind. In some lush green vegetable fields, the tender leaves were fresh and delicious. Fong Yuan sped along the mountainside, following the Qi Shan group to the foot of the mountain, and saw this rank 5 river swallowing toad. Its body was huge, like a small mountain. It laid in the riverbed, blocking the river. The river upstream was filled with water, about to overflow. But downstream, the flow was almost cut off, with only a small amount nourishing the riverbed. The river-swallowing toad's belly was facing upwards, snow-white and delicate, covered with a layer of luster. Its back, on the other hand, was the color of a clear blue sky. It was also smooth, without the warts on a normal toad's back. It was currently lying down, snoring loudly. But it did not snore, sleeping peacefully and gently. Feeling its aura, the 2 liquor worms in Fong Yuan's aperture shrunk into a ball. The black boar goo swept away its cheerful mood, flying very low. The moonglow goo residing in his right palm, retracted its light. Only the spring-autumn cicada was still sleeping peacefully. Fong Yuan also kept the moonglow goo into his aperture. As long as he did not activate these goo worms, their aura would not leak out. Placing them in the aperture was very safe. Fong Yuan, the rest is up to you. Qi Shan said. On the way here, he explained most of the situation. Fong Yuan also approved of this method. Of course, the simplest method was to use the spring-autumn cicada. As long as the rank 6 goo worm's aura leaked out, this river-swallowing toad would flee in panic. Of course, this was also because the river-swallowing toad did not like to fight. If it was a violent goo like the blood river python, the spring-autumn cicada's aura would cause it to go berserk and attack crazily. Fong Yuan stood on the river bank, trying to push it. The river-swallowing toad's skin was slippery, giving him a feeling that he could not exert any strength. Adding on its heavy weight, it did not budge at all. Are you sure you can do it? Crimson Castle said sarcastically. Fong Yuan ignored him, saying to Qi Shan, although I have the black boar goo to increase my strength, but in terms of strength, I am only slightly stronger than you. But to move this river-swallowing toad, it is not impossible, I still need your help. How? Qi Shan immediately asked. Fong Yuan said slowly. Qi Shan showed a trace of doubt, then, aren't we cooperating? Even if the river-swallowing toad wakes up, will it still acknowledge you and willingly admit defeat? Fong Yuan laughed, you don't have to worry about this. As long as you are a bit further away, making it unable to sense you, it will naturally work. It is after all a goo worm, don't think it is that smart. Chapter 122. The autumn air was crisp and clear, the sun shining brightly. The blue sky was clear and clean like a crystal. The wind blew gently, ruffling Fong Yuan's hair. Looking from afar, the nearby villages were already sparsely populated. Nearby, the hill-like river-swallowing toad was in deep sleep, stuck in the river bed. Fong Yuan stood at the riverbank, and compared to this rank 5 giant Gu, he was like a monkey beside an elephant. Fong Yuan's state of mind was calm, without a trace of nervousness. He thought to himself, I have used the white boar Gu and black boar Gu to temper my body and raise my strength. With the strength of 2 boars, in addition to my own strength, I can surpass 5 to 6 adults. But to wake this river-swallowing toad, I would need the strength of 2 bulls. With just my own strength, I can't do it. But, as long as I borrow the strength of the waves, it's coming. Swish swish swish, Fong Yuan turned his body to look, and saw a wave coming, the calm river water welcoming a turbulence. The waves became bigger and bigger, continuously slamming against the river-swallowing toad, creating waves that soared to the sky. Fong Yuan had only stood for a while, but his body was already drenched. He did not care, and began to push the river-swallowing toad with all his strength. The river-swallowing toad was still in a deep sleep. It was originally a Gu that lived in the rivers and lakes, and the attacks from the waves were too common to it, and could not wake it up. Following the wave's momentum, Fong Yuan worked hard for a while, and finally pushed the river-swallowing toad away from its original position. The lower the river went, the wider the river bed became. Adding on the water flow on both sides, it made it easier for Fong Yuan to push. After pushing for about 300 meters, the river-swallowing toad opened its sleepy eyes. A pair of dark green pupils. From a dazed state, it gradually became focused, and stared at Fong Yuan who was beside it. Fong Yuan had no fear, and stared back at it. From its deep and serene pupils, Fong Yuan could clearly see his own reflection. Jiangong! The river-swallowing toad raised its head, and suddenly opened its mouth, letting out a weird croak. The croak spread. It reverberated in Qingmao Mountain. For a moment, Fong Yuan felt his ears ringing. The river-swallowing toad lowered its head, its huge mouth sucking at the incoming river water. Hua hua hua! The river flowed more than 10 times faster than before. They all rushed into the belly of the river-swallowing toad. The level of the river dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fong Yuan stood beside the river-swallowing toad, and could clearly see the countless fishes, prawns, eels and turtles. They were also sucked into the river-swallowing toad's stomach along with the river. Sensing the change in the river, Qi Shan's team rushed over. Seeing the river-swallowing toad eating, they were all moved. What a spectacular sight! Qi Cheng couldn't hide his astonishment. Did you succeed? Qi Shan looked at Fong Yuan. It should be. Fong Yuan nodded indifferently. The river water dropped lower and lower until it stopped flowing. The river-swallowing toad raised its head high again, its stomach expanding and contracting, spitting out countless fishes, prawns, turtles and turtles. Pa, pa, pa. For a moment, a large number of freshwater fish fell to the ground. Crackling sounds could be heard. A fish was jumping on the ground, a turtle was thrown into confusion, a crab was moving horizontally, and then it was smashed by the falling freshwater fish. Fong Yuan didn't pay much attention at first, only looking casually. Suddenly, he smelled a trace of wine. Strange, why is there the smell of wine? Qi Cheng sniffed, his face full of surprise. It should be the 100-year bitter shell. The female Gu master in the group pointed at a broken black shell the size of a millstone. This shell was as black as ink, and there were circles of white patterns on it, like the growth rings of a tree. Not bad. The bitter shell can turn sand and stones into bitter water. The bitter water in the 100-year bitter shell, through the accumulation of time, changes and becomes wine. The current clan leader of the Bai clan likes to drink this bitter shell wine. Qi Shan added. Without needing his explanation, Fong Yuan had already picked up this shell and started to collect the bitter shell wine. Not long ago, he was still troubled about how to obtain this bitter shell wine, but to think it would appear in front of him in this form. This was truly wearing out iron shoes in fruitless searching, only to find it by chance. The river-swallowing toad had almost swallowed all the water in this river. In the depths of the river, the 100-year bitter shell that was buried in the sand was exposed. Fong Yuan quickly collected 600-year bitter shells. 2 of the shells were already damaged, but the other 4 were intact. I finally collected the bitter wine. With this, I can start to refine the 4 flavors liquor worm. At this moment, Fong Yuan's joy was not enough to tell others. Jiangong. After the river-swallowing toad finished spitting out the freshwater fish, it called out again. Then it looked deeply at Fong Yuan and slowly turned its huge body, following the river and swimming downstream. It really succeeded. Qi Shan mumbled, his heart finally calming down. He watched as the river-swallowing toad left, until its figure disappeared from his sight. What, to chase it away so easily? If I knew this, we could have done it ourselves. But now we let Fong Yuan become a hero so easily. Qicheng's mouth twitched, his tone filled with jealousy and unwillingness. Fong Yuan, no matter what, you have done a great service this time. You are the hero of our Guiyue tribe. Qi Shan looked at Fong Yuan with a complicated expression. Oh. Fong Yuan absent-mindedly replied, full of a perfunctory feeling. At the same time, his eyes shone brightly, as he continued to search for the 100-year bitter shell among the freshwater fish. What hero, it was just a compliment. And compliments and slander were just the views and opinions of others. Fong Yuan did not care about what others thought of him. You think you are, I will live my life. Hero? Coward? Haha, it's not even as practical as a bitter shell. The news of chasing away the river-swallowing toad immediately spread to the village. Guiyue Bo said good 3 times, and the heavy atmosphere in the hall was swept away. Only the internal affairs elder had a complicated expression. He did not think well of Fong Yuan, and not long ago, he had criticized Fong Yuan. Now that Guiyue village was in danger, Fong Yuan stood out to resolve it. One after the other, wasn't this a slap to his face? Guiyue, Fong Yuan has done a great service in chasing away the river-swallowing toad. He will be promoted to group leader, and rewarded with 500 yuan stone. Guiyue Bo muttered to himself for a while, before giving this order with deep meaning. In the tavern. What, Fong Yuan actually succeeded? Strange, he is just a newbie, how could he chase away a rank 5 gu? Even Qi Shan had to return in defeat, but he did it, the news spread. Everyone was shocked. Fong Yuan became our clan's hero. This. The male gu master who had enmity with Fong Yuan was at a loss when he heard the news. His group leader suddenly shouted, pointing at the tavern's shopkeeper and the waiters, you mere mortals. Slandering our clan's hero, you deserve death. Before he finished, he sent out a moonblade. The old shopkeeper did not expect his death to come so suddenly. The moonblade hit his neck, and his head separated from his body. Lord, spare us! The waiters saw this, and were stunned, before kneeling on the ground, crying and begging for mercy. Group leader, what are you doing? The male gu master stood up. What am I doing? His group leader's eyebrows twitched, sighing heavily, times are different now, ah hi. Fong Yuan has become a hero, and will definitely be noticed by the higher-ups. Tell me. If the matter of us slandering him is spread out by someone with ulterior motives, what will happen? There are many investigative gu masters here, if there are people who don't like us and speak ill of us to the clan elders, our future will be ruined. The male gu master broke out in cold sweat. The male gu master broke out in cold sweat. It was indeed so, the clan's kinship was paramount. Fong Yuan was dealing with rank 5 gu worms outside, risking his life to protect the clan. But at the same time, they slandered him in public, cursing him. Insulting him. What kind of mentality was this? This was the heart of a wolf and lungs of a dog, heartless and indifferent. It was like a period of history on earth. Yu Fei was fighting outside, protecting his country, while Qin Hui was a traitor in the imperial court. Although these gu masters had not reached the stage of framing him, if this matter was spread out, would the clan's higher-ups be at ease with people like them? If it was Mo Yen or Qicheng with a strong background, then so be it. Unfortunately, the few of them didn't have any superiors to rely on. Climbing up in the system, it was nothing more than people squeezing and stepping on each other. If this matter was used by others, it would have a terrible impact on their future. It's not too late to save them. As long as we show our attitude, outsiders won't say anything. These mortals have cheap lives, their deaths are not worth pitying. No, they can sacrifice themselves for us, it is their honor. You guys take action immediately, each of you kill one. After you kill, praise Fang Yuan, show your attitude. The clan leader shouted. Damn it! The male Gu master cursed fiercely. Between hatred and his future, he chose the latter without hesitation. A moonblade slashed down, and a shop assistant died tragically. Sir, please let me go. At once, the other shop assistants collapsed on the ground, scared to the point of peeing their pants. The male Gu master did not care about them. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he righteously pointed at these pitiful shop assistants, scolding, "You bunch of people deserve to die." What kind of hero is Gu Fang Yuan, relying on his own strength to protect the clan? What kind of courage did you eat? How dare you slander him? The male Gu master said, his brows tightly furrowing. This expression was not fake. Fang Yuan was someone he hated deeply, but he had to praise Fang Yuan in front of everyone. He felt sick and disgusted by his own words. Sir, this is not what you asked us to. Ugh. A shop assistant felt extremely wronged, shouting loudly. But he had just shouted halfway when his voice stopped abruptly. A moonblade flew over, cutting him to death. A bunch of lowly commoners, it's fine if you slander us, but you still want to put the blame on us, implicating us. The one who attacked was a female Gu master, her face cold as she shouted. The other Gu masters looked over, as if they were watching a farce. Some sneered, some were indifferent, some continued to talk, but no one came up to stop them. So what if some mortals died? At most, they would just compensate some servants. Everyone was a clan member, they were all relatives, they would not interfere or pursue the matter for these outsiders, creating a rift for no reason. Happy face carrot. Chapter 123. The Guyue Tribe. Xiongli stood at the top of the hill, looking at the Guyue stronghold in the distance, a complicated expression on his face. The autumn wind was cool and refreshing, blowing gently. At this moment, autumn had dyed the entire mountain range. The leaves were a mix of red and yellow, and wild fruits were everywhere. Only the green spear bamboo, as green as jade, still stood upright. Once upon a time, the Guyue clan was like the green spear bamboo on this mountain, evergreen all year round, the #1 overlord. But now, he seems to be in dire straits. Xiong Li's lips curled into a mocking smile. But very quickly, he thought of his own clan's stronghold. The smile on his face flattened, and his heart became heavy. The rise of the Bai family village had already broken the old balance of Qingmao Mountain. The traditional hegemon, the Guyue clan, was weak, and the Xiong clan village was not doing well. This had caused the power structure of Qingmao Mountain to be in a state of turmoil. Xiongli knew that the only reason this problem had not completely erupted was because Wolf Chao was suppressing him from above. The three mountain strongholds had to work together in order to survive this wolf attack. Therefore, they had tacitly chosen to cooperate and temporarily put aside their past grievances. Once the wolf wave passes, the old structure of Qingmao Mountain will be broken. By Ningbing, it has only been a few years, but he has already reached rank 3, truly terrifying. The figure of a white-clothed youngster appeared in Xiong Li's mind. His heart felt like it was being pressed by a huge rock. It was extremely heavy. He, Xiong Li, was the #1 rank 2 Gu master in Xiong village. He had fought dozens of battles in his life and won more than he lost, establishing his reputation. Possessing the Grand Bear Gu, when unleashed, he would have the strength of a bear, and was known as the strongest man in Qingmao Mountain. He had been in the martial world for a long time and had personally witnessed Bai Ning Bing's meteoric rise. He understood how terrifying this person was. Team leader, that's the Guyue knockoff. It's still so far away, so why are we stopping here? Xiong Lin clasped his hands together. He held the back of his head. He asked curiously. In this group of 5, Xiong Lin was the youngest, a newcomer who had just debuted. He was the same age as Fang Yuan and was the #1 genius of the Xiong clan. He was short and had a shaved head. It looked white and shiny in the sunlight. Xiong Li's gaze swept over the rising star of the family, and his heavy heart eased a little. He replied in a deep voice, "We are on a diplomatic mission, not a reconnaissance mission. This is already the border of the Guyue clan. If we enter rashly, I'm afraid we'll be treated as enemies." "Oh, I see." Xiong Lin suddenly understood. "We've come here for 2 reasons. One was to hand over the Lord Patriarch's personal letter to Patriarch Guyue. The other was to investigate the river-swallowing toad incident. Guyue village. After all, it's not our place. When we get there, all of you better control your bad temper. However, we absolutely cannot let down the prestige of our Xiong clan. Do you understand?" Xiong Li glanced at the 4 people around him. He shouted softly. The other Gu masters' expressions turned cold as they nodded silently. "Leader. Someone is coming." The investigative Gu master in the group suddenly spoke. "We've been exposed for so long, it's about time for them to come. I just don't know who it is, eh? So it's Qi Shan." Not long after, Xiong Li also discovered the Qi Shan group, and his gaze shone. "Wow! That person is so tall, he's Qi Shan. He's even taller than leader Xiong Li. This body of muscles, piece by piece, leader, he's that person with great natural strength, the one who always wanted to snatch the title of Qingmao Mountain's strongest man?" Xiong Lin stared blankly. "Humph, just based on him." Xiong Jiang, who was observing, curled his lips in disdain. "Xiong Li. Qi Shan." The distance between the 2 groups shortened to 50 steps. The 2 leaders met face to face, and their gazes were so sharp that sparks seemed to fly in the air. "Seems like this time, you're the Xiong clan's special envoy." Qi Shan snorted. He had fought with Xiong Li many times. "That's right. Is the Bai clan's special envoy here?" Xiong Li's expression was steely. "Why ask so much, follow me." Qi Shan was on guard, slightly turning his body as he invited. At the same time, in the second secret room, 4 jars of wine were placed in front of Fang Yuan. Sour, sweet, bitter and spicy 4 types of wine. The sweet was the golden honey wine, the spicy was the white grain liquor, the sour was the bayberry wine, and the bitter was the bitter shell wine. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground. With a thought, the 2 liquor worms flew out from his aperture. The process of fusing the 4 flavors liquor worm was slightly different from normal fusing. Under Fang Yuan's will, the 2 liquor worms burrowed into the bayberry wine jar. In the bayberry wine, they began to fuse. A white ball of light was produced in the wine jar. The bright light rushed out from the mouth of the jar, and shone on the top of the wall. Fang Yuan threw Yuan stone into the wine jar. 1 stone, 10 stones, 50 stones. When it reached the 100th stone, the ball of light shrunk to the size of a fist, and floated in the middle of the wine jar. At this time, the bayberry wine had been used up. Fang Yuan picked up the second jar of wine, and poured the golden honey wine that was as thick as oil into it. Under the immersion of the honey wine, the white ball of light suddenly expanded to its original size. Beads of sweat appeared on Fang Yuan's forehead. He had to maintain the fusion of the 2 liquor worms' consciousness, so multitasking was very taxing. He continued to throw Yuan stone into the wine jar. With each Yuan stone, the white ball of light would shrink a little, until it was once again the size of a fist, reaching its limit. Fang Yuan repeated the same process, pouring in the bitter shell wine and white grain liquor. When the 4 jars of wine were completely consumed, the white light in the wine jar suddenly flourished, and then disappeared. Success. Fang Yuan did not need to look at the wine jar to know that he had succeeded. He willed, and a goo worm flew out of the wine jar in a swaying manner. It was the 4 flavors liquor worm. Compared to the liquor worm, its appearance did not change much. It was only slightly larger than the liquor worm. It also resembled a silkworm, with a pair of bright black eyes. The only difference was that the liquor worm's entire body was white and flawless, but this liquor worm's body had 4 colors that were constantly changing. Red representing spiciness, blue representing bitterness, green representing sourness, and yellow representing sweetness. It made Fang Yuan involuntarily think of the neon lights on Earth. Phew! Fang Yuan let out a long breath. His luck was good this time, he did not fail, and succeeded on his first try. He was afraid that if he failed, the liquor worm would be seriously damaged, and one would die. Or the bitter shell wine would be used up. That would be troublesome. Fortunately, that did not happen. Gu masters use gu, raise gu, and refine gu. None of those were easy. In terms of refining gu, many gu masters had to go through a lot of trouble to find the recipe and gather the materials. The recipes were all different. There might not be a suitable one. Some gu masters would even spend more than 10 years to gather the materials. Even if they found the recipe and gathered all the materials. But if the refinement failed, the materials would be wasted, and all the effort and preparation would be wasted. Gu master cultivation is so difficult. Fang Yuan sighed deeply in his heart. Refining gu was considered easy in the early stages of cultivation. At rank 4 and rank 5, one might not even succeed once in 10 tries. The success rate of rank 6 was even lower than 1%. Every failure in the refinement of a high-level gu meant a huge loss of resources. But once it succeeded, the gains would be considerable. Take Fang Yuan's newly refined 4 flavors liquor worm for example, it could refine rank 2 primeval essence and advance by a small realm. Fang Yuan used a red steel relic gu. Advanced to middle stage. Now he used the 4 flavors liquor worm. That was upper stage primeval essence. This meant his battle strength would increase by 2 times. At the same time, it would nourish his aperture. Cultivation would be twice the result with half the effort. But everything has its pros and cons. Fang Yuan used the 4 flavors liquor worm to refine his primeval essence, which would lead to an increase in yuan stone expenditure. Just the income from selling vitality leaves was not enough to balance his cultivation expenditure. Next, I need to refine stealth stone gu into stealth scales gu. This is another expenditure. Every time a gu master refines, no matter if they succeed or fail, they would expend a sum of yuan stone. To refine the 4 flavors liquor worm, Fang Yuan had already expended over 400 yuan stone. After he chased away the river-swallowing toad, the clan rewarded him with 500 yuan stone. 500 yuan stone was enough for other gu masters to spend for a long time, but Fang Yuan used almost all of it here. Fortunately, he had sold his family assets and used more than half of it to buy the red steel relic gu, so he still had some money left. In the short term, he did not need to worry too much. Only, this stealth scales gu needed to be refined. After Fang Yuan killed the Stone Monkey King, he obtained the stealth stone gu. But this gu lacked practicality. It could only conceal itself. That is to say, after Fang Yuan used it, his torso, head and hair would all be concealed, making others unable to see them. But the clothes he was wearing, the wrist guards and leg bindings, and the bamboo shoes he was wearing would still be there, visible to the naked eye. The Stone Monkey King did not have this concern, it was a wild beast and did not need clothes. But Fang Yuan was in an awkward situation. To display the best effect of the stealth stone gu and make others unable to see him, he had to take off all his clothes. If he did not take them off, even if he was invisible, others would still discover a set of walking, rank 2 gu master martial attire. The stealth stone gu was only a rank 1 gu, but when it advanced to the rank 2 stealth scales gu, this problem would be solved. The stealth scales gu could make a gu master's clothes invisible. If the Stone Monkey King used the stealth scales gu, then even if Fang Yuan's clothes covered its body, they would still disappear. If the Stone Monkey King used the stealth scales gu, then whether or not Fang Yuan could defeat the Stone Monkey King was still a matter of suspense. To refine the stealth scales goo, other than the stealth stone goo, there were also other materials. But these materials were rather common, so Fang Yuan had already asked Jiang Ye to help him gather them. If I successfully refine the stealth scales goo, not only would it be much easier to enter and exit the secret cave, I would also be able to move freely in the wolf pack. With this life-saving method, I can attack and defend at will. Fang Yuan pondered. It was getting late, so he kept the 4-flavor liquor worm and returned it to his aperture, leaving the cave entrance and heading towards the village. He had successfully chased away the river-swallowing toad, and immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. It was not convenient to move around these days, so he had some reservations. If he stayed in this secret cave for too long, it would arouse the suspicions of others. At the entrance of the village, a contest of strength had already ended. Xiong Li's group stood proudly, while Qi Shan's group and the Gu masters guarding the entrance all had solemn expressions. Xiong Li's body was not as tall as Qi Shan, but right now his gaze carried a sense of superiority. He slowly said, "Qi Shan, you are indeed born with great strength and have talent. But I have the brown bear innate strength goo, and have already nurtured the strength of a bear. You saw the result of the battle just now, you are still not my match. Humph, you want the title of Qing Mao Mountain's strongest man, dream on." At the side, Xiong Jiang snorted coldly. Qi Shan's face was ashen. He knew that the other party had purposely challenged him, and his actions were filled with political intentions. Right now, he had lost, and it was no longer a personal matter, but a humiliation to the Guyue clan's name. What's there to be proud of beating me? You guys don't know, but I am no longer the strongest person in the clan. If you have the ability, then beat Fang Yuan first. Qi Shan had no choice but to bring up Fang Yuan. Oh, Fang Yuan. I heard that the Guyue clan has produced an A-grade genius, called Fang Zheng. Who is Fang Yuan? Xiong Li asked curiously. Qi Shan snorted coldly and answered, Fang Yuan is Fang Zheng's brother. He is also gifted, having great strength from birth, and at the same time he has a goo worm to increase his strength. Earlier, the rank 5 river-swallowing toad was pushed 100 steps away by his strength alone. If you don't believe me, you can go to the village and ask around. Xiong Li's group's expression changed. Rank 5 river-swallowing toad. Fang Yuan. This name was immediately engraved in their hearts. Chapter 124. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. 3 consecutive moon blades the size of washbasins drew a deep blue arc in the air. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. In an instant, 16 to 17 jade-eye stone monkeys died on the spot. The stone monkey group chasing Fang Yuan was immediately halved. Fang Yuan stood on the spot, not retreating, but raised his right palm again, striking the air 3 times. Another 3 moon blades crashed straight into the group of stone monkeys. Wherever they went, the stone monkeys toppled over. The stone monkey corpses fell to the ground, breaking into pieces of rubble. The eyeballs that had turned into jade pearls also rolled on the red ground. Fang Yuan checked his aperture, and found that there was still more than half of the dark red primeval essence left. The Moonglow Goo's Moonblade required 10% of light red primeval essence to activate. If Fang Yuan was at rank 2 initial stage, he could only activate it 4 times in a row. At middle stage, it would increase to 8 times. At upper stage, the number would double again, rising to 16. Although Fang Yuan had not reached rank 2 upper stage, with the 4-flavor liquor worm's refined upper stage primeval essence, he could be considered a pseudo-upper stage, and his battle strength rose sharply. Originally, he had to fight and retreat when he was chased by 70 to 80 stone monkeys, but now, he could kill most of them with just the Moonblade attacks. Only a dozen or so of them would escape at the sight of him. It's only been 2 days, and I've already broken through 3 stone pillars. This speed is several times faster than before. At this rate, I should be able to break through to the middle of the stone forest in a month and a half. Fang Yuan thought to himself. According to the Flower Wine Monk's arrangement, the cave in the middle of the stone forest should be the next checkpoint. Before the checkpoint, there is a high chance of planting the Earth Treasury flower goo. But at this stage, the flower wine monk's strength inheritance should be almost complete. After all, he is heavily injured and his condition is not good, so he hastily set up this inheritance. Most likely, there will only be 1 or 2 more checkpoints in the future. With his previous life's experience, Fang Yuan thought of the image wall, the flower wine monk's blood-soaked and dying scene, and made this judgment. The time that the flower wine monk had left behind this inheritance was too short, so he couldn't do more. But this was just a special case of inheritance. Actually, normal inheritances needed to be designed and arranged by goo masters over a long period of time. Some of them were grand in scale, while others only opened once every decade or so. In the process of inheritance, there was more than one location. Instead, it was divided into several locations that were scattered all over the world. The distance between each location could be the ends of the earth. For those who wanted to inherit this inheritance, they would have to go through decades of exploration and all kinds of tests. Some inheritances, a goo master might not be able to successfully explore them in their lifetime. They would often leave this unfinished business to their descendants. The flower wine monk's inheritance is classified as a miniature inheritance. It has one flaw, which is that the inheritance is relatively rare. However, there was also an advantage to this, which was that the levels set up by the characters were usually based on the local conditions, so they were relatively simple. From this inheritance, I obtained the white boar goo, jade skin goo and liquor worm. Stealth rock goo could barely be counted as one. All that was left was probably 1 or 2 more Xidigarba flowers. Hopefully, among the remaining goo worms, there are scouting type or movement type goo worms. Time passed quickly, autumn passed and winter came. Early winter, the first snow. The sky was gloomy, and snow fluttered down, falling on Qingmao Mountain. Fang Yuan walked alone in the snow. He had just come out from the secret cave in the rock crack, and was now rushing back to the village. Looking at the time, it has already been 2 months, but my progress in clearing the stone forest has not been good. Fang Yuan's eyes were filled with gloom. It was not that he did not want to work hard, but the prelude to the wolf tide had already begun. In winter, food was scarce in the cold wind. The growing wolf pack began to hunt on a large scale in order to gather more food to fill their stomachs. This caused the wild beasts around the wolf nest to be purged. Chaotic small-scale beast tides occurred frequently, and at the same time, there was also the crippled wolf tide. These crippled wolves were all eliminated by the wolf nest. To survive, they formed groups and began to show themselves around the village, frequently moving about. Although they had not reached the stage of attacking the village, the mortal hunters no longer dared to go hunting in the mountains. At the same time, there were villagers who lost their lives to the wolves. Guyue village mobilized a large number of goo masters to carry out the purge. This way, there were more people coming and going, and among them were many scouting goo masters. This made Fang Yuan wisely reduce the number of times he went to the secret cave in the rock crack. This way, there was no doubt that the advancement of the stone forest had greatly decreased. The howling cold wind was getting stronger and stronger, and the snowfall was also getting heavier. Low roars of beasts could be heard amidst the wind and snow. Fang Yuan stopped in his tracks, vigilantly looking around. A small-scale crippled wolf pack, about 20 lightning wolves, quickly appeared in his vision. Again. Fang Yuan mumbled. This was the 8th time he had met them this month. But this time, it was different. So close to the village, there are already wolf packs moving around. Looks like the clan's goo masters will attack more frequently. The secret cave in the rock crack is not far, looks like I can't go there for the next few days. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's heart sank. The journey was difficult, there would always be some wind and snow in this world, stopping people from moving forward. Goo Master Jinren walked elegantly. The wolf pack quickly surrounded Fang Yuan. Roar, roar, roar. They growled and pounced towards Fang Yuan. Moonglow goo. Fang Yuan's heart moved, and a moonblade flew out. The eerie blue moonblade split the wind and snow, hitting the crippled wolves consecutively. 3 were killed in an instant, and when it reached the 4th, the crippled wolf suddenly rolled on the ground, cunningly dodging the moon blade. These crippled wolves, although most of them were missing arms or legs, or were blind or missing a tail, they had rich battle experience and were extremely cunning. If a normal rank 2 middle stage Gu master met with such a pack of crippled wolves, especially after being surrounded by them, his life would be in grave danger. But Fong Yuan was not afraid in the face of danger. His rich battle experience and the high-level dark red primeval essence refined by the 4-flavor liquor worm were his trump cards. Kill, kill, kill. Under the siege of the crippled wolves, he agilely moved, calmly dodged, and decisively attacked. One by one, the crippled wolves died in his hands. Soon, the number of lightning wolves in the crippled wolf pack was reduced by half. Howl! An alpha wolf let out a mournful howl, and the wolf pack immediately stopped attacking and started to retreat. This was the craftiness of the crippled wolves. Once they realized that Fong Yuan was a tough nut to crack, they decisively retreated, giving up on the idea of hunting Fong Yuan. These old wolves, sick wolves, injured wolves, although they did not have perfect bodies, but to be able to survive until today, they had a set of survival wisdom. Fong Yuan stood on the spot, quietly watching the crippled wolf pack disappear into the wind and snow. His strength, if he could not expose it, he would not expose it. After confirming that the wolf pack had completely escaped, Fong Yuan squatted down and hurriedly collected the items on the wolf corpses. Wolf skin, wolf teeth, and so on, were all valuable. Although the market price was relatively low, but there was a lot of them. In these 2 months, Fong Yuan eradicated the crippled wolves, and relied on the spoils of war to earn a small sum of money. On the snow, the blood that flowed out of the wolf corpses was still warm. With the crippled wolves, although they had fallen to the ground, they were not completely dead, and there was still a trace of splendor in their eyes. In this nature, all living things are fighting and surviving. It's not just humans. This world is a wonderful stage to use life and death. Fong Yuan sighed in his heart, mercilessly giving these dying crippled wolves one last stab. The battle power of a crippled wolf was already higher than 2 jade-eye stone monkeys. With the cooperation of the wolf pack, their battle power would double. I can deal with these small crippled wolves, but if I were to deal with a large crippled wolf pack, or a small healthy wolf pack in the future, I'm afraid there will be trouble. Fong Yuan faintly felt a sense of pressure. Next, when the wolf tide breaks out, the whole clan will be mobilized, and I will naturally not be alone. From now on, if I want to hunt lightning wolves alone in the wild, I will need a scouting Gu worm, or a movement Gu worm. Otherwise, he might have perished in this wolf tide. The more experience Fong Yuan had, the more he could recognize his own shortcomings. With the 4 flavors liquor worm, his battle power had increased by a lot. With the Moonglow Gu and White Jade Gu, he could attack and defend, and with his previous life's accumulation, Fong Yuan was not at the same level as Qing Shu, Qi Shan, or Mo Yen. It could be said that he could barely stand in the top ranks of the rank 2 Gu masters in the clan. The reason why it was barely, was because he was not a true upper stage Gu master, and his aptitude was only C grade, very limited. His battle power was already the best he could do, but to survive in the wolf tide, battle power was only one aspect. Scouting methods are indispensable. If I had a scouting Gu worm, I could sense the approaching wolf pack in advance, and quickly leave, changing my route. Or I could use the Gu worm to run faster, escaping the wolves' encirclement and shaking them off, Fong Yuan thought. As long as he had one of these 2 Gu worms, his chances of survival would increase greatly. With 2, he could basically do it with ease. I hope the Flower Wine Monk's inheritance has such a Gu worm. If not, it's not a problem. According to my memory, every wolf tide, the 3 clans would work together to set up a battle merit board, and sell off the Gu worms in their storage. Among them were many rare Gu worms. At that time, I can even use the battle merit to exchange for Gu worms from the Bai or Xiong clan. Fong Yuan planned in his heart and stood up. In this short period of time, he had neatly arranged his spoils of war, placing them in a bag and carrying it on his back. White snow fluttered in the air, quickly freezing the wolf blood and covering the wolf corpses. Look, Fang Yuan is back. He's carrying a bag. Did he go out to hunt wolves again? He's the one who saved our clan. Ha, it was just a coincidence. We all know the process, and if I had that much strength, I could do it too. It's nothing. Fang Yuan walked into the village, and along the way, passers-by turned to look at him. Some praised him, some were curious, and some were jealous. Fang Yuan. Qi Shan suddenly appeared at a corner and shouted. Chapter 125. What's the matter? Fang Yuan looked at Qi Shan. Even in winter, he was still bare-chested, his red skin emitting warmth, making people feel like they were leaning against a stove. The white snow fell on his body and melted in an instant. This was because there was a twin-orifice stove goo in his aperture. Stove goo was a rank 2 goo, containing fire energy and used for offense. Resisting the cold was only a side effect. Qi Shan's gaze was somewhat complicated. He stared at Fang Yuan and said in a deep voice, "Do you know that Xiong clan Xiongli wants to compete with you in strength these days?" "I know." Fang Yuan nodded. Qi Shan heaved a long sigh. "Xiongli wants to compete with you in strength. It is not a simple competition, but it concerns the distribution of benefits in the 3-clan alliance. Under the wolf tide, the alliance will perish. But after the alliance, how to distribute the benefits is the most crucial issue. Thus, these days, the 3 clans have been in a deadlock over this matter." Fang Yuan glanced at Qi Shan and immediately understood why he took the initiative to look for him. Negotiation was the most difficult thing. For the sake of benefits, the 3 clans would not take the initiative to give in, they would fight for every inch of land. The negotiation table was already filled with smoke, the flames of war raging like wildfire. The values of this world, one was strength, and the other was familial love. Qingmao Mountain's 3 clans were all clans, they had been in conflict for a long time, their hatred was deep, they naturally could not use familial love to smooth things over. Thus, to break the deadlock, they had to rely on strength. On Earth, there were military exercises to display strength. This world had the same result. There were also goo fights and sparring to show off one's strength and fight for greater benefits. This was the reason why Xiongli wanted to spar with Fang Yuan and compete in strength. As expected, Qi Shan said, "I have fought with Xiongli before, he has brown bear innate strength goo. He has already nurtured the strength of 1 bear. He also has grand bear goo. He can increase the strength of 1 bear again. Adding them together, it is the strength of 2 bears. I am far from his match, even if I don't want to admit it. But the title of Qingmao Mountain's #1 Herculean is well deserved." He paused and continued, "Let's discuss the matter as it stands. You and I don't have much of a difference in strength, so you won't be his opponent. But you cannot lose, because you are the hero who awakened the river-swallowing toad and saved Qingmao Mountain. If you lose, the interests of our Guyue clan will suffer. So, for the sake of the family's interests, please abandon your personal reputation and choose to avoid the battle." Fang Yuan silently looked at Qi Shan. Qi Shan lowered his gaze. "I know this matter is very difficult for you. After all, choosing to avoid a battle was destructive to one's reputation for bravery. But the family's interests were the most important. If you lose, I'm afraid the family will have to make even more concessions. The family nurtured us, so we naturally have to contribute to the family. Isn't that right? The family needs you. You sacrificing your own reputation for the sake of the family, this is also a matter of course. But this started because of me. In my own name, I'll compensate you with something. Consider it my sincerity." With that, Qi Shan handed a large bag of money to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan took it and weighed it, and could not help but laugh. "So my reputation is only worth 200 yuan stone?" Qi Shan could hear the mockery in his words. His eyes flashed, and he said solemnly, "Fang Yuan, don't be angry. Previously, I was trying to persuade you, but in reality, I came here with a mission. I want you to avoid the battle. this is a secret order from the higher-ups of the family. Whether you want to listen or not, you have to listen. Please take care of yourself." Finishing, he turned and left, leaving deep footprints on the snowy ground. Fong Yuan looked at Qi Shan's back, his eyes revealing a light of understanding. In order to fight for the greatest benefits, the family has probably already used the matter of me chasing the river-swallowing toad as a bargaining chip on the table. After all, the presence of the river-swallowing toad here is a threat to Qingmao Mountain. As for the Xiong village, to get rid of this bargaining chip, they secretly ordered Xiong Li to challenge me. To the family, I am only a chess piece. Xiong Li is also a chess piece, and Qi Shan is even more so a chess piece. It is laughable that some people are willing to become chess pieces, and even feel proud of it, thinking that it is natural. This is because they have been successfully brainwashed by the family. But I never wanted to fight with Xiong Li. The so-called reputation is only the praise of others. It was unknown how many heroes had been imprisoned by this shackle since ancient times. But to me, what's the pity in letting it go? I have to thank Qi Shan for gifting me 200 yuan stone for free. Thinking of this, Fong Yuan secretly laughed coldly. Why did he attract Xiong Li's challenge? It was only because he wanted to save the village's reputation. Why did Qi Shan want to challenge Xiong Li? It was only because of the reputation of Qingmao Mountain's strongest man. The so-called reputation was only a flatbread for vanity. How many people had been tempted, how many people had been fettered, how many people had been trapped? What a pity, what a pity. The snow was still falling slowly. The entire Gyua village stood quietly in the snow. The people beside him walked hurriedly on the road. What a joke, these people are all trapped by an illusory flatbread. Fong Yuan's eyelids drooped, under his eyelashes, his dark and serene eyes were half hidden. The light in the snow shone on his face, the young man's face was pale, revealing a sense of coldness. Suddenly chuckling, Fong Yuan recited softly, "The white snow is pure white, I walk alone in the world. I walk alone with no worries, my lonely shadow comes and goes." He took a step forward, continuing to walk. Along the way, the people were hurrying, but Fong Yuan walked alone. Whether it was the clansmen, the white snow, the village, they were only a blurry background. After a while, he returned to his rented house. The bamboo building, wine shop and so on, were all sold by him. He still lived in the rented house, although the environment was very simple. Fong Yuan was not demanding, as long as he had a place to stay. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Fong Yuan began to cultivate. In Gu master cultivation, breaking through a large realm required aptitude and talent. But breaking through a small realm was purely a matter of painstaking effort. As long as there was enough time, the aperture walls would be constantly nurtured, and could continue to improve. According to the agreement, at dusk, Jiangye arrived at Fong Yuan's residence. "Lord Fong Yuan, these are the primeval stones for this trip, please check." He entered the room and respectfully handed over 5 money bags, which were naturally filled to the brim with primeval stones. Yuan stone far exceeded 400 pieces. The wolf tide was approaching, and the Gu master's demand for the vitality leaves had also increased. This caused the price of the vitality leaves that Fong Yuan was selling to increase. Fong Yuan gave Jiangye 9 vitality leaves. At the same time, he asked, "The things I wanted you to buy earlier. Have you done it?" Jiangye, however, showed a shocked expression, shaking his head. "Lord Fong Yuan, the timing is not right. The wolf tide is approaching. The clan has already implemented a control over resources. The other things are fine, but that fish scales goo, its value is only slightly lower than the jade skin goo. I have already done my best. But I am afraid there will not be any results in a short time." Fong Yuan frowned. The fish scales goo was used to fuse with the stealth stone goo, to refine the stealth scales goo. Without the fish scales goo, he could not fuse the stealth scales goo. But even with the control over resources, it is not impossible to get the fish scales goo. In the end, it is because Jiangye's ability is too small. It seems the matter of refining the stealth scales goo will have to be delayed. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. But he was not discouraged. In this world, 10 out of 10 things do not go one's way. This was the normal state of life. The so-called smooth sailing was just a beautiful blessing. Bai clan produces fish scales goo, and the clan also has fish scales goo. It is just that the quantity is small. It seems this matter will have to wait until after the alliance. Fang Yuan was not impatient. He knew that once the three clans officially formed an alliance, they would set up a battle merit ranking. They would encourage goo masters to hunt wolves. By then, they could use battle merits to exchange for resources from the three clans. Of course. Guyue clan's Moonlight Goo, Xiong clan's Bear Strength Goo, Bai clan's Stream Goo, these were the symbols of the clans, and were not part of the exchange. But the fish scales goo was definitely there. Opportunities often accompanied by danger. To goo masters, the wolf tide was a severe test, but it was also a good opportunity to rise. Under the attack of the wolf tide, countless famous goo masters died, and countless goo masters became famous. The old forces in the clan might weaken, and the new forces would walk on the political stage with their heads held high. In the evening, another unexpected guest came to visit. It was Guyue Qing Shu and Guyue Fangzheng. Qing Shu went straight to the point, bringing up the old matter and wanting to buy Fang Yuan's liquor worm. But other than this, he also wanted to buy Fang Yuan's black boar goo, and even the 9-leaf vitality grass. The 9-leaf vitality grass was definitely not for sale, and the liquor worm had already been refined into the 4 flavors liquor worm. Fang Yuan could not take it out even if he wanted to. Thus, he rejected it. As for the black boar goo, I have already gained the strength of a boar, and the value of the black boar goo to me is very low. The best result of the black boar goo is the steel mane goo. Although this goo can attack and defend, to me, with the white jade goo, it is not very useful. I might as well trade for a fish scales goo. As Fang Yuan thought of this, he brought it up. Fish scales goo. Qing Shu frowned slightly, but soon nodded. I know, you are indeed lacking a defensive goo worm. The fish scales goo can be refined into the rank 2 scale armor goo, and it will have a good defensive effect. The recipe of using the fish scales goo and stealth rock goo to refine the stealth scales goo was discovered by accident 200 years after the end of his previous life. It was normal that Qing Shu did not know about it now. Fang Yuan did not expose him. The black boar goo is much more expensive than the fish scales goo. If you trade it, you have to compensate me for the difference. Of course. Qing Shu nodded and asked, forget about the 9-leaf vitality grass. But are you really not selling the liquor worm? It's useless to you now. Raising it for nothing, and even wasting Yuan stone. Fang Yuan shook his head. Don't mention the liquor worm anymore, it is not for sale. Qing Shu rubbed his nose, and could not help but laugh bitterly. Fang Yuan, this matter is more complicated than you think. Do you know about Guyue Yao Lo? She is the granddaughter of the medicine hall elder, Guyue Yao Ji, a new student this year with B-grade aptitude. Guyue Yao Ji loves this granddaughter very much, and had once bid for a liquor worm in the treehouse, but did not succeed. You have used the liquor worm before, and naturally you know its benefits the best, so I will not say more. It is just that for her granddaughter, Lord Yao Ji really wants to buy this goo worm. An elder's love for her child is completely understandable. So she came to you. She sincerely wants to buy it, and the price she offered is very high. She even promised that if you get injured in the wolf tide, you will be taken care of by the medicine hall. Please think it over carefully. Today is 1 chapter, tomorrow is 1 chapter, and the day after tomorrow there will be 2 chapters. This is the side effect of deleting the chapters. This is the consequence of deleting the chapters, and I have already expected it. I am also silently bearing the consequences of letting everyone down. I will make up for the missing 4 chapters, just that it will take a little longer. The future is long, and I will make up for it eventually. Sigh, even though I lost my character this time, there are still so many people supporting me, I am very touched. Chapter 126. I see. Fong Yuan rubbed his chin, but then shook his head. I am not selling this liquor worm. Since Yao Ji insists on buying it, why don't you go find the Gu master who bought it? Hearing this, Qing Shu's face turned gloomy. He sighed deeply. I don't know which clansman bought this liquor worm, but kept it a secret. We can't investigate it, and we can't just casually search other people's apertures, right? This is taboo, a taboo. For such a small matter like the liquor worm, it's not good to incur public anger. But I can understand this clansman, hiding it with a treasure is human nature. Qing Shu did not know that the real buyer was sitting right in front of him. But Qing Shu had never suspected Fong Yuan. In his mind, Fong Yuan already had the liquor worm, he would not buy a second one. What was the use of buying it? If he knew the recipe for the 4-flavor liquor worm, then he would definitely suspect Fong Yuan first. But for now, only Fong Yuan had the recipe for the 4-flavor liquor worm. The only person who knew that Fong Yuan was the buyer was Jia Fu. But from Jia Fu's point of view, Fong Yuan could have bought it for someone else. Maybe for family, maybe for a lover, there was nothing wrong with that. Wasn't Yao Ji in the same situation, buying the liquor worm for her granddaughter? No matter what, I will not give in on the matter of the liquor worm. Fong Yuan's attitude was firm, and he did not relent, laughing coldly in his heart. This was the system. On one hand, the system was strong, but on the other hand, it was a kind of restriction. Guyue Yao Ji was a rank 3 Gu master. She was clearly stronger than Fong Yuan, but due to the system, she could not openly snatch it. Due to the rules of the system, and taking care of her reputation, she could not forcefully buy it. At the side, Fongjing suddenly persuaded, brother, the liquor worm is useless to you, why guard it? Granny Yao Ji is very kind. I have met Sister Yao Lu a few times, she is a good person, she will definitely treat the liquor worm well. And the liquor worm is also very helpful to her. Helping others is the source of happiness. Brother, you saved the village, I am really happy for you. This made my face light up. But why do you have to hold on to it this time? Aren't you being a little too petty by doing this? Fong Yuan's expression immediately turned serious. He said coldly, my good brother, are you teaching me a lesson? The booze bug is my business. Even if it rotted in the palm of his hand. It's not up to you to tell me what to do. He was not really angry, but his attitude was the mask of his heart. By expressing his attitude, Qing Shu would understand his determination to reject. Looks like Fong Yuan is determined to refuse. He had deliberately brought Fongjing here, but he had made a mistake. The relationship between these two brothers has never been harmonious, and now they've outsmarted themselves. Guyue Qingshu's eyes flashed. Fongjing, why don't you go out for a walk first? Fongjing still wanted to say something. But Qing Shu stretched out his hand to stop him. Fongjing clenched his teeth and finally obeyed Qing Shu's order. Anyway, I can't understand this. Brother, he said, opening the door. I do things. I don't need your understanding, Fongjing. Fong Yuan was expressionless. Fongjing's action of opening the door paused, then he quickly walked out of the room without looking back and slammed the door. This action made the atmosphere in the room even more awkward. If there's nothing else, please go back, brother Qing Shu. Fong Yuan directly asked him to leave. He. Qing Shu laughed dryly, trying to ease the atmosphere. But Fong Yuan's face was as cold as ice, and there was no change. But he was gentle by nature, and did not get angry. Touching his nose, Qing Shu smiled awkwardly. There is indeed one more thing. It's about the 9-leaf vitality grass. The 9-leaf vitality grass is not for sale. Fong Yuan rolled his eyes. I know. Qing Shu nodded repeatedly. It's about the vitality leaves. This is a personal matter of my group. I hope you can supply the vitality leaves you produce to us. Of course, we will give you some compensation. Fong Yuan did not reject business. Alright, each vitality leaf is 65 yuan stone. Qing Shu was speechless at the price. According to the market price, the clan's original selling price was 55 yuan stone. Although the vitality leaf was a rank 1 consumable goo and could be used up after one use, no one would complain about having more of this life-saving item. And with the wolf tide approaching, the clan raised the price. One vitality leaf was sold at 60 yuan stone. Actually, not only the vitality leaf, the prices of many other items were also rising. This was because of the turbulent situation, and goo masters could only pinch their noses and accept it. But Qing Shu did not expect Fang Yuan's price to be even higher than the clan's. You think my price is too high? You can choose not to buy it. But as far as I know, after the wolf tide, the clan will control the resources, and the vitality leaves will be in short supply. At that time, the price will continue to rise, and you might not even have the stock. What do you think? Fang Yuan's tone was firm, and he was sitting on the fishing platform. Qing Shu choked and said helplessly, "You can see it clearly. But raising the price like this is a bit too much. Aren't you afraid of offending people? If you lower the price, you can use it to build up your connections. But if you raise the price like this, the clansmen will resent you for getting rich like this." Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed. "The wolf tide is approaching, a small character like me might die any day. Why would I care about these minor details? You are no longer a small character. Interpersonal relationships are not minor details." Qing Shu looked deeply at Fang Yuan, and then lightly shook his head. "But everyone has their own thoughts and choices, I will not force them. But you need to be careful, Lord Yao Ji will not let this go so easily, goodbye." Qing Shu did not mention the matter of buying the vitality leaf again. Fang Yuan's price had scared him. He was a smart person, and smart people do not buy things on impulse, but reason. Smart people would have a price in their heart, and if it exceeded this price, they would calmly stop. Fang Yuan seemed to have only raised the price by 5 yuan stone, but Qing Shu definitely wanted to buy more than one vitality leaf. The wolf tide would last for at least a whole year, and the amount of vitality leaf consumed would be very large. Accumulating like this would be a lot. "Thank you for your reminder, take care, I won't send you off." Fang Yuan watched Qing Shu leave. His heart was clear, knowing that Qing Shu would definitely come back. It was because he had greatly underestimated the severity of this wolf tide. In such a wolf tide, death could come to everyone at any time, and there was no worry about selling the vitality leaf. In Fang Yuan's memory, it had even been raised to a high price of 100 yuan. Of course, this price was also when the wolf tide was at its fiercest. What Fang Yuan needed to do now was to adapt to the situation. Slowly raising the price. As time passed, the winter wind became colder. This year's winter was colder than in previous years for the 3 mountain strongholds of Qingmao Mountain. Take Guyue's mountain stronghold for example. More and more crippled wolves appeared around the mountain stronghold. The clan issued a large number of missions, and almost all of them were related to exterminating the crippled wolves. In December, the number of crippled wolves reached its peak, and the situation took a turn for the worse. It reached a terrible level. There was even a village at the foot of the mountain. It was a situation where it was slaughtered by a large wolf pack. Fortunately, there were more than 10 Gu masters stationed in the village. They retreated in time. This made the clan higher-ups heave a sigh of relief. The death of a Gu master made them feel heartache for a long time. As for the mortals, they were all servants, so if they died, so be it. In this world, there was no such thing as human rights. A Gu master's life was more precious than 100 mortals' lives. This was the common view of everyone. But casualties were unavoidable. Thus, at night in the mountain stronghold, there were often faint cries of sorrow and sorrow. The crippled wolves were just the prelude, the true wolf tide was even more terrifying. The crippled wolves were just the prelude. The real wolf tide would be even more terrifying. This year's wolf tide might not be the same as the past. Under such pressure, the deadlock negotiations made rapid progress, and the alliance of the 3 strongholds was formed. Under this kind of pressure, the deadlock negotiations progressed quickly, and the alliance between the 3 brigades was formed. Alliance Slope, 3 strongholds meeting. Alliance Slope, 3 village alliance meeting. The snowflakes were like white fluff, slowly drifting down. Hundreds and thousands of Goo Masters gathered here, forming a huge scale. The Alliance Slope was an ordinary slope. However, in history, the second-generation leader of the Guyue clan had facilitated the first alliance between the 3 clans here. From then on, all future alliances would be held here. After many years of remodeling, the current Alliance Slope was dozens of times larger than its original appearance. It was practically a huge plaza. On the other side of the square against the mountain wall, there was a tall boulder erected. On the huge stone platform, there was a pavilion carved out of stone. There were stone tables and chairs in the pavilion, and the higher-ups of the 3 families were sitting inside, discussing closely. Under the huge stone platform, the Goo Masters of the 3 villages stood in distinct groups, forming 3 enormous groups. The Goo Masters were all wearing similar battle attire and belts. Their cultivation level could be seen at a glance. Fang Yuan was among them. He secretly sized up and observed. The Goo Masters below the stage were all Rank 2 Goo Masters. Rank 1 Goo Masters were mostly in charge of logistics, while Rank 2 Goo Masters were the true main force. As for Rank 3 Goo Masters, they were all clan elders. For a mid-sized clan like the Guyue clan, every generation of painstakingly accumulating, they would only have over 20 clan elders. Fang Yuan was observing, and so were the other Goo Masters. Countless gazes intertwined, some with hatred, some with curiosity, and some with vigilance. The Goo Masters of the Guyue clan were generally skinny. The Goo Masters of the Xiong clan were all sturdy, and from their appearance, one could tell that they had great strength. The Bai clan's people, probably because they lived under the waterfall at the back of the mountain, had pale skin and carried a yin aura. That long hair is Guyue Qing Shu, Rank 2 peak stage, the number 1 Rank 2 in the Guyue clan. Someone pointed. Mo Yen. Humph, it's you bitch who cut off one of my arms. After the wolf tide, I will get my revenge. Someone snorted in his heart. Wow, that girl riding on the huge bear, she should be the Xiong clan's Xiong Jiao man. Don't be fooled by her cute appearance, she is very crazy when she fights. Do you see that white fat woman? That is Bai clan's Bai Zhong Shui, a Rank 2 upper stage expert who possesses the water dolphin goo. She is very unrestrained and lustful. You newbies have to be careful, don't get pushed down by her. The grudges between the 3 clans were already very deep. The discussions on the Alliance Slope became louder and louder, becoming a noisy scene. Many Goo Master seniors were pointing and introducing the experts of the other 2 clans to the newbies, reminding them to be careful in the future. Chapter 127. The traditional overlord Guyue tribe, the newly rising Bai tribe, the Xiong tribe that cannot be underestimated. Fang Yuan's gaze swept over the crowd, observing the entire situation. Guyue tribe had Qing Shu, Qi Shan and Mo Yen, while Xiong tribe and Bai tribe also had outstanding Rank 2 Goo Master elites. Adding on the stone tower, the various tribe leaders and elders, the Alliance Slope could be said to be a gathering of heroes. I wonder which one is Bai Ningbing. The man who symbolizes the rise of Bai tribe. Bai Ningbing already has Rank 3 cultivation, he is definitely not among the Rank 2 Goo Masters. It seems that he is not on the stone tower either. Gradually, the topic of discussion was focused on Bai Ningbing. Although Bai Ningbing did not appear, his brilliance had already overshadowed all the Goo Masters on the stone tower. 3 years ago on the Alliance Slope, it was him, Bai Ningbing, who was the first to stand up and challenge everyone for a battle Goo. In just 3 years, he became a Rank 3 elder. It is truly terrifying to think about. He soared to the sky in one go. When he was Rank 2, he defeated an elder of Xiong tribe. This child's future is limitless. Most importantly, he has already grown up. At this rate, he can become a Rank 4 expert, or even Rank 5. As for Rank 6, Rank 5 to mortal, Rank 6 to immortal, Rank 5 is already very impressive. Rank 6? Humph. Don't overestimate him. That is not certain, who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Amidst such discussions, the 3 tribe leaders on the stone tower stood up, looking down at the 1,000 Gu masters below. Gyue tribe leader was in the middle, while Bai tribe leader and Xiong tribe leader were on his left and right. The alliance slope gradually quietened down. Gyue Bo held the railing, glancing around, and said concisely, "The 3 tribes are in an alliance, we are in the same boat. The Gu battle convention is mainly about exchanging pointers, we will not go overboard. Let's begin." Silence reigned on the slope of the alliance. Everyone looked at each other. The 3 tribes were in an alliance, there would be a Gu battle convention. Other than showing off the tribe's strength, it was also to promote communication and temporarily resolve grudges, reaching a consensus of cooperation. But who would be the first to stand out? The first Gu master to challenge, if he lost in front of everyone, his reputation would be tarnished. It had even shaved the face of the upper echelons of the family upstairs. Last year, Bai Ningbing stood up. But this year, while everyone was hesitating, over at the Xiong village, suddenly, a group of Gu masters stepped out from the crowd. It was Xiong Li's group. Immediately, the group of 5 attracted the gazes of countless people. Xiong Li's group walked past the Gyue clan's camp and stood in front of the Bai village's camp under the watchful eyes of the crowd. "It's Xiong Li, Qingmao Mountain's strongest man. Not bad." It was said that not long ago, Qi Shan of the Gyue clan had also lost to him in public. No one can shake his name, not even Bai Ningbing. Damn it! Is the Gyue clan deliberately bullying our Bai clan? In the camp of the Bai village, there was a slight commotion. Many people recognized Xiong Li and felt a sense of pressure in their hearts, but Xiong Li swept his gaze around. He had been standing at the same spot, but Xiong Jiang who was beside him stood up. Xiong Jiang's body was thin and stood out among the Xiong village's strong men. He took a few steps forward and faced the Bai village's Gu masters, cupping his fists and saying, "Xiong village's Xiong Jiang is here to seek guidance from brother Bai Bingyi." Once he said this, uncontrollable gasps could be heard from below the stone floor. Bai Bingyi's status was equivalent to Qi Shan and Xiong Li. Among the young Gu masters of the Bai village, he was second only to Bai Ningbing. Xiong Jiang wanted to compete in Gu with him, clearly wanting to use the weak to fight the strong. But could he do it? Bai Bing stood up with a gloomy expression. He was short and had a pale face, like a patient who had just recovered from a serious illness, looking a little weak. But no one dared to underestimate him. "Xiong Jiang, you dare to challenge me, you have some courage. How do you want to compete? Say it, I will accept it," he said to Xiong Jiang. Xiong Jiang laughed sinisterly, "I am good at defense, brother Bai is good at offense. How about this, you defend and you attack. I will give you 3 chances to attack and we will see the result." This was not a life and death battle, but a sparring session. But Xiong Jiang was so confident, he clearly came prepared, causing many people to have doubts. Bai Bingyi raised his eyebrows, "Xiong Jiang, no matter what Gu worm you have, you are still a rank 2 Gu master, your cultivation is still there. Do you really think you can block my water drill Gu? If I injure you, you can't blame me." Xiong Jiang snorted, "How will we know if we try? Come." Saying so, he activated the Gu worm in his body, and his skin started to lose color, becoming dry and green, like a gloomy dead wood. At the same time, his teeth became long and sharp, his 4 canines protruded out of his lips. Furthermore, the pupils of his eyes had also turned into a lustrous green. This was a rank 2 roaming zombie Gu. As long as it was activated, it could turn a person into a zombie. Compared to a living person, zombies were more resistant to physical attacks, and had stronger recovery ability. But they were afraid of fire and lightning, and had higher defense against water and wind poison. At the same time, zombies were not as strong under the sun as in the dark, affected by the weather. Even so, I am not afraid. Bai Bingyi sneered, raising his right hand. Under everyone's gazes, he put his 5 fingers together and retracted his fist. First, a drop of water condensed in the air above his 5 fingers. Then, in the blink of an eye, the water droplet expanded, turning into a rapid flow of water. From the starting point of the 5 fingers, it started to revolve around Bai Bingyi's palm. In the time of 2 breaths, a light blue spiral drill had formed on Bai Bingyi's fist that was constantly rotating. Rank 2 Water Drill Gu. Able to drill through rocks and steel, its offensive ability was very impressive, almost no Gu worm could defend against it. Take this. Bai Bingyi coughed and punched with his right fist. Xiong Jiang raised his arms. They formed into an arm shield. The water drill hit his arm, and large amounts of water splattered out. Both sides were in a deadlock for a few breaths of time. Suddenly, the water drill spun rapidly, sending Xiong Jiang flying by 5 to 6 steps. Xiong Jiang fell on the ground, but soon stood up again with a carp flip. However, the muscles on his arms were almost completely crushed by the water current, revealing the pale bones of his arms. Bai Clan's Gu masters saw this. They could not help but cheer. Only a few people frowned deeply. He. Xiong Jiang laughed sinisterly, not caring about his injuries. He had turned into a zombie, his sense of pain had already fallen to 0. Bai Bingyi stood on the spot, but his pale face suddenly changed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Bai Clan's Gu master's cheers stopped abruptly. How can this be? Someone shouted. It is the Shadow Death Gu. Bai Bingyi stared at his feet. Xiong Jiang's shadow was strangely distorted, spreading out on the snowy ground. Xiong Jiang and Bai Bingyi were connected together. It seems I have won, Brother Bai. With this Shadow Death Gu, I will receive many injuries. You will have to bear 1/10 of it. I specialize in defense, while you are an offensive type Gu master, your body is not healthy, even if it is 1/10 of the damage, you will not be able to bear it. Xiong Jiang said plainly. Bai Bingyi wiped the blood on his mouth, and stared at Xiong Jiang deeply for a while, before saying, Good. Very good indeed. You have a clever mind and superior skills. I have lost. He admitted defeat in front of everyone. Too despicable. Simply sinister and shameless. To think he actually had a Shadow Death Gu, Senior Bai Bingyi was completely tricked by him. Bai Clan's Gu masters burst into a commotion. Xiong Jiang cupped his fists. You flatter me. If we really fought, I believe the final victor would still be Brother Bai. The Shadow Death Gu has a limited range after all, it can only bully close combat Gu masters. Brother Bai, please take care of the wolf tide this time. Of course. Bai Bingyi's expression eased a little, and nodded. Bai Clan's Gu masters' voices also weakened. Standing on the stone tower, the 3 clans higher-ups who had been watching from a high vantage point nodded subtly at this scene. The Gu battle convention was only a spar, not a battle of strength. Xiong Jiang took the initiative to reveal his trump card, it was also to increase mutual understanding and trust. Be it Xiong Jiang or Bai Bingyi's attitude, they were both very good. With this handling, even if Bai Clan's Gu masters did not admit it, they could not help but feel some admiration for Xiong Jiang. After all, the strong were always respected. Xiong Li group has made a good start. Guyue Bo lightly praised. Ha ha ha. The Xiong clan leader chuckled. Xiong Jiang had given him face. On the other hand, the Bai clan leader's expression was a little ugly. But Xiong Li group did not stop there, the 5 of them left Bai clan and arrived in front of Guyue clan. After challenging Bai clan, they want to challenge our Guyue clan? Oh no, this time it is Xiong Li himself. Guyue clansmen could not help but feel a little nervous, many people's gazes gathered on Qi Shan, Mo Yen and Qing Shu. But who knew that Xiong Li shouted, Who is Fang Yuan, please come forward. I heard you could drive away that river-swallowing toad alone, why don't we compete in strength? In an instant, the crowd was in an uproar. Xiong Li stood up, but he did not challenge Qing Shu, Qi Shan or Mo Yen, instead choosing a new junior. Fang Yuan, who is Fang Yuan? This was the first time some Gu masters from other clans had heard of this name. He drove away the river-swallowing toad alone. Oh my god, that is a rank 5 goo worm. How can he be so awesome? Many people looked at him in amazement. Gyue clan's goo masters automatically opened up a path, exposing Fang Yuan in the crowd. With nothing blocking their line of sight, Xiong Li and Fang Yuan looked at each other. Xiong Li's lips curled into a smile, saying in a deep voice, "I hope Fang Yuan will not be stingy with your guidance." This Fang Yuan, who is he? Doesn't he have 3 heads and 6 arms? Driving away the river-swallowing toad was a coincidence. It was not a difficult thing. Being targeted by Xiong Li, this muscular man, he is in big trouble this time. Fang Yuan, you really can't avoid it this time. Sigh, then you can only brace yourself and fight. Qi Shan sighed in his heart. Oh, so it's like that. Fang Yuan shrugged and said, then I admit defeat. Once he said this, everyone was stunned. Chapter 128. Admit defeat. Fang Yuan's words were still reverberating in everyone's ears. At once, almost all the rank 2 goo masters below the rock tower looked at Fang Yuan in shock. Fang Yuan ignored them, standing on the spot with his arms crossed, his expression calm. Admit defeat? He actually admitted defeat. Did I hear wrongly? That is Fang Yuan. He doesn't even have the guts to fight, hehe. I have to admit, Xiong Li's aura is really strong. But even if he loses, he should at least go through the motions. Directly admitting defeat is not only a coward, but also a disgrace to the clan. Gradually, the whispers were like ripples on the surface of a calm lake. After the initial shock, many goo masters' gazes turned to disdain, contempt and gloating. Many Gyue clan goo masters stood up uneasily. The gazes from Xiong clan and by clan goo masters were like invisible needles, stabbing at their self-esteem. Fang Yuan was a Gyue clan member. He directly admitted defeat, causing them to lose face as well. How can he admit defeat? Fang Yuan, you are a Gyue clan man, step out and fight Xiong Li. But, even if he loses, it is not a big deal. If he doesn't even have the courage to fight, that is the true disgrace. Some of the Gyue clan's goo masters shouted, urging Fang Yuan to go out and fight. Fang Yuan's expression did not change. Listening to these words was like listening to a group of dogs barking. The so-called reputation, face, glory, it was just a painting. A shackle placed on the members' necks by those in power. These goo masters were just dogs with a rope tied around their necks. Xiong Li stared at Fang Yuan, suddenly laughing. What a disappointment. To think that Gyue clan's bravery is like this? These words made the Gyue clan goo masters' expressions turn ugly. Bursts of laughter came from the Xiong clan village. Even the Bai clan's goo masters looked at Gyue's tribe with mocking gazes. The people around Fang Yuan also moved. They all distanced themselves from him, looking ashamed to be associated with him. Soon, there was no one within 5 steps of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stood there alone. He did things his own way, out of place, but his expression was calm. Others valued the reputation of bravery, but Fang Yuan scoffed at it. This involuntarily caused everyone to hate Fang Yuan. Because Fang Yuan's contempt for reputation was a denial of the public's values. Denying these values was equivalent to denying the masses who had been living according to these values. Others were naturally unwilling to deny their own value and feel that their lives were wrong. Therefore, naturally, he began to resist and reject Fang Yuan subconsciously, rejecting Fang Yuan. Those with a weak spirit would be defeated by this rejection, and thus change themselves to become more popular. But Fang Yuan needed this rejection. There were more and more secrets on him, and he needed to be alone. At the same time, these people had no value in befriending him. In his memories, Qingmao Mountain's 3 villages barely survived the wolf tide, but after that incident 2 years later, they were all annihilated. From then on, Qingmao Mountain became an icy land of death. What Fang Yuan needed to do was to use this time to grow as much as he could, and leave the clan in time to avoid being killed. Seeing such a disadvantageous situation, Qing Shu, the number 1 rank 2 Gu in the Guyue village. He had no choice but to stand up. Xiongli, why don't we spar? Hee, how do you want to spar? Although Xiongli was smiling, his expression revealed a serious expression. Guyue Qingshu did not look at Xiongli, but slightly raised his palm, secretly activating his primeval essence. His gaze was lowered as he looked at the green vines that were slowly growing out of his palm. He said slowly, let's test your strength. If you can break free from the binding of my green vines, then I'll consider it my loss. How about that? Hee, not a bad suggestion, let's do it. Xiongli grinned, his eyes shining brightly. He thought to himself, I already have the strength of 1 bear, and with the strength of the Grand Bear Gu, I have the strength of 2 bears added together. Although the green vines are tough, with the strength of 2 bears, I can definitely break free. Xiongjiang had already won against Bai Bingyi. If I win against Qingshu, I will definitely gain a lot of face. Qingshu smiled warmly and did not speak anymore. He only stretched out his palms and spread them out. 2 green vines grew longer and longer from his palms, like 2 agile green pythons, climbing up Xiong Li's body and coiling around him. Xiong Li's hands were at his waist, and the green vines coiled around his arms. In an instant, there were more than 10 vines, tightly binding his hands and waist together. The other Gu masters stared at this duel without blinking. Please. Qingshu said to Xiong Li. Xiong Li's eyes widened, and he clenched his fists, starting to exert strength. The muscles on his body bulged out, as if they were huge rocks. The strength of 1 bear. Bam bam bam. The green vines, under his immense strength, started to break one by one. Ha ha ha, brother Qingshu, it seems I have won this duel. Xiong Li used his strength while still having the strength to speak. Senior Qingshu. Fangzheng's hands were sweating as he watched, his face nervous. The other Guyue clan Gu masters were the same. Guyue Qingshu was their number 1, if he lost again, then the Guyue clan would lose all their face. That might not be true. Guyue Qingshu smiled, his eyes shining with confidence. Just as he finished speaking, the green vines in his hands started to change. The original jade green color suddenly turned dark green. At the same time, the vines became thicker, and large green vine leaves started to grow around them. Xiong Li's expression changed, feeling that the twisting force from the green vines had increased by more than 10 times. What made him even more shocked was that the green vines that he had broken grew back, connecting the broken parts together. Grand Bear Gu. He knew the situation was bad, and quickly activated the Grand Bear Gu in his aperture. Immediately, his hair stood up like steel needles. The muscles on his body expanded, and his whole body seemed to have swelled up a lot. The strength of 2 bears. The green vines creaked, but under such terrifying strength, they were still tenacious and unwavering, firmly restraining Xiong Li. Xiong Li's face was flushed red, and he used his greatest strength, trying to break the green vines. But in the end, he had only broken one of them, and it was difficult for him to continue any further. I lost. He took the initiative to remove the strength of the Grand Bear Gu, and said while gasping for breath. Thank you for letting me win. Qingshu cupped his fists. He kept the green vines. Lord Qingshu, you are really good. The Guyue clan Gu masters cheered. As expected of Senior Qingshu, Big Brother can't be compared to him at all. They can't be compared at all. Fangzheng stood beside Qingshu and looked at him. His eyes shimmered with a hint of reverence. Xiong Li looked at Guyue Qingshu with a complicated gaze. He was improving, and obtained the brown bear innate strength Gu, but Qingshu was also improving. Although he did not know what method he used, but this was his opponent. As for that Fang Yuan, he was just a newbie, and was nothing to worry about. It really is the wood charm Gu. Fang Yuan looked at Qingshu from afar, and thought to himself. Xiong Li, who was facing Guyue Qingshu, did not notice. On Guyue Qingshu's hair, there were already 2 fresh green leaves. This was a sign of using the wood charm Gu. The so-called wood charm Gu was a tree spirit. Using the wood charm Gu, one could turn into a tree spirit and fight. Tree spirits were very special creatures. They could directly absorb the primeval energy of heaven and earth, and use it for themselves. But Gu masters could not do so, and could only use the primeval essence in their aperture. Once they used the wood charm Gu and turned into a wood charm tree spirit, the Gu master could directly absorb the primeval energy of heaven and earth from the air to replenish their primeval essence. It was like absorbing the natural primeval essence in yuan stone. When ordinary Gu masters fought, they could not divide their attention to absorb the natural primeval essence in yuan stone while fighting. But after turning into a tree spirit, absorbing the primeval essence in heaven and earth was an instinct, and did not need to be distracted. This meant that Gu masters who used the wood charm Gu were most proficient in prolonged battles. Although their primeval essence was not inexhaustible, because of the continuous replenishment, they could fight for 3 times longer. At the same time, once they turned into a tree spirit, they could amplify Gu worms like green vine Gu and pine needle Gu. Feng Yuan immediately thought of many things. The fusion of the wood charm Gu can be said to be one of the most extravagant advancement routes in the world. It is a rank 3 Gu, and needs to be fused with the 100-year lifespan Gu to advance to rank 400-year wood charm. Then fuse with the 1000-year lifespan Gu to become a rank 5000-year wood charm. This fusion recipe is widely known, but very few Gu masters use this recipe. Because lifespan Gu is more precious, most Gu masters would directly use it to increase their own lifespan. In this world, if there were no disasters or illnesses, humans could only live to 100 years old. 100 years was the limit of a human's lifespan. But if lifespan Gu was used, it could increase one's lifespan. 100-year lifespan Gu increased one's lifespan by 100 years. 1000-year lifespan Gu meant one could live for another 1000 years. Lifespan Gu was extremely precious, and was sought after by everyone. In his previous life, Feng Yuan had lived for over 500 years, and had used 500-year lifespan Gu. A total of 500 years of lifespan. Originally, including his original 100-year lifespan, he could have lived to 600 years. But midway, he was besieged by righteous sects, and had no choice but to self-detonate. Lifespan Gu represented longevity, and could allow people to live longer. But it did not mean immortality. Although the wood charm Gu is powerful, it has a flaw. That is, a Gu master cannot use it for too long. If it is too long, the wood charm Gu's power will affect the Gu master's body, causing their muscles to turn into wood, and finally turning into a tree man corpse. In my previous life, Guyue Qing Shu died like this. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan's gaze flashed. Normally, powerful Gu worms had a huge flaw, and needed to be used in conjunction with other Gu worms. Otherwise, it would have a negative effect on the Gu master. Xiong Zhang's roaming zombie Gu was best used in conjunction with the blood Qi Gu. Otherwise, if he used it too much, his blood would decrease, and he would really turn into a zombie. Xiong Li's group returned to their own camp. They had first defeated by Bing Yi, and then lost to Qing Shu. But even so, they still received a lot of applause and praises. Mo Yen, I want to challenge you. Come, Xiong Jiao Man, let me have a battle with you. After Xiong Li's group, the whole scene suddenly became lively. Many Gu masters went out, challenging the strong enemies in their hearts, showing off their bravery. The alliance slope was in chaos, and the Gu sparring was brilliant. The real Gu sparring had just begun. You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.